Hello and welcome back to our channel. If you enjoy our content, don't forget to like and subscribe. Now, let's begin. Pokémon Chapter 21. The Threat and a Rough Reunion. To Ash and Erica. Come on Ash, Erica yelled as she ran to the stadium ahead, Ash and Lucario not far behind. We are already late for the start of Jacob's match. Not like that's my fault, Ash replied as he sped up. You're the one that got distracted by that perfume shop and lost track of time. After buying their ice cream cones, the two trainers and Aura Pokémon made their way to the battle stadium where Jacob would be having his match. As they enjoyed their cones and small talk, Erica paused when she caught the familiar scent of fresh perfume. Making her way to the smell, with Ash and Lucario behind her, she found a small shop named Smell from Around the World. It was a cologne and perfume shop that was run by an elderly couple named Martha and Jack. The moment they entered the shop, the couple recognized her and welcomed her with open arms. Needless to say, the three perfume specialists got along really well. It was so well in fact that Erica not only forgot Ash and Lucario were with her, but lost complete track of time. By the time Ash got the Celadon gym leader's attention back, Jacob's battle was about to begin. Now we find the three running to be able to at least not miss the entire match. Running up the stairs and into the audience, they were able to find 2 seats that were available. Looking to his friend, they spoke through their aura. Lucario, I want you to go to higher ground and keep your senses on high alert, Ash said. There is no telling where or when that shadow character may strike again and with stronger Pokémon. If you so much as think he's nearby, you have my full permission to strike. Lucario nodded as he ran off and jumped to the top of the stadium in blurring speed. The crowd was too engrossed in the battle before them to notice or care. Looking at the scoreboard, it showed that they missed a good amount of the battle. Jacob was in the lead with 2 Pokémon which were his Vaporeon and Venusaur. In fact, the only Pokémon he lost was his Ludicolo. His opponent was a girl with dark blue hair, on her last Pokémon, which was an Alakazam. She lost an Absol and a Pyroar, female. The current 2 Pokémon, Venusaur and Alakazam, were glaring down each other. Charging up, the 2 Pokémon shot an Energy Ball and Shadow Ball effectively. Alakazam, use Confuse Ray, Jane commanded as Alakazam released the hypnotic waves at Venusaur. Venusaur, use Energy Ball on the ground, then follow it up with your Razor Leaf, Widespread, Jacob commanded, already knowing how to counter such a thing. Following its trainer's command quickly, the Seed Pokémon slammed the grass attack in front of him. The purpose was not to only hide the big Pokémon among the dust and debris, but to use the loud explosion to block out the Confuse Ray's effect. Following right behind the attack, Sharp Leaves raced out of the smoke and cut up the unprepared Psychic type who could only roar out of pain. Alakazam, ground your feet, Jane yelled in encouragement. The Psychic type righted itself and stopped its movement. Great job. Go and use your Focus Blast. Shooting another orb, this one a bluish-white, Alakazam glared at any possible counter Venusaur may have. Use Petal Blizzard to guard yourself, Jacob countered. Releasing a loud soar, the Grass/Poison type released hundreds of tiny, pink petals that surround Venusaur, making a small barrier that blocked the fighting type move. Energy Ball. The green orb raced across the field with blurring speeds, making Alakazam and his trainer's eyes widen. Alakazam, dodge it quickly and use Psychic to send it back. The Psychic type dodged the attack by jumping to the left and used its Psychic attack to gain control of the Energy Ball. Moving its hand forward, he hurled the attack back at the surprised Venusaur. The attack caused Venusaur to growl in pain from the speedy impact. While the Energy Ball would normally not do much due to it being a Grass-type attack on a Grass-type Pokémon, the speed hurled along with it being mixed with the psychic energy of Alakazam made the attack do significantly more damage. Using that opening, Alakazam fired another powerful Shadow Ball that slammed into Venusaur, pushing the final evolution started back. No longer able to sustain the pain from its earlier battles and now, the Grass/Poison Pokémon fell flat on his stomach and fainted. Jacob silently returned Venusaur to his Pokeball before taking out another one and with a gentle throw, released his final Pokémon. In a flash of light, Jacob's shiny Vaporeon appeared in all his glory, glaring at the Alakazam in anticipation. Connecting his aura to Vaporeon, Jacob spoke mentally. Be ready Vaporeon, it has quick reflexes. You can definitely outspeed him, but it also has a good amount of long-range attacks, its Shadow Ball being its strongest. The water type nodded, not really all that worried. It dealt with many Pokémon with similar skills before, it will be able to handle this like all the others. Before he could give out a command, a familiar aura connected to his. Allowing it to connect, he heard a voice in his head, not unlike when he speaks to his Pokémon in such a way. You seem to be having some trouble my friend, a familiar voice rung in his head. You better kick it up, you don't want to look bad do you? Besides, I want to battle you myself. Jacob smiled slightly as he recognized the voice belonging to Ash. We will be fine Ash, I refuse to go down just yet. Not until you and I have that rematch. Vaporeon, use Water Pulse, Jacob commanded. Then follow after it with your quick attack. Vaporeon shot the orb of water at his opponent, quickly following behind it in such speeds that it was a blur to the audience. Alakazam, stop the water pulse with Psychic and spread it out as a shield to stop him, Jane yelled. Doing as told, Alakazam took control of the attack and forced it to flatten out into a makeshift shield. Don't stop, use Shadow Ball and keep going, Jacob commanded, not at all worried. By watching her body language, he was able to tell that Jane was getting desperate. Just push a little harder and the match will be his. While still using the speedy effects of Quick Attack, Vaporeon released the Ghost-type attack that blasted a hole in the shield Alakazam created using his previous attack. As soon as he ran through the hole, he sped up and took notice that his Shadow Ball was still rushing at the Alakazam. Use Scald to push the Shadow Ball, Jacob said. Building up the heated water, Vaporeon released the attack that hit the Ghost-type move from behind. The combined attack rushed at Alakazam with renewed speed, too fast for him to react. The two-attack combo slammed into the Psychic type, causing him to yell in pain. Suddenly the still speeding Vaporeon rammed into the taller Pokémon, causing him to sail back. The Water-type back flipped through the air before landing in front of his trainer in a battle-ready stance. After Alakazam came to halt, he struggled to keep from falling down. He tightened its grip on its spoons and tried to concentrate. The problem being, he had two battles prior to this one and both were tough. He barely took down Ludicolo and it was more luck than anything, due to it being the Pokémon to knock out two of his trainer's Pokémon, and Venusaur was a Pokémon that he barely outlasted. No longer able to stay on his feet, Alakazam's legs gave out underneath him and promptly passed out. As soon as the Psychic type hit the ground, the referee made the call. Alakazam is unable to battle, making the winner of this battle Vaporeon and Jacob Matthews. Ash and Erica. After the announcement was made, the crowd cheered at the awesome battle. As Erica cheered loudly for her boyfriend's win, and Ash clapped while smirking. I sadly missed most of it, but I can see Jacob has definitely gotten stronger since we last battled one another, he mentally thought as he watched Jacob shake hands with his opponent. Looking to the happy Erica, Ash couldn't help but smile at the obvious love she felt for his more quiet friend. Come on Erica, let's go catch up to him, Ash said to the gym leader, who smiled happily as she nodded her head. Let's get going then Ash, she said as she looked ready to run out. I haven't been with him all day. Ash nodded as he stood up and made his way out, Erica right behind him. In the tunnel. Jacob made his way from the stadium, going over the battle in his head. He was looking for any ways to fix any flaws for either himself or his Pokémon. As he walked, he felt a presence nearby and looked up to see a man standing there. He tensed as he clenched his fists and grinded his teeth. The man wore a red cloak that covered his entire body. The hood was off, revealing his face to the world, along with an amused smirk. Beside him was a bored-looking Espion. The reason for Jacob's anger was who the man was. It was Shadow. Jacob was about to reach for his Pokeball, but stopped as the man raised his hand. "Do you really think that to be a wise decision?" he asked. "By the time you grab one of your Pokeballs, Espeon will already have blasted you to bits. Even if you have the time to release a Pokémon, a battle would take place. A battle between two high-level Pokémon would be very destructive, and we are under the seats of many innocent people. You wouldn't them to get caught in it, would you?" Jacob's fists clenched tighter in anger, knowing that Shadow was right. From here, he could tell that Espeon was extremely powerful too powerful for any battle to be quick. Plus people, innocent people, would get hurt. Shadow had him stuck and he knew it. "So what do you want from me?" Jacob asked as he gathered his aura, hoping to alert Ash discreetly. "I doubt you would reveal yourself to me so casually." Shadow nodded, his smirk turning to a more serious frown. "You are correct," Shadow said. "I don't have the time to waste on pointless visits. I am here to give you a warning instead." Jacob rose an eyebrow at Shadow's words. "Stay out of my way, what goes on does not concern you. If you continue to get in my way, well, I won't be as merciful to you as I was to Alex and Umbreon or to Jengar." "Why are you after her?" Jacob asked as he flared his aura more violently. "Where are you, Ash? I need your help or he will get away." "That's not any of your concern, Jacob," Shadow replied. "All you need to concern yourself with is this. Is getting in my way worth the life of myself and my Pokémon? I will not hesitate to devour them." He saw Jacob's fists clench even tighter, to a point he was drawing blood. Shadow's eyes seemed to light up at the sight and his smirk threatened to split his face. He opened his mouth to say more, but stopped when his Espeon's ears pointed upwards. The psychic type quickly charged a Shadow Ball and turned around before firing it. The attack collided with an incoming aura sphere, cancelling it out in a small explosion. Glancing back, Shadow saw Ash and Erica running up to them. Next to Erica was a Roserade that did not look happy, and next to Ash was Milotic, who was ready to attack on command. "Well, look what the Persian dragged in," Shadow said, not at all worried about his predicament. Looking back at Jacob, he saw that Ash's Lucario found them as well. "All of this for little old me, how flattering." Jacob looked on in relief as he saw his friend and girlfriend arrive to help. Better late than never, honestly, Jacob sighed mentally as he grabbed the Pokeball containing one of his more fresher Pokémon. Tossing it, he released a Leafeon that had a slightly darker coating than its normal bright green. "You're done, Shadow, you're going to jail and answering for those you have hurt." Shadow began to chuckle lightly as his shoulders shook in his laughter. "Your plan has so many holes that I don't know where to even begin, Jacob," he said as he looked around. "First off, my points still stand that a battle here in this narrow hallway, under the seats of the audience above us, will cause untold amounts of chaos and pain due to the destruction such a battle will cause. Second, you suspect that just because I'm surrounded, that I won't fight back. You would be very wrong in that aspect, since I would fight to my last breath. Third, even if by some miracle granted to you by Arceus that you did capture me, what are you going to say to the authorities? He eats Pokémon, so he is bad. Newsflash, Jacob, Pokémon consumption isn't anything new. Pokémon are eaten all the time, hell, Slowpoke tails are considered a delicacy. And lastly, you and Ash have captured nothing." In a blurring speed, Shadow took out a small black pellet before slamming it on the ground beneath him and Espeon. The pellet popped open and released a thick cloud of white smoke that quickly clouded everyone's vision. Stretching out their auras, Ash, Jacob, and Lucario sensed the aura of Espeon vanish. When the smoke finally cleared away and everyone could see once more, Shadow and Espeon were no longer there. Teleport, Jacob thought as he looked around. No doubt that was how they vanished in a split second, meaning that they could be anywhere by now. "So did you sense the same problem that I did, Jacob?" Ash asked, knocking his friend from his thought as he returned Milotic to her Pokeball. Thinking it over, Jacob instantly realized what Ash meant as he nodded. At his last encounter, Jacob didn't notice it too much due to his anger clouding his thoughts, but this time he was able to pick it up. Shadow has absolutely no aura in his body, and if he does, it's so minuscule that it's easily overlooked. Leafeon looked at Ash's Lucario, who kept his aura sense active, in case they appear somewhere nearby. Anything yet, Lucario? The silver-furred Lucario simply shook his head as he relaxed slightly. No, not at all. No doubt they teleported far from my range. Shadow can't be detected, but his Pokémon can. Unfortunately, I don't sense them anywhere. Leafeon nodded his head as he made his way back to his trainer. Let's continue this conversation at the Pokémon Center, Ash suggested as he pat the Pokeballs on his belt. My Pokémon deserve some rest after our last match, plus I'm curious who my next opponent is going to be. We can think of a way to search for Shadow there. Jacob nodded his head as he walked next to Erica, who immediately latched her hand with his. The two shared a brief kiss, happy to be in the presence of the other. Ash watched this in both joy and jealousy as a pang of pain made itself known in his heart. He felt joy that his two friends were so happy together, but he couldn't help the jealousy he felt for them too. It's not that he was jealous of them per se, he was jealous of the fact that he didn't have that with anyone. Yeah, he met many gorgeous women, but he was so focused on his dream and training that he never pursued any one of them. Now that he's a champion of a very accomplished region, he can't ignore that lonely feeling anymore. He's now standing alone at the top with no one to hold in a lover's embrace. As time went on, his elites even found love at the top before he found his, and he traveled all over the world. Shaking his head from those thoughts, especially since he felt more pain and darkness grow from it, Ash grinned at the couple as walked ahead of them. Come on lovebirds, you guys have all night to make out with each other, preferably without me as your witness. He winked at the blushing couple as Erica stuttered over a retort to Ash's teasing. Lucario and Leafeon chuckled at the blushing couple, glad that Ash was able to lighten the mood so easily. Chuckling softly, Ash looked at the light which signified the exit of the tunnel and couldn't help but think. I wonder when I will find someone special to kiss and be embarrassed with like that one day. Stadium C. And Snorlax is unable to battle, the winner is Zebstrika and Elsa of the Unova Gym. The crowd cheered happily for the blonde gym leader's victory, the fans of her fashion show cheering the loudest. Alessa waved to the crowd as she pet Zebstrika down his spiky mane, rewarding him for a well-fought battle. After blowing them a few kisses, she returned the electric Pokémon to his Pokémon and left the field. Another dazzling performance made by you all, Alessa said to her Pokémon that were in their Pokeballs as she exited the tunnel. You all fought so hard that our opponent was blinded by your radiance. She walked through the town and stopped at a shop here and there. She also signed a few autographs whenever a fan had recognized her. Alessa didn't mind it though, since she adored all of her fans, both young and old. The blonde gym leader just left a clothing shop where she bought a new dress that she thought was cute. As she walked out joyfully, she took notice of a couple sitting on a bench happily together. The woman giggled as she leaned in and kissed her boyfriend gently before laying her head on his shoulder. That was so cute. Alessa shouted mentally as she smiled brightly at the sight. As she watched them, she couldn't help but replace herself with the woman and the man with a certain Kalos champion. Her face flushed at the thought of her and Ash together. She placed her hand on her chest as her heart rate increased. Ash was the only man she ever fell for, it was so easy for her to do so. For one, Ash was the only man that she couldn't dazzle so easily, which she saw as a personnel challenge. She's not arrogant by any sense of the word, but she knows she's one of the most appealing women in Unova, if not the world. She could easily charm anyone with a smile, but Ash was different. He saw her as not only a challenge, but an equal standing too. Ash had effectively beaten her, even through questionable yet dazzling skills, but he did something else that caught her by complete surprise. He gave her one of the most amazing smiles that she had ever seen. The joy and happiness he had for his victory was so blinding to her, stunning the appealing gym leader. She can't see aura like some people she heard could, but she was sure his aura at that moment could light up a dark cave. That dazzling smile, that radiant joy, that warm heart all caused her heart to soar. No one had ever made her feel such a way before and she loved it. As time went on, she looked more things up about him as she couldn't get him out of her mind. She asked about him from different people and he surpassed any expectations she may have had. He has helped so many people, ranging from helping others try to reach for their own dreams, to bringing families together. He's also helped many Pokémon like the legendary Red Gyarados that's owned by Lance. A story that he was all too happy to retell. She even learned from witness reports of the amount of legendary Pokémon that he not only met, but saved from either themselves or evil organizations. The fact he held himself back from the urge to try and capture the legends when he had the chance, impressed her as she didn't think she could fight the temptation at the chance to own a Pokémon like a Zapdos. All of that just made her growing feelings for Ash skyrocket. It also helped put Ash into a whole new light for her, and made her longing to be by Ash's side to grow. That plan, unfortunately never came to fruition as she found that Ash had disappeared. She, along with every other gym leader, went looking for him with no success. Ash had somehow kept himself hidden so well that even the G-Men, the best battlers and spy network, excluding gym leaders, Elite Four, etc., that the Pokémon League had. She had searched high and low for her crush, even going so far as to use her wide fanbase to look for any rumors of Ash anywhere. The results were a complete bust every time though. The rumors always ended up with her on a wild goose chase. The only good thing that came out of those chases was that she made a new friend by the name of Richie, who was so like Ash that they could have been parallel twins. He should be about finishing his match soon. Alessa shook her head as she continued her walk to the Pokémon Center, needing to heal her Pokémon, find out where her next battle will be, and find out if she could meet up with her best friend Skyla for lunch. The blonde gym leader walked leisurely as a thought crossed her mind, I wonder what my dear Ash is up to. At the Pokémon Center. Here you go everyone, all your Pokémon have made a full recovery, Nurse Joy said happily as she stood in front of 3 different trays, each holding a set of Pokeballs. Ash and Erica thanked the Joy as they picked up their Pokeballs, Jacob only giving her a nod and a smile in thanks. Ash turned around as he released his Lucario from his confines, who stretched upon being released. True that Lucario didn't need to be healed since he didn't battle in the first place, Ash still wanted him to go through a checkup. How you feeling, buddy? Ash asked his partner who responded with a nod. Ash turned to Jacob and Erica. Do you guys want to go grab a seat and finish our talk? Jacob nodded as he grabbed Erica's hand and made his way to the eating area of the Pokémon Center, Ash and Lucario right behind them. Before they could get to the eating area though, a small explosion from the battlefield out back caught their attention, mostly Ash's. That meant a battle was most likely going on, making him curious about whom it was. He made his way over to the battle silently. Seeing Ash has gained a new interest, Jacob sighed. He cared for Ash, he really did, but the guy was too obsessed with battling for his own good. He looked at his girlfriend as he gestured to Ash with his thumb. Shall we follow? Erica giggled, happy to see Ash still had some of his old self's habits in him after all this time of being gone. Yeah, let's go, Ash tends to be a trouble magnet. Jacob nodded as he knew Erica was right. Ash seemed to always attract some form of trouble his way without ever trying, even if he had no room to talk with all the things he has been through himself. Ending that thought, the couple followed after Trainer and Pokémon. When Ash made it to the field, he took notice of a clash between a Coughing and a Curlia, one using Euro Ball and the other using Protect before using Teleport to gain some distance. Ash looked towards the 2 trainers that were battling and was pleasantly surprised to see the ones battling. The one on the right was Sabrina, the psychic gym leader of Saffron City. She had an annoyed expression on her face as she commanded Curlia to dodge an incoming tackle from Coughing. Coughing, use Sludge. Bomb. The girl on the left yelled, causing Ash to turn to see her. The girl was Roxy, the rock star, bass guitarist gym leader of Burbank City in Unova. Her specialty was poison-type Pokémon as seen with her skilled use of Coughing, who dodged a Shadow Ball from Curlia with blurring speed. Roxy had both a grin, most likely from the tough battle, and an angry look in her eyes that she directed at Sabrina. "Let's go Coughing, don't give in to Miss Prissy breathes and use Euro Ball." Coughing moved with insane speeds, looking like more of a blur, and spun in a rapid pace. "It's called having proper etiquette little girl," Sabrina replied at the poison trainer's insult. "Curlia, counter with Protect then send it away with Psychic." Coughing slammed into the powerful barrier, not leaving a dent in the dome. Roxy smirked, knowing of a counter should something like this happen. Coughing, use Clear Smog to get out of there. Coughing stopped his spinning and released clear white smoke from his mouth, pushing Curlia away before Psychic could be used. "What's the matter Sabrina, can't rock it with the big kid?" "You are such a child," Sabrina replied calmly, though the twitching of her eyebrow showed otherwise. "No wonder you're so loud." Curlia used Rapid Fire Shadow Ball. Curlia quickly used her hands to create two powerful Shadow Ball and began throwing them in rapid succession, creating more. "Of course I'm loud you prude," the poison gym leader replied, only annoyed by the child comment. "My music and battles are always cranked to the max." Coughing, dodge them all. Coughing quickly dodged each of the flying orbs with his high speed, weaving and spinning through the storm of attacks. Now counter with Will-O-Wisp. Dodging once more, small orbs of purple fire surrounded Coughing. The poison Pokémon shot the fire attack forward with a spin, having them cancel out the Shadow Ball. Roxy gave Sabrina a smug grin, confident that the psychic gym leader was caught off guard. "How do you like that, you stuck-up queen?" "Not so great now." Sabrina scoffed at her opponent's taunt and confidence. Just like an uncultured child to get overconfident over such a lucky maneuver. "It's too bad that your luck is about to end, just like this battle." Curlia, use Teleport and Psybeam. To Ash, Jacob, and Erica. The three trainers who were watching the battle, Ash and Jacob, with a calculating gaze as they analyzed the battle, and the Soul Woman had a very confused face on. She knew Sabrina personally, they were pretty good friends actually, and she knew for the psychic-type specialist to be this angry, Roxy had to be either really irritating to her or said something pretty bad. She also knew that Roxy was definitely a really good trainer to be able to keep up with Sabrina, who has made a name for herself as one of the strongest Kanto gym leaders. She was even offered to move higher in the gym ranks but chose to stay where she was. Ash watched as Curlia and Coughing dodged and counter one of another's moves, happy to see that both women were as strong as he remembered. "I wonder what they are fighting about though, this is definitely not just a simple battle," Ash thought as he crossed his arms. "The insults and taunts show that quite easily. I should probably step in before someone says something that they will regret later." Before Ash could do so though, one of Sabrina Pokeballs opened up and a Jengar appeared in a flash of white. Everyone paused as they watched the ghost/poison type look around before his eyes locked onto Ash and yell out in joy. "Ash!" Jengar flew towards Ash in blurring speeds, hugging the young champion in joy. Ash looked at the Jengar in confusion for a second before his eyes widened and a smile made its way on his face. "Haunter, is that you?" The Jengar nodded happily, causing Ash to hug the floating Pokémon while laughing in joy. "Wow, look at you. You're a Jengar now, wow. It's so great to see you." Jacob looked at Ash, surprised that Ash either knew or once owned the Jengar in front of them. He battled the Jengar before when he last met Sabrina, it was definitely tough. It wasn't because it was stronger than his Pokémon, in power his Pokémon had it beat, it was just extremely agile and tricky. Hitting it was a huge challenge. Erica was not too surprised since Sabrina had mentioned that Haunter was left with her by someone else. It decided to join her team later on after playing and joking with her. The only thing that she didn't know, was that Ash was the original trainer. The two battling trainers stopped as they watched Ash and Jengar hug and laugh. They were both confused, Sabrina especially, at how excited the shadow Pokémon was to see this unknown person. Jengar, while friendly to even strangers, isn't the type to joyfully hug random people. Jengar had to have known this man on a personal level for this reaction to happen, and only two people fit that bill. My father who is watching this tournament back at the gym, and Ash. Sabrina thought as her eyes widened in realization. Ash, Sabrina whispered in shock, staring at the laughing trainer. Roxy heard the whisper and her eyes too widened in shock. She had been searching for Ash for a long while now. Whenever she went on tour with her band, especially to Kanto, she kept her eyes out for him. She was not the type that dwelled on things too long, so she had no trouble figuring out nor admitting that she gained a crush on Ash. After they parted, she'd get him off her mind, even if she played her bass guitar loudly. His attitude, his guts, his perseverance, his battle skills, and even his cocky smirk, they just light the fire in her stomach and soul. Shaking her head from her thoughts, the Poison Gym leader called out to her crush. Ash, hey. The Unova gym leader waved at him wildly. Ash stopped talking with Jengar and grinned at Roxy. Hey Roxy, it's good to see you again, Ash replied as he returned the wave. Yeah, it's good to see you too, Roxy replied as she fought back the blush that threatened her freckled face. How have you been? I haven't seen you since our battle in Unova. I know, Ash replied. We have a lot to catch up on when we get the chance. Roxy chuckled as she nodded at him. Turning his head to Sabrina, Ash gave her a warm smile too. It's good to see you again too, Sabrina. Sabrina gave the young champion a small smile, glad to see the man she held a form of affection. It's a pleasure to see you too, Ash. I'm glad you are all well and hope we can get together when we both have more time to do so. The young psychic blushed at the double meaning behind her words, hoping her crush/friend will say yes. Ash nodded happily, not even noticing the double meaning. I would love that, it's been a while since we talked as well. Plus I would love to see how things have been for you and Jengar here. Sabrina smiled happily at his acceptance, not noticing Roxy giving her a dirty look. She better stay away from my man. The white-haired girl raged mentally. Curlia and Kfing just stood in their positions, watching how everything unfolded. Curlia didn't know Ash so had no idea what was going on while coughing chuckled at his trainer, knowing of her crush on the male trainer. Have you met Miss Know-It-All here, Ash? Roxy asked, both curious and annoyed by how close they seemed to be. Of all people, why did Ash have to get along with Sabrina? Before Ash could reply, Sabrina beat him to it. We met years ago, where he battled my gym and got his marsh badge. He even saved me due to some regrettable circumstances that you don't need to know. What I would like to know is, how does he know a degenerate child like you? The fact that Sabrina said this in a monotone way seemed to annoy Roxy, as her eyebrow twitched. The fact she insulted her with big words and called her a child only made her angrier. I told you already you DMN robot, I'm not a kid. The Poison Gym leader yelled in anger. Coughing, let's get ready to show this machine its place by turning up the volume in our battle. Coughing cried out as he quickly flew in front of Roxy, ready to continue its match. How impudent for you to still think your poison can match my psychic Pokémon, Sabrina replied as her eyebrow twitched in irritation. But if you wish to be put in your place then we will gladly show it to you. Curlia, get ready to put down this loud brute. Curlia back flipped agilely until she landed in front of her trainer, crying out in determination for her victory. Shadow Ball/Euro Ball. The two powerful attacks collided as a bright light shone before an explosion took place, the smoke covering Coughing. The three trainers on the sideline sweat dropped at the battle, Lucario sighing as the battle continued. Ash looked to the couple behind, a curious look on his face. What are they even fighting about? Jacob and Erica wanted to facepalm at the denseness of the young champion, not believing that he couldn't tell they were fighting over him right now. Erica looked at Jacob, questioning him with her eyes. Jacob shrugged at Ash's questioning, believing it wasn't his place to tell him. I have no idea, Ash, could be something before we got here. What do you think, Erica? Erica shook her head, deciding to go along with it since she knew Jacob was lying. To be honest, I have no clue. I've known Sabrina for years and I know she is not easily angered. She's also not easy to get along with sometimes too because she is pretty blunt with her words, so it could be anything. Really, I don't know how you can be so dense, Ash. Lucario looked at the two humans and his MSTR, and had to fight the urge to chuckle. He knew what Jacob and Erica were thinking and he agreed with them. MSTR is a genius on the battlefield and on how to interact with Pokémon of all kinds. Outside of it, he's still pretty smart, even if some things elude him. When it comes to things like love and romance, Ash is pretty clueless. I mean, it took him forever to realize Alex and Suzaku liked each other, when it was obvious to everyone else. Ash looked back to the battle in time to watch Coughing slam into Kirlia with Tackle, who recovered enough to slam a surprise Shadow Ball into the poison type. As the two shook off the pain, Ash felt he should stop this battle, since he could tell it was more of a grudge match than anything else. Before Ash could do anything, a fast-moving Shadow Ball, which was dodged by Coughing, rushed towards Ash. Time seemed to slow down as the Ghost-type move was in reach, causing an explosion that covered Ash in thick smoke. This caused Coughing and Kirlia to pause in both worry and guilt, not meaning for the attack to hit anyone else except each other. Now they might have harmed their respective trainers' crush unintentionally. Sabrina and Roxy froze in shock and panic as they stared fearfully at the slowly dissipating smoke that hid the boy that stole their heart from view. They both wanted to scream out and run to him, but they found they could not. Their panic caused their bodies to refuse any orders given other than breathe and stare. The only ones not panicking were Lucario, Jacob, and Erica. Jacob and Erica weren't worried since Lucario wasn't, knowing he would have acted if Ash was in any real danger. Lucario just stood and looked to the two panicking Pokémon, eyes full of pity. "I'm sorry for you," he said mentally, knowing that they are screwed. When the smoke cleared finally, Jacob and Erica finally saw why Lucario was both not worried and looking at Coughing and Kirlia with pity. In front of an unscathed Ash, stood a very angry Glaceon, who was glaring at the two Pokémon on the battlefield. Jacob paled at seeing the growling Glaceon, due to witnessing how protective the ice type was of Ash. And those poor Pokémon have just angered her, he thought as he too felt pity for them. Sabrina and Roxy wanted to breathe sigh of relief, seeing that Ash was okay, but that glare from Glaceon held, made them hold their breath instead. They felt like they should return their Pokémon and run as fast as they could. "How dare you try to harm Ash?" Glaceon yelled out in complete fury. Her voice was the opposite of her type, burning with utter rage. Her eyes seemed to glow with her anger as her glare intensified at the now terrified Pokémon. "I will make sure that you pay." Before Ash could attempt to stop her, Glaceon took off in a blue blur of speed. In a second, Glaceon was next to Coughing and slammed an iron tail into the poison which caused the purple Pokémon to hit the ground hard. The moment Glaceon's feet touched the ground, which seemed to go in slow motion for the others, she vanished once more. Kirlia looked around in a panic, unable to locate where Glaceon was. Next thing she knew was a pain in her leg that made her cry out in pain. Looking down, she found Glaceon had its teeth clamped tightly around her right leg, the glare from the ice type piercing sharply into her frightened gaze. With a powerful tug, Glaceon lifted Kirlia off her feet and sent her sailing through the air, crashing into a slowly rising Coughing. The two Pokémon stumbled into a groaning heap, Kirlia ending up under Coughing. Glaceon then fired a quick blizzard, ready to knock out the two Pokémon that tried to hurt her MSTR/friend. Ash stood there inside, knowing something like this was going to happen. "Stop the blizzard with your Bone Rush Lucario," Ash commanded mentally to his Aura Pokémon, who took off in a blue blur. Lucario appeared in front of the two injured Pokémon and smashed the sides of his fists together. Pulling them apart, a glowing blue staff made of aura formed in between. With a mighty roar, Lucario spun the staff in front of him, making it barely visible except for a blue circle that seemed to get wider, as Lucario spun faster. The powerful ice-type move, slammed into the makeshift Bone Rush shield, breaking away from its targets due to being unable to get past the shield. As the fighting/steel-type Pokémon blocked the blizzard, everyone looked on in complete shock. First Glaceon easily crushed two high-level Pokémon with incredible speed, then Lucario moves even faster while blocking a very powerful Ice-type attack. Sabrina and Roxy were shocked stiff by the two Pokémon owned by their crush. Glaceon and Lucario were both obviously strong and extremely skilled by their actions. They did not want to be on the receiving end of any of the attacks from the two Pokémon. Jacob's fist tightened, not in frustration, but in excitement. He knows Ash is strong and really wanted to test how strong they really were. He especially wanted to take on Lucario due to him being Ash's aura partner. With a mighty swing of his aura staff, Lucario cancelled out the blizzard completely. Glaceon was not pleased that her righteous fury was stopped by her ally and friend. "Lucario, why did you stop me?" she yelled at the aura Pokémon. They deserve it for almost hurting Ash. In her eyes, anyone that hurts Ash needs to be punished. It's why she hasn't approached Delia at all. The mother hurt her trainer and should be nowhere near him because of it. She would have done something about it if Ash wasn't the one that let her stay. Lucario shook his head at her words, knowing she was going to say that. The aura Pokémon looked to his trainer and nodded, hoping he would step in, more like telling him to. Ash quickly stepped forward, gaining the Ice-type's attention. "Glaceon, thank you," the champion began as he smiled at her. He stopped in front of the Evolution and pet her head, causing her to smile in pure delight and rub her head into his touch. The once threatening and enraged Glaceon has now become a docile and happy Glaceon with a single touch. "Thank you so much for not only protecting me, but caring about me so much," he continued before his smile dropped slightly. "At the same time, they didn't mean it, Glaceon. The attack went astray and came into my direction. It wasn't their intention for me to be hurt." "But Ash!" Glaceon yelled out. "They still did it and you could have been hurt because of it." Ash shook his head, chuckling slightly at her stubbornness. "That's true, but they didn't mean to," Ash replied. "Their intentions were far different from what actually happened. They shouldn't be hated since they never wanted to hurt me and they feel bad about it." Ash's words began to slow as his mind began to race. He remembered how his mother told him about her true intentions, that she never meant to hurt him. She only wanted to help him like a mother should, and even feels terrible for what happened. Shaking his head to get rid of the thoughts, focusing back on a concerned Glaceon. "Glaceon, please just let this go," Ash said as he continued rubbing her head to calm her. He didn't want Glaceon to worry about him and then get everyone else to worry too. Glaceon, her body warm from his touch, reluctantly nodded her head in acceptance. "Fine Ash, only for you," she replied before her eyes narrowed at the two Pokémon behind Lucario. "But, I will keep my eyes on them." Ash nodded, knowing that's the best he could get out of her right now. Standing up, Ash took out two citrus berries and walked to the two downed Pokémon. When he was in front of them, he knelt down and offered them the berries with a warm smile. Coughing, knowing Ash already, ate the citrus berry with a smile and a quick thanks. Kirlia, on the other hand, had no idea who Ash was and didn't trust him. Kirlia looked at Coughing, looking for any signs of foul play, only to see the poison type's wounds heal and for him to float up happily. Ash smiled warmly, feeling her surprise and distrust. "You have nothing to fear, Kirlia," Ash said soothingly, causing the psychic/fairy to become less tense, unknowingly. "I'm not going to hurt you, I just wanted to help you. This berry will help you feel a whole lot better, just like Coughing here." The said poison type floated down with a smile on his face as he encouraged the injured Kirlia to trust Ash. Kirlia looked at the berry for a few more moments, debating whether to trust them or just endure the pain. Giving one final look to the grinning Coughing, Kirlia made her decision. "Okay," she whispered softly as she gently grabbed the citrus berry and began to eat it slowly at first before almost devouring it completely, yet somehow maintaining a hint of elegance. Ash chuckled as he watched Kirlia's wounds begin to disappear. Hearing his light chuckle, Kirlia blushed embarrassed as she looked down. "Thank you," she said shyly, before feeling a warm hand rub her head gently. Looking up, she saw his warm smile brighten. You're welcome, Curlia, Ash replied as he stood up. I'm just glad that you're feeling better. Using his aura to discreetly feel out any leftover injuries, he was relieved they were all taken care of. Standing up, Ash looked to the happy yet confused trainers, Sabrina and Roxy. I'm sorry for my Glaceon's actions, she has been very protective of me ever since I found her. I hope you're not too mad, but I understand if you are. Sabrina and Roxy both shook their heads, not mad at all. After all, if it wasn't for Glaceon, then Ash could have been seriously hurt. Any loyal Pokémon would have been furious by such a thing. That's good, Ash sighed relieved. Actually, me and my friends were going to get something to eat. Would you two like to join us? Yeah, I'd be happy to, Roxy and Sabrina replied simultaneously before quickly glaring at each other. Looking back, Sabrina tried to address the issue. Ash, you may want to rethink your invitation to this uncouth child. Her horrible manners would probably just spoil your meal. Roxy glared harder as a tick mark formed on her forehead again. Listen, you DMN robot. Roxy yelled. Just because you're so anti-fun doesn't mean you should ruin it for everyone else. Also, for the last time, I'm not a DMN child. Oh really, with the way you act it would make it hard to tell, Sabrina countered while crossing her arms. Roxy was about to explode before she felt a calming and soothing sensation washed over her. This caused Roxy's anger to vanish, feeling at peace with the warmth she was feeling. If she cared to look, she would have noticed that Sabrina was feeling the same effect she was. Ash stood as he watched the two trainers relax due to feeling his aura that he transmitted to them, his attempt to stop their argument. Why are they even fighting, he wondered. Let's not fight you two, Ash said, gaining their attention. Our Pokémon have been through very tough battles and deserve to be in an environment where they can relax. Bickering is only going to make them tense. Ash's words caused Sabrina and Roxy to think and realize that he had a point. Their Pokémon should be allowed to relax, not to be on guard because of them. I apologize, Curlia, Sabrina apologized to her psychic Pokémon. I was being selfish in my endeavors and forgot about your feelings. I hope you can forgive me. Curlia smiled at her trainer and waved off her apology as she gently hugged her. It's quite all right, my lady, Curlia elegantly replied. It's my duty to help make you happy. When you're happy, then I am too. Same here, coughing, Roxy said to her Pokémon. I let my emotions rock out so loudly that I totally ignored how you may feel. Please forgive me. Coughing circled Roxy happily, not at all upset with her. Not a problem, Roxy. Coughing replied. As the great rockers that we are, we have to give it our all at everything we do. I'll always have more in my tank for another round. He quickly snuggled into Roxy's chest, causing her to chuckle and hold him closer. Ash gave a small smile at the bond between the two trainers and their respective Pokémon. It made him think of the bond he has with each of his Pokémon. Jacob smirked at how Ash handled the entire situation, relieved that he didn't need to step in, having trusted Ash to be able to take care of it. He just knew that calming an angry Roxy could lead to a headache. Can we go eat now? Erica called out to the three trainers, gaining their attention. I'm actually very hungry and we have a lot to talk about. Ash nodded, a slightly more serious look crossing his face. Facing back to Sabrina and Roxy, Ash pointed his thumb back to the Pokémon Center. Let's go get some food, ladies, or Erica is going to get angry. Jacob chuckled at his girlfriend's pout that she gave Ash, finding it adorable. Taking hold of her hand, which got him a loving smile from her, he turned to Ash. Let's get our game plan set up. Pokémon Chapter 22. Silent Invasion, a conquered town and the perfect strategist. Pokémon Ranger Base, Kanto. Entering a small town deep within a forested area is located a Pokémon Ranger recruitment base. Here, upcoming protectors of the Pokémon world will come to sign up for training to become rangers and help stop poaching and evil organizations. Normally the town is bustling with activity due to most of the town being related to maintaining the ranger base in some way. Even finding wild Pokémon among the town was a very common sight. This time, none of the usual could be found around the town. The ground was either destroyed or scorched. The buildings were either on fire, barely standing, or destroyed altogether. Plant life was also on fire, upturned, or destroyed. The occasional unconscious person could be found either on the ground or among the wreckage that was once used to be a well-constructed building. Some wore the ranger uniform, signifying them as Pokémon Rangers. Others wore causal clothing, signifying them as civilians of the town. Among the calm chaos, several Pokémon were walking among the wreckage. Some were carrying the unconscious people while others were either cleaning up the rubble or putting out the flames. One such Pokémon was a slightly larger than average Absol, carrying an unconscious man who was laid out on its back. The Absol ran past other knocked out Rangers and Pokémon, not giving any of them a second glance. Leaping over a pile of rubble, that two golems were pulling people from, Absol sped up. The dark type slowed down as he neared the biggest building in town, the Pokémon Ranger Training Station. The building, while looking better than the others, also looked destroyed. Parts of the building were chipped off, the left corner was no longer there. Shattered glass littered the floors, leaving the windows wide open. The front door was missing, allowing anything to enter. The pole that once proudly waved the base's flag was no longer standing and the flag nowhere to be found. As Absol slowed to a walking pace, for Pokémon made themselves known by blocking his path when he neared the entrance of the building. The two Pokémon that stood on the outside were a Dusclops and a Sneasel. The Dusclops kept an eye on the disaster Pokémon while Sneasel walked around Absol, inspecting him and the unconscious human on his back. When the dark/ice type was satisfied, she looked to Dusclops and nodded. The ghost type moved to the side as he spoke out. Absol is here with another one. Ranger, threat level is unknown. Looking to Absol, he pointed to the door. You may enter. Absol wordlessly entered the building before stopping in front of the other two Pokémon that guarded the entrance inside the building. These two Pokémon were a Sableye, on the left, and a Houndoom, on the right. The two Pokémon just stood and stared as Absol walked by, not even acknowledging the dark type's presence. The inside of the building was just as damaged with statues and pillars destroyed or toppled over. Broken pieces of the building and/or glass littered the floor. Water was everywhere along with scorch marks covering the walls and ceiling. Sticky webbing hung from the ceiling along with the lights, that were flickering on and off, that were barely still holding on. The doors that led to other rooms were off their hinges, some were embedded into the ruined walls. Absol walked to the left and towards a giant hole that was once blocked by two heavy metal doors. Absol paused and moved to the side as a slightly bigger than average Tyranitar walked out. Absol took notice that the Tyranitar's tail was also smaller than other Tyranitars but not because of a BRTH issue. By the looks of it, it looked like its tail had been cut off in some way. Also, the giant Pokémon's back was littered with bad scars. Most of the scars were deep cuts and some looked like they came from WHPS and blades. Turning his attention from the Tyranitar, Absol continued his way through the hole. After entering, the scenery seemed to change as now the place was filled with people. Some walked around with trays of food on carts and others were walking around with clipboards. Different Pokémon were running or floating around, following the ones with clipboards. Some looked to acknowledge his entrance, while others didn't even spare Absol a glance. Walking further into the room, Absol walked past a few more doors before making his way to an open one that had a Sceptile standing in front of it. Past the door was a staircase that led further down the building. After being looked over by the Sceptile, Absol made his way to the base floor. Making it to the bottom, there were activity and more noise were being made. Let us out. You can't do this. You won't get away with this. Stop this right now. Absol paid them little mind as he knew that the ones yelling were lucky to be alive, even if in unfavorable conditions. He walked into view of a prison room that had many different cells all lined up. This is where the rangers held the poachers and criminals that they captured before handing them over to the police. The occasional Pokémon is held here until they get them to calm down, since the bars were made to be very resilient to all kinds of Pokémon attacks. This time though, the cells did not hold criminals of any kind. There was no dangerous Pokémon behind the bars. No, these cells held the town's protectors and heroes. They held the friends of all wild Pokémon. The cells held the Pokémon Rangers of the recruitment base, both the experienced and the newbies. As the disaster Pokémon entered the room, a Claydol floated up to him with a man next to him. The man had spiky green hair that spiked to the left. He had an average build that showed he worked out, but nothing spectacular. He had orange-red eyes that held a gruff wisdom that shows that he has been through a lot, or at least has seen much. The man looked to be in his mid-40s. He wore a long-sleeved red shirt with spirals around the arm sleeves. He had a ring on each finger and 2 earrings in each ear. He wore dark blue jeans and black sneakers. The man looked to Claydol and gave his command. "Claydol, take this prisoner to cell 15, there should be enough room for him there." Claydol used Psychic to lift the unconscious man off Absol and take him to his now designated cell. The man turned to the dark type. "Go back and continue to search for any survivors. I want to know stragglers. I'll report to the boss. Now go." Absol, the disaster Pokémon, replied before running back up the stairs to continue his mission. As Absol left, the man put a finger to the communicator on his wrist. "Boss, one of the Absols have brought in another ranger. So far, the collection is going well and there have been 0 resistance or incidences." "Good work, Corey," a young woman's voice. "Continue the mission assigned to you and bring in any more survivors, civilian or rangers." "Yes ma'am," the now named Corey replied as a Macamp entered the room, carrying 2 more unconscious people. On top of the base stood a young girl who looked over the destroyed town. She had bright pink eyes that were slightly covered by her short blue hair. She wore her red vest that her pokeballs were clipped to for easy calls. She wore gray jeans that were ripped at her ankles. She also wore pink and white running shoes. The young girl was Marcy, and she had a wide smile on her face as she watched the Pokémon drag or carry the unconscious member of the town. "I wonder how much longer until all of the survivors are rounded up." Huh. She looked up and noticed her Crobat hovering over a small section of the forest. The smile on her face dropped slightly and her eyes became sharper. "Not on my watch," she whispered. She jumped over the railing and off the route, not at all worried that she was falling to her possible doom. As she fell, her smile returned at full force. "You know what to do," she yelled out. Suddenly her belt glowed a bright white as it swirled off her waist and rushed towards the ground. The light grew and expanded until it reached almost 9 feet tall. When the light died down, a giant pink pillow had taken the place of her belt. The giant pillow softens her fall, allowing her to bounce off the top and twirl in the air before landing on her feet, completely unharmed. She held out her left arm to the giant pillow, a smile on her face. "Use transform and become a bracelet." The pillow glowed brightly once more before it shrunk down and shot at her wrist. When the light died down, a pink bracelet now covered her left wrist. She looked at her new bracelet, a satisfied smile on her face. "Excellent execution as always, Ditto." She grabbed a Pokeball from her vest and tossed it up. "Let's go Rapidash, we have a little Tepig to bring back to its pen." In a flash of light, Rapidash appeared. Rapidash began running forward, its trainer right by its side. Marcy grabbed the fire type and jumps on its back, neither one slowing down. With the blue-haired girl securely on its back, Rapidash sped up until it was just a fiery blur to anything else around them. In the forest. "I need to keep going," breathed out a man who leaned his right hand against a tree. The man was in his late 20s with an average height of 5 foot. He wore the Pokémon Ranger attire, but this one was different than the normal attire. The man wore a small red jacket that were torn at the sleeves. The edges were burned at the bottom, making it smaller than it used to be. The blue goggles he wore on his spiky brown hair was shattered. His dark blue undershirt was riddled with tears and holes and small dark blotches. The yellow scarf on his neck was also torn with pieces of thread showing. His green cargo breaths were burned and barely hanging on. The legs of the breaths were burnt up and barely able to cover his legs up to his knees. His running shoes, once red and green, were painted nearly black from scorch marks. Blood poured from the cuts and bruises that covered the man's body. His left eye was closed shut from the wounds he has sustained. He pushed himself off the tree and began running, a limp obvious in his steps. His instincts as an elite ranger screamed at him to jump to the side, and thankfully he listened to it as a flamethrower passed where he was. Looking behind him, he found the culprit to be a strong Rapidash. The fire type glared at him and was poised to strike again. Above Rapidash was a crobat that was upside down on a branch and its wings folded. "I'm going to guess that you're not going to just let me go," he said as he took a careful step back. "You guessed correct, Mr. Ranger," came a feminine voice from above him. He looked up to find a young girl with blue hair, gazing down at him as she leaned against the tree. "Hi there, my name's Marcy." "What's yours, Mr. Ranger?" Her head tilted slightly to the left in curiosity. "My name's Dennis," the now named Dennis replied warily. He's no fool, this girl wasn't as innocent as she appeared. That Rapidash was most definitely hers, and she had no issues with trying to take him out with that attack. Add to the fact that he felt a terrified shiver down his spine whenever she smiled. The fact that she could smile so brightly while a town was being destroyed not far from them, really unnerved him. "That is a nice name, Mr. Dennis," Marcy replied joyfully. "If you don't mind, Mr. Dennis, let's make things easy for both of us. You just turn around and come back with us to the town and you won't be caused any more harm. Refuse, well," suddenly her happy visage vanished and a cold one took its place. Her smile becoming more of a promise of pain than joy. "I don't recommend that you do that." Dennis, while sweating from the underlying threat in her tone, darted his eyes all around to find a way to escape. No wild Pokémon were nearby, so he couldn't call for their help. Due to the crobat, she had a complete bird's-eye view of his location. With Rapidash, outrunning her will be even more difficult. He had to be careful on how he handled each moment or else he is done for. "My partner is secured in her Pokeball," Dennis thought as he kept his eyes peeled. "The problem is that Piku is a support Pokémon, not a battler. I'm severely limited here." Jumping down from the tree, Marcy narrowed her eyes dangerously at Dennis. "So, what is it going to be, Dennis? Are you going to come quietly?" Raising his left leg to seemingly follow Marcy, Dennis quickly turned the opposite direction and ran off at full speed. "I can't give up. I need to get help." Marcy sighed as she watched him before a smirk grew on her face. "How predictable," she stated as she watched him run. "Rapidash, Crobat, go hunt." Rapidashes cried before taking off in a fiery blur once more. Crobat whipped open his wings and released his grip on the tree. Taking off, Crobat flew high up in astounding speeds. Dennis kept running, refusing to look back no matter what. He kept running even though his aching body protested it. He was so tired that he felt like his lungs were set aflame. He barely heard the stomping hooves of the quickly approaching Rapidash. The tired ranger stayed under the tree branches as best as he could to keep hidden from Crobat. The shadows of each branch crept of his body as he moved as best he could, his bones creaking with each step. The ace ranger quickly made a hard left as he ran off, just as a flamethrower flew past him. He picked up his pace as he ran faster, doing his best to gain distance from the pursuing Pokémon. He had to stop instantly and roll back as an air cutter sliced the ground in front of him. He also had to roll away as another flamethrower shot past him. Breathing heavily, he looked as Rapidash stomped up and Crobat hovered next to it. With no wild Pokémon nearby, no chance of escape, and too tired to run, he was completely out of options. His eyes widened as Crobat flew in front of the Rapidash as a powerful torrent of water shot past him and towards the two Pokémon. The poison/flying Pokémon made a blue bubble, signifying the use of Protect, that easily repelled the water attack. "Hey, are you alright?" a female voice called out from behind Dennis, causing him to look back towards his savior. His savior was a slightly pudgy girl wearing a yellow dress that reached her ankles. She stood out at about 4 feet 8 inches, so she wasn't what you would call tall. She had long blue hair that was tied into a ponytail that reached down to her shoulder blades. She had green sunglasses that were shaped like hearts on her head. She also wore yellow rain boots, which was strange since it has been sunny for 2 weeks. Next to her was a Golduck, most likely the one that shot the water attack earlier. The girl glared at the two Pokémon angrily. Ganging up on an injured person is not fair. So, allow me and Golduck to even the playing field. Let's go Golduck. Right. Golduck yelled out as he stood in front of his trainer and the injured man. The girl turned back to Dennis. Don't worry, sir. Me and Golduck are here to help you and stop them. She looked back to the other Pokémon, so they don't get the drop on them. Before Dennis could get up and thank her, a chuckle caught him by surprise. Once more, he looked up to find Marcy watching them from the branch of a tree. Looks like more players have joined our little game of Persian and Pikachu, Marcy smiled in joy. I think you are going to regret helping him because I now can't let you leave freely as my boss would be very angry with me if I do. So, I'll offer you the same thing I offered Mr. Dennis behind you. She hoped over the two trainers and landed behind them, her eyes never leaving them. Give up and things will be less painful for you. Continue on and you will regret your choice. Here is my answer, the girl replied as she pointed at Marcy's Pokémon. Golduck, use Water Pulse. Golduck quickly gathered an orb of water between its hands before shooting it at Rapidash and Crobat. Marcy didn't even look worried as her smile never dropped, though her eyes gained a sharpness that could cut metal. Air Slash. Crobat quickly flapped its 4 wings as the condensed slashes rushed forward and easily sliced through the water-type attack without any form of resistance. Golduck, not needing to be told, dove out of the path of the quickly approaching Air Slash. It was a good thing it did as the attack continued to slice through several trees before dissipating. This left both the girl and her Golduck shocked at the power that the poison/flying Pokémon possessed. Before I show you just how bad of a mistake you made, Marcy began as her smile became more demented and the happy light had dimmed until it became a cruel gleam. What's the name of our new prey that could not help but decide to get itself trapped in the Pyroar's den? My name. The young trainer stammered in fear. It's Harley. Harley Carwile. She didn't know why, but the feeling Marcy gave off filled her with fear. Good, now I know what to call you should you impress me, Marcy stated. Rapidash, sit this one out. Crobat, let's make this quick yet fun. Go, use your wing attack. Rapidash nodded as it stood to the side and watched Dennis while the poison/flying type rushed forward with high speeds. Golduck, quickly use your Scald. Then follow it up with your Psychic. Harley countered. She was so focused, she didn't take note of Marcy's growing grin. Crobat easily cut through the boiling water without any sign of being remotely bothered by it. He also hid his body among the trees and branches before Golduck's psychic attack could hone in on him. Now she will try a widespread water attack to hold us back. Most likely it will end up being Water Pulse after slamming it on the ground, Marcy analyzed mentally. So, countering will be as simple as overpowering, piercing moves. Golduck, use Water Pulse and slam it onto the ground. Keep them away from you. Harley yelled out in worry. Too easy, Marcy thought bored. Crobat, pierced through with Aerial Ace. The bat Pokémon quickly covered itself in its aura and easily broke through the wall of water set up by Golduck. Crobat slammed into the water type, causing him to yell out from the pain. Due to Golduck's physique, he will recover. From the angle, he will most likely roll to the right, due to how slow it seems, it won't react in time. Crobat, air slash to Golduck's right. Crobat followed her orders with extreme precision as he released the flying type attack with a flap of its wings. Just as Marcy thought, Golduck recovered with a roll to its right, only to land in the path of the incoming air slash and get sent sailing back. The water type slammed into a tree with a sickening thud as it cried in agony. It won't be enough to take it out as it's obviously the stubborn type, though the hits will make it become sluggish, Marcy though as she watched Golduck get up. Golduck will also get desperate along with its trainer, so she will try to SWCH to close range due to how much distance has obviously failed her. An attack like Furry Swipes will be most likely on the way since I doubt it still knows Scratch. Crobat, when I say, use Wing Attack. The bat Pokémon nodded as he hovered in place. Great job Golduck, Harley cheered, though you could still easily hear the worry in her tone. Charge in at full speed and use Furry Swipes. Understood, the water Pokémon yelled as he ran at the hovering flying slash poison Pokémon, a limp in his steps. Marcy closed her eyes as she sighed in boredom. Crobat, move left, then up. Follow it up with another dodge downward and use Wing Attack to send it back, the blue-haired girl commanded with no care. After that, use Venoshock. Crobat quickly followed in perfect sequence as he dodged all the swipes and slammed into Golduck with its glowing wings. Before Golduck could recover, the water type was hit with the poisonous green gunk that caused him to lose footing and fall back. Rapidash shook its head as he watched the completely one-sided battle while keeping its eyes on Dennis and Harley, the two fools that dared to defy its trainer. His trainer deserved the world for what she had been through and what was taken from her, and he will make that happen. Even if everything else needed to be broken first. Dennis watched in fascinated horror as he saw Crobat take complete control of the battle since the beginning. No matter what they tried, Marcy seemed to already have a counter in place. It's like she already knows what they are going to do and act before they even do it. Can she see the future or something? Harley was beyond worried, not having any clue of what she could do. Marcy was ready to counter her every move and was able to overpower her Golduck with the most minimum of effort. All she wanted was to be a famous Pokémon fashion designer. She was just trying to help a person in need, not expecting any of this. How is she able to know just where and how my Pokémon are going to move? Can she see the future? Marcy finished her thought happily, shocking the young trainer. Harley's eyes widened when she realized that Marcy said exactly what was on her mind. Can she read? She began to mentally panic before being interrupted again by Marcy. My thoughts. But how? The blue-haired trainer finished for her again with fake worry. Marcy smirked as she watched Harley being to panic even more, already knowing that she would. And this is checkmate, Marcy thought. Crobat, aerial ace. Then use air slash behind Mr. Dennis. Dennis and Harley's eyes widened at the command, but before either could act, Crobat rammed into Golduck which sent it flying towards Rapidash and unleashed the commanded air slash attack. The resulting explosion caused Dennis and Harley to fall forward on their faces. Crobat quickly hovered over the two down trainers, ready to strike in case they tried to do anything. Marcy looked to Rapidash that held down the unconscious Golduck. The 16-year-old girl sighed bored as she quickly walked to the two down trainers. Well, it looks like this game is over without any form of a contest, she said as she stopped in front of the two trainers. Crouching down, she pets Dennis on the head like she was consoling a sad child. If you had just cooperated when I asked you to, then there would have been no need to hurt you like this. You chose to run and to cause yourself more pain than necessary. She turned her attention to Harley, a sad smile on her face. And if you only minded your own business, then you would have been left alone for the most part. You put yourself in the wrong place at the worst time. To make it worst, you tried to play the big hero in a world where no such thing exists. It's just people thinking they are bigger than they really are. For your heroics, you got yourself hurt along with your Pokémon. To make matters worse, your battle was pitiful and left me unimpressed, which means that I have absolutely no use for you. What happens to you now, will be left to fate. Fate, something that does not care for heroism, villainism, love, friendship, age, rich, or even poor. Your life is now in the hands of one of the coldest hands possible, only tied with death itself. Her bracelet glowed brightly as it shot from her wrist and wrapped around the trainers, turning into pink rope that tightly bound the two trainers that were slowly losing consciousness. Why would you do such a thing? What are you up to? What are you trying to accomplish here? Harley yelled out in frustration as Dennis finally lost conscious. My purpose? Marcy responded, tilting her head to the side that would have been cute in any other situation. My purpose is to do something very simple, to get back the chances that were ripped away from me at a young age. To live the life that was denied by all the villains and evil in this world, fate included. What do you mean by that? Harley asked, confused by her words. She was doing her best to fight off the closing of her eyes. What I mean is, Marcy began as she gripped the back of Harley's head and glared, the smile on her face forgotten and a look of anger in its place. Her eyes no longer held the glint of joy, but raging like the seas during a storm. I am going to be more than some mere hero, I am going to be a savior. I will save this world from the evil that plagues it and causes it so much harm by destroying the bonds that lead us to such actions. The actions that will always lead to pain and greed. The binds of human nature. I will give all that lost so much due to evil and return it to us all. She then slammed the beaten trainer's head into her raising knee, knocking Harley completely unconscious. The rope that held the now unconscious duo glowed once more as it unwrapped itself from them and landed next to the bodies. As the form changed and the light died down, a smiling Ditto took its place. Marcy smiled at her Ditto as it jumped into her arms and snuggled into her. Great job, buddy. Now that all our loose ends are tied up, it's time to finish up the roundup. She looked up at her Crobat, who hovered nearby. Go back to the town and bring someone to carry these two back to the base so we can place them into cells. Crobat nodded at her order as he flew off. Marcy looked back to the downed people, specifically Harley. I'm sorry, but I won't stop here. Just know, peace will come soon and this time no evil will be around to end it. It will be a perfect world. A appealing world. Chapter 24. Zean's Stand. In town. The apprentice of Ash Ketchum walked around the vast town, taking in the vibrant and active sights of the sights and people. He hadn't watched Ash's battle due to not really wanting to since he was confident that would win anyway. He instead, really wanted to see more of the Indigo Plateau due to it being his first time being here. Zean has traveled to many different places all over the world, due to his job of watching over the legends of the world. Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and even the Ore region are just a few of the regions that he has seen. Of course he hasn't seen every inch of each region, since he usually stays where the legends were and not much else. So getting the chance to explore was something he always enjoyed doing. As he walked, Zean did not take notice of the looks he was receiving from the various girls that were nearby. Many of them looked at him with blushes on their faces as he passed them, but how could they not? As the young age of 18, Zean had looks that could attract a lot of attention. His long hair that he normally kept free was tied in a ponytail, though it wasn't his idea. He didn't wear his black jacket, due it being cleaned and Ash's Gardevoir will not listen to his protest, so he opted to wear a tight plain white shirt that left nothing to the imagination as his abs were easily noticeable. Without his jacket on, his toned arms were out for viewing pleasure. The X-shaped scar on his face gave him a roguish, bad boy charm, yet his black eyes shone with kindness and a protectiveness that made others feel safe. He wore light blue jeans along with yellow sneakers. Clipped around his waist were 6 Pokeballs, 3 on each side. Zean heard a small explosion to his left, causing his head to snap his head to the direction and quickly placed his right hand on one of his Pokeballs by pure reflex. He used his aura sense to scope out what was going on since everyone around him didn't seem bothered. He found out it was due to 2 trainers were having a battle in the nearby square, which was a common occurrence due to so many trainers being in one area at the same time. Zean sighed as he relaxed and put his hands on the back of his head. He usually had to deal with all manner of bad people in the world, ranging from evil organizations similar to Team Rocket, down to common poachers. While normally a calm person, he's always on guard since it was his job to look after the legendary Pokémon and protect them. Shaking his head, Zean deactivated his aura sense as he turned his head back forward. Normally he would be walking with his Lucario by his side, but he is currently resting due to his earlier training session. So he was a bit on edge at the moment. As he continued his walk, Zean noticed that he was beginning to feel hungry. He looked around to find some place to eat, not feeling like eating at the Pokémon Center again. While looking around, he paused as a girl's voice out to him. "Zean, is that you?" Zean paused since there shouldn't be many people who know of him, especially a girl's. He never really interacted with too many people since he had to guard legendary Pokémon and couldn't risk their safety. Plus the only other girl he has a lot of contact with was Alex. Turning around, he was surprised that the one that called out to him was Misty Waterflower, forgetting that they had met already. Next to the orange-haired girl was Dawn Berlitz, May Maple, and Iris, Unova's golden girl, and one of the top contenders for the seat of Champion of Unova. He also took notice of how strong her aura was, which was impressive for a non-aura user. Cursing at having to act again, Zean smiled and waved. "Hey Misty, good afternoon." He waved at them as they ran up to him, Misty smiling back. "Hey Zean, I didn't expect to run into you so soon," Misty said as she stood in front of the young apprentice. The water-type gym leader gave him a look over and blushed as she did so. She definitely liked what she saw. "That jacket kept such a gem hidden from me," Misty yelled mentally. As she eyed his body gleefully, not noticing the raised eyebrow of the other three trainers. Not that I can blame her, May thought. He is one handsome man and those abs look like even steel would shatter on impact. Misty," Zean questioned, getting said girl's attention. "Are you going to introduce me to your friends?" Misty's face flushed in embarrassment as she realized that she has been staring. "Oh right spry," she replied nervously before pointing to the other two female trainers. "These are my two friends, Iris and May. Iris is in the tournament while May is here to cheer on her brother who is also competing." She pointed to said trainers as she introduced them. Zean nodded with a small smile as Misty introduced her friends, even though he already knew who they were, and waved at them. "Hello there, my name's Zean," he greeted them. May and Iris smiled at how kind he was, as they greeted him too. "So, what were you up to, Zean?" Misty asked, curious if her new friend was busy. Zean shrugged in response. "Not much really, just walking around before going to one of the stadiums to watch some of the battles." "Well, we were going to get something to eat," Misty said. "Why don't you come to join us? I am sure the girls won't mind." The water gym leader turned to her two friends who shook their heads, smiles on their faces. "I wouldn't want to intrude," Zean tried to dissuade them. He really didn't want to be around the people who hurt his teacher so badly. His mother was one thing, his ex-friends were another. This failed however as his stomach chose this moment to growl loudly. This caused him to chuckle nervously since his hunger made itself well known. This caused the girls, minus Iris who just sighed and shook her head, to giggle since they were used to things like this. "It seems that you're very hungry, so come on," May invited as she was eager to go eat and make a new friend. "We found this really nice place that has food based on places like the Ore region." Sighing mentally at having no way out without starting a fight, Zean smiled as he nodded. "Okay then, I'm in. Lead the way ladies." Misty and May giggled as they walked, Iris following behind. As they walked, Zean only had one thought. How do I get myself into these situations? A few minutes later, we find the four trainers sat at a round table in a two-story, fancy decorated restaurant. Also from what he can tell, this was either very popular or was just having a good day. Charmeleon Charcoal Grill, a disconcerting name indeed, Zean hummed as he saw some satisfied people leaving the building. The people who were eating outside were enjoying their meals. The three trainers entered the building, ready to eat. The moment they entered, Zean felt his body go stiff, as the hairs on his body felt like they were standing on end. He began to sweat slightly as his danger sense went haywire, screaming at him to be ready. Something is very wrong here, he thought as his eyes darted around the room, trying to find the source of his worry. He began to expand his aura in an attempt to find the source, only to come up empty. I can't pinpoint where it's coming from. Seeing his strange behavior, Misty looked at Zean with concern, a look mirrored by May while Iris just looked at him strangely. Are you okay, Zean? Misty asked the aura student. Yeah, you don't look too good, May continued as she attempted to put a hand on Zean's forehead, only for said trainer to flinch away and take a step back. Retracting her hand, her concern raised. You look like you've seen a ghost. He didn't answer for a second as he made another attempt to find the source of his worry, but couldn't. Looking back to the worried face of May and Misty, he gave them a reassuring smile. I'm fine, just not used to big crowds yet. I traveled alone most of the time and rarely went into cities like this, so it's a bit overwhelming for me sometimes. He half lied since it is true that he rarely deals with places crowded by people. The girls nodded, understanding his reason as anyone would be nervous being so out of their element. Misty looked at him with a small smile. If that's the case, we could go somewhere else, if you want. Zean contemplated this for a second before shaking his head. I'll be fine, just was caught off guard more than anything. Let's go in and eat, I'm famished. He led the rest of the way inside. They quickly ordered their food after being seated thanks to a waitress that seemed to keep giving Zean a warm smile. They made idle chit-chat, except Zean, who tried to stay as silent as possible while sipping on a hot Capua Coco, a drink from a place called Alola. He will have to ask Ash about that since he has never heard about it before. His plan to stay out of the conversation was a bust when Iris pointed her next question towards him. So Zean, what are you doing on this island? Are you a competitor? No, I'm not a competitor, Zean replied with a shake of his head. I'm here because of my closest friend who is the one competing. I'm not much of a battler. He knew he lied slightly on his part since he loved battling, he just didn't participate in any official battles. Misty gave him a strange look, finding that strange since she knew from their encounter that Zean was really good at battling. He was quick to react, smart, observant of both the field and Pokémon, and he didn't push his Pokémon too far. How come Zean? You are good, good enough that I am sure you would have a place in this tournament. Zean shook his head as he chuckled lightly. No, I just had an extremely good teacher, he stated with a small smile, remembering all the good times he and Ash had while they trained. Do you just not like to battle then, Zean? Iris asked curiously. No, because I do enjoy the occasional battles, more like love them really, he replied. I just prefer traveling more than anything. I just learned to pick up a few tricks here and there. And make sure the great legends are safe and undisturbed, he added mentally. For the next hour, they all talked and ate, Zean only talking when addressed and only answering with as small as answers as possible. He had no issues with them, just that they hurt Ash. At the same time, his guardian side won't allow him to be mean to them even if he wanted to. He felt conflicted on how to act towards them, if he should continue being fake or just ignore them. He was afraid of how Ash will act if he were to find out about this, having not been used to Ash ever acting the way he has been lately. He will just have to be careful. So Zean, May addressed, getting his attention. You have traveled a lot, so I was wondering where you have been. This got both Iris and Misty's attention as they were curious too. They don't travel as much as they used to, so it's nice to hear about the different parts of the world. Yeah, there are many amazing places all over the place, Zean began as he gave a small smile. I have been to the mountain ranges of Kalos, the ruins of Sinnoh, the many vast forests of Johto and the caves of Hoenn. There have even been many places that I never expected to be, so much beauty. Really? Iris asked in excitement. Like where? Zean shook his head at her creation. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you, Zean replied, getting a disappointed pout from Iris. Please understand, Iris, these places have had little to no interaction, allowing them to remain undisturbed by humans and become a sanctuary for many different species of Pokémon. My wish is for it to remain that way for as long as I can possibly allow. Reluctantly, Iris sighed and backed down with a nod of acceptance at his words. She understood that there were many horrible people in the world that would do many terrible things to Pokémon to get what they want. She would never do anything bad to Pokémon. There's no telling who is listening in with all the people here. Thank you for understanding, Zean stated with a soft smile that caused a light pink blush to stain the girl's cheeks. Before Zean could say anything more, he felt it again. A dark and oppressive feeling, but this time felt more aimed at him. Like it was trying to crush him for amusement. He looked around with his aura and located it to be a few tables from him. He looked to his right and saw a man wearing a hoodie, glaring hatefully at him with red eyes. No doubt about it, that pure hateful feeling is all coming from him, Zean thought warily. But why towards me? And why does it feel like I know him from somewhere? He watched as the man stood up and paid for his meal and stood up. He watched the man walk out after giving the waitress a nonchalant wave, his hatred still obvious. He slightly glanced at Zean and smirked before leaving. Zean quickly stood up, catching the girl's attention. As fun as it's been, I need to get going. He heard Misty and May groan in disappointment while Iris looked curious. I promised my friend I would meet up with him and catch up before the tournament restarts tomorrow and takes up all his time again. He took out a good amount of money Ash gave him to enjoy himself, and placed it on the table. Hopefully this should be enough for all four of us. Whatever is left can go to the waitress, regardless of the amount. Bye girls. He quickly ran out, leaving the surprised girls at the table. Zean burst into the streets, keeping his aura sense on high alert. He felt the malice still and took off at full speed. Lucario, come out. He called out through his aura link. A pokeball on his waist burst open as the blue jackal appeared, running next to his trainer. The two kept running until they ended up by another section of the forest. They appeared near an area that was filled with the scent of sea water, meaning they were near the sea. On a boulder sat the angry man from earlier, his arm on his knee and his chin in his open palm. His hood was down, revealing the man's tattooed face to the world. So you're this shadow, I presume, Zean said, not really asking since the man's description matched Ash's and Alex's words. A huge amount of malice, piercing eyes, a confident and snarky smirk, and the strange markings on his face. Shadow chuckled as he made to stand up on the boulder. The chuckle was dark and cold, but there was also no real amusement. His piercing blue eyes were filled with nothing but hatred. All of it directed towards him. I feel like he is trying to suffocate me with his hatred alone, Zean thought as he tried to brush off this feeling. This hate, it feels like a personal hatred, but why? This is my first time meeting this man. So what if I am Shadow? Shadow replied as his eyes began to glow slightly. Are you going to try and take in? Or better yet, use your power to take mine out? A black energy began to surround his left hand. But I'll make you work for it. He shot his arm forward and released an attack that looked similar to a dark pulse towards Zean and Lucario. Lucario, use Aura Sphere, Zean commanded his partner, who shot the blue sphere instantly, barely holding back the black attack. A small explosion took place, sending a powerful force of wind that blew away the surrounding trees. Shadow's smirk vanished as he looked enraged, glaring and growling at Zean and Lucario. A dark red power surrounded his body as his tattoos seemed to glow too. You pathetic waste of space. Shadow growled in rage and disgust. His body began to emit a powerful red light, the wind in the area picking up in a rapid pace. You need the aid of a Pokémon to fight me for you. Not even going to use your own strength and power. You cowardly weakling. He released the same attack, but this time it was much more powerful. Lucario, dodge it with extreme speed then follow it up with Aura Sphere. Zean commanded as an orb of aura, signifying protect, surrounded his body. Lucario roared as he took off in a blue blur, too fast for anyone to keep track. The attack from Shadow continued its path until it slammed into the protect. Zean was pushed back from the attack, which shocked him because that meant the attack was on par with his own. Just how strong is this guy, he thought as both attacks vanished. Lucario appeared beside Shadow with an aura sphere fully charged. He shot the attack at close range, hitting Shadow on his side, causing him to fly through the air. Doing a flip, Shadow landed on his feet and scrunched his face into a pure enraged expression as he growled more menacingly at the aura Pokémon. Stay out of this fresh meat. This is between me and that failure you call a trainer. Why does he seem to hate me so much? Zean thought in confusion. From what he was told, Shadow was usually calm and in control. Here he is now, angry and wild like an angered Tauros. Why the sudden difference towards him? I will not allow you to hurt my friend, Lucario replied as he got into a runner's stance. He kept his senses on high alert since he knew aura sight would be useless against him. I can't guarantee that you will live should you continue with this foolish decision to get in my way, Shadow replied. His glowing eyes narrowed as he turned to Zean. Are you really going to let your Pokémon do all the fighting for you, weakling? Zean clenched his fists tightly, getting seriously angry at Shadow's constant insults and taunts. Channeling aura to his feet and legs, Zean used quick attack to appear next to Shadow. He lunged a fist forward, aiming for Shadow's head. The tattooed man took a step back, dodging the attack easily. He caught Zean's wrist and kneed Ash's student in the gut. He used his other hand and began charging a dark orb in Zean's face. Before he could fire the attack though, he had to let go of his captive and jump away to avoid an aura sphere shot his way. Shadow glared hatefully at Lucario, who was the one to fire the fighting type attack. I told you to stay out of this. And I told you, I will not let you hurt my friend, Lucario replied calmly as he appeared next to his MSTR as Zean stood up. Thanks for the save Lucario, Zean thanked Lucario, who nodded as he refused to take his eyes off Shadow. Then you have signed your death warrant you mutt, Shadow replied angrily. He took off in a burst of speed, leaving a cracked earth behind, ready to kill his targets. He swung at Zean who blocked the attack with his forearms and swung a kick towards Lucario who ducked under it. Due to his body's position, Shadow twisted his hip and swung his leg downward into an axe kick. Surprised by the action, Lucario had no time to respond and was face-planted into the ground. Snapping his other arm forward, he grabbed hold of Zean and flipped his captive before throwing him across the field. Zean was sent flying until his momentum was stopped by slamming into a tree. The only thing keeping his spine from snapping from the impact was the coating of aura throughout his body. The impact still hurt a lot though. Shadow faced his hand at Lucario and shot a blast of dark energy at the still recovering Pokémon. The explosive force of the attack sent the aura Pokémon back through the air. A tendril of shadows launched up and wrapped around Lucario's leg before slamming him back into the ground. This continued 2 more times until the shadows wrapped around his body, trapping him. What is this feeling? Lucario thought groggily as he tried to break free. It feels like pure death and anger is all around me. This isn't aura, this is something else entirely. Like I said Lucario, Shadow said menacingly as a dark grin formed on his face. He raised his hand as dark and red chains began to come out of it, thrashing around dangerously. I'll make you regret your decision, as I tear your soul out of your body. Slowly and painfully. Shadow quickly sensed danger from behind him and jumped back to dodge as Zean appeared by his previous position, swinging his aura staff. As Shadow landed, he jumped away again to the left to avoid a powerful bolt of electricity. Looking to where the attack came from, he sneered at a Pikachu that was glaring at him with sparking cheeks. Another DMN annoyance, Shadow growled. You would sink even further to use more of your lesser creatures, you really are nothing Zean. All that hidden strength and you rely on aura and Pokémon to fight for you, such a disappointment. Shut up. Pikachu yelled out in rage. How dare you speak to my MSTR such a way? I will make sure you pay for that. Thunder. The yellow Pokémon released a powerful bolt of electricity that rushed at Shadow, who merely stepped away as the attack rushed past. Shadow took off in high speeds, ready to crush Pikachu for getting in his way. Scowling in more rage, he stopped and brought his arm up to block a swing from Zean, who tried to kick him. Raising his left knee, he was able to block a punch aimed to his gut from Lucario. He grabbed Zean's leg and slammed him into Lucario, sending both trainer and Pokémon flying back. Raising his hand, he shot another pulse of dark energy at them. Pikachu rushed forward with high speed as electricity surrounded him. Volt Tackle. The yellow rat yelled as it slammed into Shadow, who jumped over the attack and released another dark blast that hit Pikachu head-on. Before Pikachu could hit the ground, Lucario appeared in a blur and caught the electric mouse Pokémon. As he landed, he jumped away as Tendril of Shadows tried to impale them. Using extreme speed again, Lucario vanished in a blue blur and appeared next to Zean, who began to take out his aura weapon, his twin Tunfas. Giving the Tunfas a few practice twirls, he got into a stance and gripped the handles tightly. Let's go guys, he said softly as he and his two Pokémon rushed forward. Shadow looked unimpressed as he too rushed forward to meet his opponents. He ducked under a swing from the left Tonfa and jumped back to avoid a bone rush from Lucario. Reaching out from the side, he caught a mid-swing Iron Tail from Pikachu and threw the yellow Pokémon at Zean, interrupting the swing of the other Tonfa. Using that chance, Shadow kicked Zean in the stomach, which caused both trainer and Pokémon flying back before turning and deflecting an aura sphere that was shot by Lucario. Just how strong is he / just how strong is this man, thought both Zean and Lucario respectively. We barely got any hits in, and the ones that did, barely slowed him down. Shadow slowly stalked forward as powerful black orbs formed in his palms. They both gave off feelings of death as they grew to the size of tennis ball. I will show you what true terror feels like. How it feels to be hopeless. Your pathetic power and weak strength will not be enough to stop me from destroying everything you hold dear. Zean stood up angrily, glaring at Shadow as his power began to rise. His aura seemed to vanish as his eyes changed from a pure blue to a bright pink with a light blue hue around it. The aura around him began to replicate his eyes as the air around him seemed to intensify. The local plant life also seemed to be affected as the grass seemed to go greener as his power grew in strength. Shadow stood there as the winds blew harder as he looked at the grass around Zean, taking note of some flowers beginning to grow at a rapid pace. So he's beginning to take this more seriously, is he? Shadow thought as his power rose slightly. But he's still relying on that pathetic aura of his. This is seriously getting on my last nerve. He shot the two orbs at Zean, who merely raised his black and white Tonfa. When the two neared, he rushed forward with both Tonfas in an X shape while flowing his power through them. He blocked the two orbs, but not without being pushed back by them. Roaring, Zean the attack skywards. Looking up, he was surprised to find Shadow gone. Hearing a painful grunt from behind him, Zean turned in time to see kick Lucario into a tree. Channeling power to his feet, Zean took off in a blue blur and attacked Shadow, who blocked the attack. Volt Tackle, Pikachu, he commanded as he blocked a strong punch from Shadow. Pikachu ran forward as electricity surrounded the electric mouse Pokémon. Reaching the fighting trainers, Pikachu decided to trust in its trainer and did not hesitate. Seeing his electric-type Pokémon, Zean tried to spin kick Shadow. The kick was grabbed by Shadow easily, which was what Zean expected. Using his lower body strength, he lifted his upper body and threw his black Tonfa downward between them, aiming for the tip to smash into Shadow's wrist. Shadow let go quickly and avoids the Tonfa, only to be kicked from the back by Zean's other leg. Caught off guard, he was unprepared for Zean's legs to wrap around his head and pull him to the side. Right into the incoming Volt Tackle. Pikachu, once seeing he made contact, released as much power as he could, causing Shadow to cry out in pain as an explosion took place. The electric Pokémon ran out of the smoke and stood next to its trainer, it wincing slightly from the recoiled pain. Zean looked carefully at the smoke, keeping his senses on high alert. That should definitely have hurt him, Zean thought as his eyes glowed a brighter pink. Moving quickly, Zean grabbed Pikachu and jumped away in time as a black dome of energy burst from the smoke and spread across the field. When the dome cleared, Shadow stood there angrily as his body sparked and his cloak was singed. His body held bruises mainly on his side. Shadow glared hatefully, as his eyes glowed a bright red and the air around him grew tense. Before he could go any further, an Espion appeared next to him in a bright light. "What do you want, Espion?" he asked in annoyance as his power calmed down. His eyes remained a bright red as the darkness crept off his body. "We have to head out," Espion responded. "We have a job to do and you're wasting time with this fight. We have to move if we plan to get it done." Shadow hummed and thought before sighing annoyingly as he completely died down. "You make a good point, Espion, besides I would rather not deal with the backlash." He looked to Zean and smirked. "It seems we will have to end our fight a little early, Zean, duty calls. You and your pathetic Pokémon get to live a little bit longer due to me not feeling satisfied at breaking you enough yet. You really think I would just let you leave after all this?" Zean yelled as his glowing eyes flickered. "Then you are more out of your mind than I originally thought. Extreme speed, Lucario." Shadow sighed, unimpressed by Zean. "You know what you need to do, Espion." The psychic type nodded as he closed his eyes. Lucario appeared in a blur next to Espion, a bone rush aimed at him. Espion vanished in a bright light as the staff of Aura slammed into the ground. Espion appeared behind Lucario and slammed the Aura Pokémon into the ground with Iron Tail. Then he used Psychic and tossed Lucario back to Zean. Lucario recovered in the air and fired an Aura Sphere at the duo, only for it to be countered by a Moon Blast fired by Espion. When the two attacks collided, an explosion took place as it covered the duo in smoke. Acting quickly, Lucario fired another Aura Sphere at the smoke, causing another ground-shaking explosion. The trainer and two Pokémon waited till the smoke cleared, though Zean had a feeling. His gut feeling was right as when the smoke eventually cleared away, Shadow and Espion were gone without a trace. "They got away it seems," Lucario said as he baked around. "What was that all about, Zean?" "I'm going to be honest, Lucario," Zean replied as he returned to normal. "I do not know." He looked to a spot where Shadow once stood before, taking note of the dead grass and flowers and decayed soil. "But I'm going to find out. Let's head to the Pokémon Center to heal up, Ash needs to know about this." "That man was unusually strong," Pikachu said as he climbed onto his MSTR's right shoulder. "He might be as strong as Ash is when he takes things seriously." "Either that or stronger," Zean replied as he began walking with Lucario. Shadow didn't go all out, he's still hiding more. "I don't like this." The trio made their way through the woods, the events of what just occurred fresh on their minds. Chapter 25. Ash and group were sitting at a table as they spoke about Shadow and the dangers that he possessed to everything. Sabrina, Erica, and Roxy had to be caught up about what they heard. Erica already had an idea thanks to Jacob explaining a bit of it to her, but now she had a more complete picture. She was both angered and disgusted that such a horrible man existed. It took them all some convincing, but they believed them about the man after some coaxing and Sabrina confirming they were not lying through her psychic powers. "Unfortunately, we are stuck at the current moment," Ash said with a sigh. A cup of hot tea in his hands. "We can't go to the higher-ups without evidence and we can't just hunt him down due to his ability to stay hidden so well. What about talking to Cynthia and the other champions?" Jacob suggested as he drank his tea. "You, personally, are close to pretty much every champion except for Gold. I'm more than sure that they will hear you out." "If that's the case," Erica began as she put her empty cup of moo moo milk to the side. "Why not involve the Frontier Brains as well? Aren't you good friends with them too? At the very least, I know you and Annabelle are close at the very least." That statement made both Sabrina and Roxy look at Erica questioningly. I normally would, Ash said as he leaned back in his chair. The issue with that idea is risking information about Shadow getting out. Information that is both inaccurate and incomplete. They need to be informed there is danger, but when we have enough to help them. I get that you're trying to minimize panic, but that idea is bad and will go badly, Jacob replied with a shake of his head. A psycho he may be, but he is also extremely strong with very strong Pokémon. Not alerting them will put them at a huge disadvantage. If by chance they fall to Shadow, mass panic will ensue either way due to such powerful trainers losing to him. The elites and champions are really strong, Roxy spoke as she looked at Jacob. What makes you think they will lose just like that? I'm not saying that they will lose, Roxy, Jacob replied. I am saying that in the case that they do lose, it will not do well for morale. We should avoid that scenario as much as possible, since Shadow is still an unknown. You got a point, Ash replied as he looked down in thought. Last thing we need is for Shadow to cause chaos and unrest amongst the people, it will make catching him virtually impossible. What do you think, Sabrina? To be honest, Ash, the psychic-type gym leader said. I have to agree with telling the others. If this man is as dangerous as you say, then an extra group of eyes would be most beneficial. It will also allow them to prepare, in case goes after them too. Ash nodded at their input. Yeah, you all make valid points. I guess I was letting my fears and paranoia cloud my judgment. We will alert the other champions and Elite Four members when we get the chance. Speaking of champions, Erica began as she turned her gaze to the side. There's Lance, Cynthia, and Gold. They all look up and were surprised to find the three walked into the cafeteria with a smile on their face. Ash got a grin as he saw and stood up to wave them over. Hey guys. Cynthia, Lance, Gold over here. His call made them look around before they spotted Ash. They all smiled, though Cynthia blushed brightly, and made their way to the table. Ash walked to his fellow champions to shake hands with the men and hugged the only girl. It's good to see you all. How have you been? We have been great, Ash. Lance replied happily. The trainers are definitely strong in this tournament and it's made all of this a blast. Have been enjoying, really interesting. Indeed, Cynthia agreed with a nod. I faced a trainer in the last battle that was able to take out my Spiritome. Yes, it still knocked out his last Pokémon, but it was still impressive nonetheless. Yeah, me and my Pokémon have been having an absolute blast. Gold cheered as he pumped his fist in the air. Hitmonlee did his very best in the last battle I was in. The guy had a very strong Skarmory. I've seen some of your battles, Ash, it seems you have yet to take things seriously like you did with Lance here. Ash chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, you're right, Gold, he replied. You are very observant to have noticed that actually. The last battle I has was where I took it the most serious. Have any of them been on your main team? The young champion asked curiously. Ash shook his head. No, I haven't actually. I am giving my other Pokémon a chance to stretch their legs. I'll be using my major team later down the line. Speaking of the tournament, I just remembered something important, Cynthia began. My grandfather needs you to register your contact information. You are a still relatively new champion, so he needs to be able to contact you for meetings. Ash nodded at the appealing blonde champion. I'll give it to you, so you could give to Mr. Goodshow for me, if that's okay with you. This way, you will be able to have my number and address too. His words made Cynthia's beat faster in joy as her smiling face blushed a bright red. The same goes for you all as well. We could find time to hang and train together. Kalos is great and relaxing place to visit now that Team Flare is gone. Team Flare? Gold and Roxy asked as they looked confused. Who are they? Team Flare was an organization that was stationed in Kalos, Ash explained. They hid themselves behind pretty words and good deeds. They wanted world peace, but the way they chose to achieve it was evil by all means. He paused to make sure he had their attention, which he did as they leaned forward. They wanted to complete this peace plan by eliminating more than half the planet of its population of both people and Pokémon. Everyone gasped in shock at such a twisted belief. Even Team Galactic, which have their own similar thoughts, boil it right down to their own greed at its core. These guys believe that they would be helping the world and all by destroying everything. That is insane. It was actually through stopping them that I met one of my Elite Four members, Suzaku, he continued. Suzaku was taken by Team Flare when he was young, around 4 or so from what the records had said. He seemed to bond with dragon-type Pokémon easily, even able to calm their rampages. Wanting to study this, they experimented on him, hoping to find a way to replicate or control such an ability. Most of the strongest Pokémon in the world being part dragon, such a power would be astronomical. So, what happened next? Gold asked excitedly, getting into the story. I had to storm the base with my Pokémon, Ash continued seriously. So, I sent Suzaku away, along a Trapinch and Bagon he befriended during his time there. As they left, me and my Pokémon stormed the rest of the base, ready to end the organization at the roots. Everyone nodded, understanding that. Take out the main brain of an organization and the entire thing will fall apart. Thanks to the help of my Pokémon, the police force, and the Rangers of Kalos, we were able to take them down. Every member, except for a few here and there, was caught and arrested. Lysander, the leader of Team Flare, was able to escape. He's been quiet since the raid though since he has completely lost face in all of the Kalos region. That is pretty cool Ash, Gold stated with a smirk. I had stopped a few Team Rocket grunts along with Team Aqua and Team Magma, though they have disbanded from what I know. Ash nodded with a smirk. You're pretty cool yourself Gold. He gave the young champion a thumbs up. So, does anyone know how much longer until? Ash, hey Ash, a voice interrupted him, making everyone turn around. When Ash saw who it was, a warm smile graced his face. The first person was Serena, dressed in her usual outfit that she wears with only slight changes. One of them being the ribbon which was usually blue, was now green. Next to her was another girl around their age. The girl had a very cute appearance and a confident aura around her. She wore an orange-blue headwear on top of her blue hair that slightly resembled wings. She wore a teal shirt with a long-sleeved, light blue shirt underneath. A simple orange tie finished the outfit. She also wore cyan blue shorts, long white socks, and orange shoes. Her brown eyes shone in excitement at seeing Ash. This was Miette, best friend and rival of Serena. Someone Ash considers close in his heart. A famous Pokepuff baker and Pokémon performer. Serena, Miette. Ash exclaimed as he ran and hugged the two girls tightly, making them giggle. It's so great to see you both. But what are you guys doing here? They each had competitions coming up, so he expected not to see them until he returned to Kalos. Actually, Miette responded with a smile. My competition was cancelled due to this tournament coming up. Serena's showcases were postponed since it would give others a chance to watch family and friends compete in this tournament. We wanted to watch you personally, so we had no problems with the idea and rushed here as fast as we could. She held tightly to his left hand. Yeah, we ran into each other on the island, Serena continued, not letting go of his other hand while sending a challenging look to Miette for a moment. We hung out and watched some of your battles when we got the chance. That's awesome, Ash responded as he smiled at them. If I had known, I would have brought you guys with me. I know Clement and Bonnie are somewhere on the island due to every gym leader from the regions being here. Serena nodded. Yeah, I saw his battle a while back and spoke to him yesterday. He has had a few close calls, but is doing well and advancing. Bonnie wanted me to tell you she said hi, since she visited your room and you were not there. Ash scratched the back of his head as he chuckles. Sorry about that, I rarely ever sleep there anymore. I am too used to sleeping in nature with my Pokémon, so I am usually in the forest with all of them. I could show you both where if you want. Both girls nodded enthusiastically. Hey Ash, who are they? Gold asked as the group at the table looked questioningly. Except for the girls who looked a little more territorial, besides for Erica, and a slightly twitching eye. Oh, these are my friends from my travels in the Kalos region before I became its champion, Ash replied as he guided his two friends to the table. This is Sabrina and Miette. Hey, I know you. Erica squealed as she pointed at Miette in joy. You're the baking expert for Poke Puff. I use your Poke Puff recipe for my grass types at the gym and they absolutely love it. Miette smiled and nodded. I am glad that you're a fan, always nice to meet one. Erica nodded in joy, due to being an actual fan since her Pokémon couldn't get enough of the sweet treats. Plus the natural aroma of a freshly baked, grass treat Poke Puff was simply divine. I recognize that smile, Cynthia said. You're the Serena Yanv, the famous Pokémon performer and a crowd favorite for being the next Kalos queen. My sister and I love watching your performances. I also know for a fact that you have a huge fan in Alessa of the Nimbasa City Gym. You are quite dazzling. Serena blushed in embarrassment, even though she is used to being recognized at this point. Oh yeah, I recognize her, Gold exclaimed with a grin. I heard all about her and even saw a few on TV myself. You are amazing. You know some awesome people, Ash. The raven-haired champion grinned wildly and nodded. Yeah, I really do. Serena is an old childhood friend of mine, back when I went to camp as a child. After an incident, we met up in Kalos and traveled together along with two other friends of ours. I met Miette multiple times throughout our travels and became close friends. They are both really fun and nice people. As he said this, he completely missed the bright red cheeks of the two girls. You're still so flattering, Ash, Miette replied playfully, recovering from her blush faster than the shy Serena. We also know about some of you, like Cynthia the champion of Sinnoh. I must say it's an honor to meet you. You are an inspiration to many, even myself, though battles are not my main thing. We also know about you, Lance the champion of Johto and Sabrina the leader of the psychic gym of the Kanto region. We have a gym leader like you, Sabrina. Sabrina nodded as she heard about Olympia, though not much since she doesn't know too much about Kalos. She knows Olympia is a fellow psychic and would like to converse with her during this tournament. So, does anyone know when our next opponent is going to be posted? Ash asked curiously. He wanted to know who he was going up against next. It's supposed to go up tonight, Cynthia replied. A message is going to go out to alert you. The machine's hiccup will be fixed. In fact, this is the last battle for 1 versus 1 battles. So, we will be moving on to the double battles. Ash asked excitedly and a large grin on his face. Ash loved double battles due to the chaotic, exhilarating adrenaline-pumping teamwork of both Pokémon. If both Pokémon don't trust in one another and have a chemistry of any kind, then you're bound to lose. It's also challenging for the trainer due to having to split their focus on 4 different Pokémon and the field itself. It's a huge testament to the skill and trust between trainer and Pokémon. Cynthia giggled at the exited Ash. He is so cute when he gets like this, Cynthia thought, unaware that the other girls, besides Erica, thought similar things. Yes, Ash, it means we will be doing the double battles next. It will be interesting to see what the other trainers will be able to come up with. As the group talked, none of them noticed of the pair that was watching from a distance. Across the room near the exit to the lounge was Dawn and Brock, who were waiting on his Pokémon's checkup. He may be a doctor, but it's still good to get a second opinion on their health. Ash, Dawn sighed sadly as she watched her friend talk happily without them. Why won't you listen to us? We are so sorry. Ash. Small tears fell from the coordinator as she felt Brock hold her shoulder comfortingly. We will get him back, Dawn, the old gym leader said sadly. We will get him to listen, we just have to be patient. After their battle, Brock believes he may have been a bit rash in the challenge of Ash. His old traveling companion was a champion, a much higher level than any gym leader. The pinnacle and face of a region's strength. He was not surprised by his loss in that battle. He could tell that Ash and Gardevoir were toying with him and Kabutops the entire time. It made him curious to see what Ash could do if he took the battle seriously. "Let's go meet up with the others," he continued. "We have to see them and think of a way to deal with Ash. Besides, we have a bit longer before we know who is going to battle who." The blue-haired girl nodded her head as she gazed back at Ash for a split second longer and left with Brock. She really misses Ash a lot, from his goofy smile, to his hyperactive and sometimes annoying excitement. After what happened at Pallet Town, they believed that they should leave Ash alone for a bit. Give him time to think over their words. A few minutes turned to hours and hours turned to a full day. Soon they all began to worry when a day turned into 3 and Ash still had not been found. They quickly began looking for Ash as they realized they may have been a bit brash with their words. They looked all over Kanto, even the forest where Ash's Pidgeot was supposed to be, only to find it gone. Brock had gotten an idea and they all went to the fitness trainer that had Ash's Primeape and found it gone too. At that point, the weighted realization crushed their hearts. Ash had run far away from them. In desperation and tears, they all began to search for him even more. Calling in all favors that they could think of to use to try and find him, but that failed. Too soon, they called off the search when 2 weeks had passed, and they still couldn't find him. They continued to travel and pursue their dreams, but they all agreed to keep an eye and ear out for their friend. They all realized their mistake in trying to end his dream. It wasn't right for them to do so. Half of their dreams got to this point because of Ash's help and encouragement. He had one bad league compared to his many successful accomplishments and they automatically say he is terrible and needs to give up. They felt terrible and wanted to earn his forgiveness and friendship again. Dawn wanted her best male friend back. The duo of Dawn and Brock made their way into a building with the sign of Battle Gymnasium. This is a building created for more enclosed battles which they are planning to use for mini-tournaments for the younger trainers later. Many of the newer trainers come here to learn new techniques or battle styles. Max wanted to go here and see new people and trainers, maybe learn something new here. Plus, he didn't know much about Kalos Pokémon, so he hoped to gain some knowledge about them here. Speaking of the young trainer, he seems to have found an opponent as his Flyin, which had evolved during the tournament, hit a Golem with Steel Wing and knocked it out. Golem is unable to battle, one of the many different referees proclaimed. The winner is Flygon and Max. Max happily pet Flygon as the spectators cheered or were in awe of his victory. Flygon himself looked content at being pet by his beloved trainer. At the sidelines were Professor Samuel Oak, Professor Gary Oak, and Sillin. Brock and Dawn made their way to them and greeted them. "So, it looks like Max is doing well," Brock said as Max gave pointers to his opponent who was a spectator for his best friend and brother who were participating in the tournament. "Yes, young Max has taken his flavorful battle style to a whole new texture," Sillin said. "He has kept his secret recipe hidden well and has only used a milder flavor that continues to overwhelm the competition." Dawn tilted her hair with a sweat drop, looking towards Gary for a hopeful translation. "He means that Max has yet to use his full team and kept his best Pokémon on the sidelines. He has done well to use his Pokémon to max efficiency and keep his trump card for later. Does anyone else wish to challenge Max Maple to a battle?" the referee asked the crowd as Max told him he could keep going. This made his friends smile and shake their heads in amusement. "I'll battle him," a girl's voice rang out. Everyone turned around and Max blushed a bright red at his challenger. The girl that walked up was a brunette that reached to the bottom of her neck. She had blue eyes and fair skin. She also wore a dark teal bow in her hair. She wore a white sleeveless shirt under a dark blue dress with teal tie. She also wore knee-high socks and brown boots. She had red backpack on that had 3 Pokeballs on each side. "She is so pretty," Max exclaimed mentally as he tried to control his blush. It only grew as he heard his Flygon chuckle at him. "She looks so familiar," Brock said as he stared at the girl as she made her way to the challenger's box. I swear that I have seen her somewhere before. Professor Oak and Gary both nodded in thought, agreeing with the doctor. May I get the name of the challenger? The referee asked as he looked at the young girl. Are you a participant or spectator? Of course, the girl replied with a smile that made Max blush brighter than before. My name is Molly Hale and I'm a participant. Participant number 244. Brock gasped as he remembered her now. This was Molly, the same girl that caused the incident with the unknowns, granting her every wish and longing, even bringing her dreams to reality. They even created an NTI for her. It was fake, but still created one that bested even Ash's Charizard. It seems she has grown into an appealing girl since he last saw her. Are you ready to battle? She asked Max. We have about maybe 3 hours before I have to leave, so let's have some fun. She grabbed a Pokeball from the bag before pressing a button that caused it to activate and grow. Are you ready, Max? The referee asked, knocking Max from his thoughts and back to reality. Seeing Max send his Flygon back to the battlefield, Molly's smile widened, and she tossed her Pokeball upward. Ursaring, let's do this. The Hibernator Pokemon appeared with a powerful roar that sent shockwaves through the air. Let's do our best, Ursaring. Ursaring smirked and nodded to his trainer before growling at the ground/dragon type. Begin, the referee called out. Ursaring, Hammer Arm. Molly commanded as the normal type ran at impressive, for its species, speeds to Flygon. Dodge it and counter with Heat Wave. Max countered. Flygon moved up, barely dodging the attack. Don't let it get away, Ursaring. Molly yelled. Ursaring cancelled its attack and grabbed Flygon's tail before slamming the mystic Pokemon into the ground. Now Hammer Arm. Once more, Ursaring's arms glowed brightly as he slammed them into Flygon's side, eliciting a cry of pain. Flygon, don't give in. Hyper Beam. Getting back its pain, Flygon used its wings to right itself before firing the powerful and destructive blast at the Hibernator Pokemon, who only crossed its arms to brace for the impact. The Hyper Beam hit with explosive force that shook the platform battlefield and threw Ursaring back. The brown Pokemon dug his claws into the ground and stopped itself. Now, use Focus Blast. Focusing its power between its paws, Ursaring fired the white ball of energy towards Flygon, who dodged the attack. Not wasting the opportunity, Max clenched his fists and gave his next command. Use Dragon Rush. Flying forward, Flygon surrounded itself in draconic energy and took the form of pure energy. The dragon gave a powerful roar and made the attempt to slam into Ursaring. Catch it, Ursaring. Molly countered. Ursaring shot its paws forward and caught the mouth of the dragon energy as it tried to chomp down on him. The normal type struggled to keep the mouth open, but it was getting more and more difficult as the Hibernator Pokemon was being pushed back. Ursaring, coat your arms in your Hammer Arm. Following its trainer's orders, Ursaring's arms glowed bright to stop the attack, which stopped its skidding but was still struggling. Molly's Pokemon held out for a few more moments before its arms gave in and the Dragon Rush won. Slamming its mouth shut, another explosion rocked the field and slightly drowned out Molly's cry of worry. Hearing his opponent's worried tone, Mac flinched and looked to the smoke in concern. I hope Ursaring is going to be okay, Max thought as he saw his Flygon fly out of the smoke and hover in front of him. For a moment, no one made a sound as the smoke began to clear. Molly stood there in worry as the smoke revealed a black figure. She smiled in relief as she knew what was happening. You are such a show-off, she smirked. Show them what you can do. I believe in you, Ursaring. With a mighty shout, the big brown Pokemon blew away the smoke. Covered in cuts and bruises, Ursaring growled and rushed at Flygon as the crowd cheered it on. Too surprised by the Ursaring, Flygon could not move in time before Ursaring clasped its powerful paws around Flygon's arms. Ursaring, play rough, Molly commanded with a smirk. Glowing a bright pink, Ursaring pulled the dragon/ground type in close and began pummeling it with powerful force. The pummeling ended when Ursaring backhanded Flygon across the field. The moment Flygon hit the ground, everyone could tell the mystic Pokémon was not getting back up. Flygon is unable to battle. Victory goes to Ursaring, the referee announced as everyone cheered in delight. That and Ursaring was strong. To hold back and take on a Dragon Rush was no easy feat. Wow, Max thought in awe as he grabbed another Pokeball after returning Flygon for some rest. Not only is she pretty, but she is good too. To be fair, Flygon went through several battles already and so was getting tired. Let's see what she can do against a fresher Pokémon. I choose you. Molly, we have to go, a female voice called, causing Max to faceplant out of surprise. Everyone turned to find Alex and her Umbreon standing at the entrance. She didn't have her normal coat on and instead wore a dark purple sleeveless shirt that hung tightly to her body. She wore black slacks that had a silver chain hanging on the left side. Her hair had a blue clip on the left side. She wore black fingerless gloves, like her brothers. Max and group instantly recognized her as Alex Rain, an Elite Four member. But more importantly, Ash's Elite member. We have to get going so we could surprise my brother. She continued. Your parents are already aware you're to be with us for the day. Okay, Alex. Molly replied happily. She turned to Max and bowed. I apologize, but I have to go. I've planned this since the start of the tournament. She quickly turned and made her way to Alex but was stopped when they all heard Gary call out to Alex. Said girl turned to the young researcher. May I help you? Though I can already guess what it is, she thought. Yes, actually, he said as he walked up, only stopping when Alex's Umbreon got in between them. I don't want any trouble, miss. I just want to ask a few questions. Normally I wouldn't mind that, Alex replied in a slight cold tone. But unfortunately, I am a busy girl and can't afford to waste time. Especially since I have an idea about what you want to ask, and these are questions I am not going to answer. Then how about a battle? Max yelled desperately. He wanted to talk to his idol, he was desperate. Like I said, I don't have time to waste. Alex replied, annoyed at their attempt. At least Delia got the hint and tried to learn about the current Ash. These fools wanted to rush Ash and expect him to be okay with that. She already almost lost his trust once, she was not going to push it. Besides, if we are going to battle, she continued as she turned and walked away with her Umbreon and Molly following. We will meet in the stadium, if you continue that far. So good luck to you all. The group watched as the two girls and Pokémon left the building, sad that they failed to get information on Ash. Hey, what about his other elites? Max asked as he joined the others on the floor. Maybe they can tell us where Ash is. I'm pretty sure that we would get the same results, Gary replied solemnly. For now, it would be best we keep our distance until we learn more. Best not to agitate them too much or else we will only make things harder for us in the end. Gary is right, Professor Oak replied with his arms crossed. Ash already wants nothing to do with us right now and he's been a headstrong young man. Let's try to give him a bit more breathing room. Everyone nodded in agreement, though Max was a bit more hesitant than the others. He wanted Ash back as his friend already, tell him all the things he has done and seen on his own journey along with the different friends he's made. Besides, we do have a very important matter that we need to bring up right now, Gary continued as everyone looked at him in confusion. The young oak got down on one knee and put his hands on Max's shoulders, confusing the young maple even more. A smirk formed on his face as he stared into Max's eyes. Our good friend here has finally found his first crush. This statement caught Max off guard as he blushed a deep red and waved his arms around in embarrassment. No, I haven't. What are you talking about? Don't try to lie, Max, Gary teased as the others chuckled. We all saw your blushing face throughout that short match, especially whenever Molly smiled. Everyone laughed harder as Max became a blubbering mess, trying his best to deny Gary's claim. As they all laughed, Professor Oak's mid wandered away as he thought about someone that has been missing from their normal group for a while. I hope you find young Ash soon, Delia, he thought somberly. I wonder where you are at right now. We will have to meet up soon, so you don't push yourself too much like you're no doubt doing. I'll bring it up at the end of the day if you still haven't returned by then. Chapter 26. Battle of Rivals and Darkness. Forest clearing, 3 hours later. We find Ash back in the clearing with his Pokémon, meditating as he awaited what to do next. After hanging with everyone at the Pokémon Center, he decided to head back to the forest. He invited the others, but the only ones to join him were Serena and Miette. The others had things they needed to do, reluctantly. They spent an hour and a half exploring the town and its shops to pass the time. Ash figured why not have fun since his time is a bit limited due to the tournament. After getting a message from Alex to head back to the forest, he went straight there with the girls and the bags containing different things he bought the girls and one box for himself. When they got there, Ash was pleasantly surprised to get a tackle hug from a grown-up Molly Hale. Ash cared about Molly like one would a younger sister, always checking up on her when she could. He even sent her a Fanpy egg from his Donphan, after getting permission from his ground-type Pokémon. He sadly hadn't kept up with her for a while until after he had adopted Alex as his sister. Soon after, he called Professor Spencer Hale and kept up with Molly again for a while. He had no idea he would see Molly at this tournament even if she was a battling prodigy. After hugging her tightly in joy, he played with Molly after introducing her to all his Pokémon and they all took a shine to the young girl. They all played for over an hour and his Gardevoir took care of Ursaring's injuries. Ash turned around to find Zean walk into the clearing and was surprised by his student's injuries. He ran up to his friend and asked if he was alright. Zean pulled Ash to the side and told him everything that happened between him and Shadow. Hearing what had happened to his student caused the dark feeling that Ash usually felt around his ex-friends to surface. His eyes began to darken slowly before he caught it and pushed it back. Ash excused himself so he may go and meditate to calm his nerves. It worked thankfully as he felt his rapidly moving aura slow down and the darkness seemed to fade away. He tried to use his aura to lock it down and hopefully keep it locked. I guess this will be the best that I could hope for right now, Ash sighed as it seems he couldn't banish the dark feeling from his body, its lingering grip staying hidden as best it could. As long as it stays in stasis, I should be fine. He got up to join the others before several alarms went off. Everyone looked at their beeping Pokétekas to find out that they had a message from the different Pokémon centers. Hello trainers, the system is back up and the random generator has selected your opponent shall be along with the stadium you shall battle in. Thank you for your patience. I got to go then. Molly yelled out in joy as she read the message. I got to see who my opponent is then meet up with Papa and Mama for dinner. We will go as well, Ash said as he dusted off his breathes. We have to head there anyway, besides I'm curious on how your parents are doing since I last saw them. Be nice to see them for a moment to catch up. He turned to his Pokémon before calling out 5 of them and returned them. Pikachu ran and sat on his left shoulder. The young Hale smiled brightly as she returned her Pokémon, only leaving out her Ursaring that wanted to walk around. They all, except Zean who decided to stay behind again, made their way to the Pokémon Center. When they arrived, the place was surprisingly packed with trainers and watchers alike. It took the group almost 10 minutes to get up front. Ash was surprised to see Mia and Tai up front, holding hands. Looking up, he wanted to chuckle at the irony of her opponent. Mia sees versus Bruno. Both Elite Four members, one of Kalos and the other from Kanto. And both were fighting type specialists. This excited Mia as this was, to her anyway, her next trial to be the best. Bruno was hailed as one of the best fighting type trainers in the world, his position as an Elite Four member being a testament to that skill. If she was able to beat him down, then she would be one step closer to being the strongest fighting specialist in the world. Ash could see that she was practically vibrating in place from her nerves and excitement. Ash also saw that Alex will be facing one of the old Kalos Elite Four members, Malva, who was a fire-type specialist. It's funny since it was Alex that took her spot in the first place, Ash thought as he saw his sister was excited to battle Malva again. Tai is facing a girl named Trisha and Delia is against Maxim. Who am I, against? He trailed off as he found his picture and his opponent. He will be doing a 3 versus 3 battle at Stadium B, no surprise there. His opponent though will be one of the most ironic battles he has seen in a while. His opponent is going to be Gary Oak. As he gazed at the picture, Ash felt the dark feeling rush throughout his body, despite him trying to lock it up only moments prior. His breathing became rough as it took all he had to hold back so much dark rage. The dark aura burned through him like a wildfire burning through a forest. Ash, are you alright? Serena asked as she gently laid her hand on his arm. This caused Ash's head to snap at her direction, his eyes darkened slightly from the darkened energy that reflected how he felt. When seeing Serena's concerned face, the dark feeling retreated again. Ash shook his head to clear it. Yeah, I am fine, just a lot of aura signatures concentrated in one area. Kind of gave me a small but painful headache. That's one of your ex-friends, right? Miette asked next as she looked to the screen. Your old rival that decided to become a researcher instead of continuing his journey. Will you be alright? Yeah, I will be just fine, he replied calmly. Tomorrow is going to be an interesting battle. He felt Pikachu rub its cheek to his, causing him to scratch the electric type behind the ears. We got some preparing to do, buddy. The others are going to be excited for this. The next day, Stadium B. The crowd roared in excitement at seeing 2 strong trainers staring the other down. Both battlers were tensed up, both for different reasons. Gary was doing this in an attempt to get his childhood friend and best friend back. To Gary, this battle brought back memories of him and Ash always butting heads against each other. How they used to compete over everything and how Ash beat him in his last personal league. This brings back some good memories, he thought fondly as he gently gripped his Pokeball. Ash only saw this as a chance to get back at one of the traitors by knocking him out of the tournament. This would further prove to them how wrong they were to betray his trust. Just like Gary, he thought of all the times that they had argued or fought. Competing over every little thing, which led to Gary always insulting him and putting him down. Making him feel small and stupid. This brings back terrible memories, Ash thought angrily. Let's see what you got after all this time, Ashy boy. Gary called out as he tossed the Pokeball, releasing a very powerful Electivire who burst out with a powerful shout. Electricity sparked around the Thunderbolt Pokemon's body as he pumped his fists. Ash looked unimpressed as he also threw out his own Pokeball and released his happily chirping Levany. Electivire versus Levany, the referee announced over the crowd. Begin. Levany, Razor Leaf. Ash commanded as Levany fired the sharpened leaves towards the electric-type Pokemon. Counter with your Iron Tail, then use Thunder Punch on Levany. Gary commanded as Electivire raised his 2 glowing tails to block the leaves as he charged forward. His 2 fists sparked with electricity as he got closer to his opponent. If you want to play this close then fine, Ash said as he crossed his arms. Use Leaf Blade. The grass/bug type nodded as she rushed forward with her bladed arms glowing a bright green. The 2 Pokemon met in a powerful clash that sent a small shockwave around. The 2 struggled for a moment, but soon Electivire began to gain ground fast. Pushing the fist away, Levany swung with her other arm, but it was quickly blocked by Electivire's other fist. Electivire has more physical strength than my Levany, but it is definitely slower than her, Ash thought as he watched Levany dodge another Thunder Punch. Levany, duck and use String Shot on its legs. Levany dove under another electric fist and shot the sticky webbing towards Electivire's left foot. It wrapped around it in a split second. Levany stood back up and pulled the thread which caused the surprised Electivire to fall forward, knocking him completely off balance. Use Iron Tail to keep it away from you, Gary commanded. I can't allow Ash to gain any form of ground against us. He's just way too unpredictable. The electric type launched his 2 hardened tails towards the ground behind him without looking, causing Levany to jump away to avoid the impact. The string was cut off thanks to the iron tail, freeing Electivire from her grasp. Damn it, I didn't see that one coming. Ash yelled mentally. I should have predicted that move, DMNU Gary Oak. As Ash mentally raged, he didn't notice the dark feeling return with force. It quickly spread, slowly encompassing his core and infecting his aura. Leaveney, use Energy Ball. Ash commanded, his tone getting colder with each word. The bug/grass type paused for a second, noticing her MSTR's shift of tone. Ignoring it for the time being, Leaveney fired multiple Energy Ball at Electivire. Knock those away with your brick break, Gary commanded. Electivire's arms glowed a bright white as he swung his arms, blocking some of the ball but was quickly overwhelmed. Ash smirked darkly as he had a plan to take full control. Leaveney, use Razor Leaf and follow after it, make sure you keep them coming. Leaveney ran forward in high speeds, firing the Razor Leaf at Electivire. The onslaught of sharpened leaves hammered into Electivire, who was flailing his arms wildly in an attempt to block them, not having time to use Iron Tail to defend himself. Use String Shot on his arms, then slide under him, Ash commanded. Following orders, Leaveney shot the bug-type move, which quickly wrapped around Electivire's left arm and ran around the electric type before sliding under his legs. This flipped Electivire before he was slammed onto his back. Now fling him up and use Energy Ball before slamming him back down, hard. Leaveney, though slightly reluctant due to his cold tone, followed orders and yanked the downed Electivire into the air and shot the green ball of energy. It traveled along the string shot and slammed into Electivire, before being slammed into the hard earth. Give it time to recover, use Leaf Blade and don't let up, Ash commanded. Leaveney's arms glowed green before she rushed at the slowly recovering electric type. This is strange, she thought as she slashed Electivire over and over. Ash is being uncharacteristically brutal here. Plus, our bond seems to be weakening over time. Are you okay, Ash dear? She redirected that last question to her trainer through her aura, but got no response. Electivire, blow it away with thunder. The electric type released an electric blast that not only threw the nurturing Pokémon back, but destroyed the ground as well. Leaveney recovered and used her arms to backflip away and get back to her feet. Not going to lie, Ash, that actually hurt a lot. I would rather not get hit by that, she said through their bond as she took a fighting stance. Overpower her and keep your control. Thunder Punch. Gary yelled out as Electivire rushed forward. Fine, I'll just leave him unable to counter, Ash smirked darkly. Leaveney, evade and rush him with Leaf Blade. Don't get in a power match. Leaveney felt her aura connect to Ash's and looked in confusion at both what she felt and heard. The usual warmth she felt when she and Ash connected auras was no longer there. It felt cold and full of anger. She even felt it try to influence her aura quickly, to a point she tried to cut their connection on pure instinct, but all she could do was hold it back. What worried her the most, she couldn't understand her trainer at all. So confused and distracted, she had no time to dodge the thunder punch which slammed into her gut with powerful impact. She yelled in pain as Electivire continued his onslaught of electrifying punches. Leaveney, what are you doing? Ash yelled mentally, angry that his Leaveney didn't follow orders. Dodge by ducking and use X-Scissor as a shield so you can get away. Leaveney quickly dodged the next fist that was aimed at her face. She wasted no time and used X-Scissor, just in time to block another thunder punch. Using that split second, the bug/grass type rolled away and jumped away from the powerful Electivire. Clenching his fists tightly, Ash growled out his next orders through his aura. Leaveney, use Energy Ball and aim for his feet. Leaveney once more could not understand what her trainer said through her aura. All she heard was her name and aim for his feet. She assumed he meant the last attack she used, so she charged forward while readying her X-Scissor. What are you doing, Leaveney? Ash yelled mentally in frustration. I said to use Energy Ball, you useless bug. Electivire, counter with Iron Tail and then hit it hard with Brick Break. Gary countered. What is going on here? Ashy boy is not battling like I have seen him, he's out of it. And his Pokémon keeps attacking without a command. Electivire used Iron Tail to trip up the bug/grass type easily and slammed the glowing arm into the side of Leaveny's head and sent her flying. Grab her quickly and unleash your thunder. Gary commanded. Electivire's tail wrapped around the airborne Leaveny's leg and unleashed the devastating electric type attack before being thrown back to Ash. The moment Leaveny cried out in pain, Ash's eyes widened in horror as the struggling Leaveny got to her feet. Leaveny. Leaveny, are you alright? Please answer me. Leaveny looked back to her trainer, her eyes wide. Ash, is that you, dear? I can finally hear you clearly again. The bug/grass sighed in relief as she felt that dark feeling from Ash receding as their bond returned. Ash's usual warmth seems to be back. What do you mean? Ash asked in confusion. I have been giving you orders through my aura this entire time. I know, Ash dear, but I could not understand them, she replied as she turned her gaze back to Electivire, who stood ready. Let's talk about this later, Ash dear, right now we have a battle to win. You can't continue in your condition, Leaveny, Ash spoke in worry. You can barely stand, let alone. But he paused as he felt the nurturing Pokémon's determination through their aura bond. Fine Leaveny, have it your way. Let's take him down. Leaveny nodded as she charged forward, a wide smile on her face. Let's win this. How do you expect to beat me when you're already so hurt? Electivire taunted as he readied himself to counter whatever they had planned. Leaveny, use String Shot and cover the battlefield around them. Ash said, the dark tone in his voice becoming less apparent quickly. The grass/bug type began firing the stick substance around Electivire while staying out of reach of her confused opponent. Alright, what are you up to, Ash? Gary wondered as he watched the nurture Pokémon run and jump around his Pokémon while releasing the sticky web-like substance. Whatever it is, I best stop it right here. Use Thunder to blow it all away. The Thunderbolt Pokémon crossed his arms as he charged up before shooting his arms outward and released a devastating electric blast that tore away at the ground and surrounding String Shot. A thick cloud of smoke and debris covered the battlefield and Pokémon, making it difficult to see the battling Pokémon. Now. Leaveny. A smirking Ash commanded as another thread of the sticky bug-type attack rushed out and wrapped around the Electivire. When the smoke cleared, the audience and Gary were shocked to find Electivire trapped another String Shot. Many of the sticky webbing wrapped around his body, completely immobilizing him. A line of the thread connected to Leaveny's mouth. Let him have it, Energy Ball. Ash commanded as Leaveny fired the green ball of energy down the thread and smirked as it slammed into Electivire. The electric type cried out in pain as green sparks of energy traveled across its body. Come on, Electivire, break free with thunder. Don't let him, pull him forward and knock him off balance. Then nail him with another energy ball. Ash commanded quickly, knowing Gary would try that again. Before Electivire could charge up for another powerful blast, he lost concentration and his footing when Leaveny tugged him forward with a strong tug. He cried in pain as the grass-type attack slammed into him and sent him sliding across the ground. Now pull him in for a leaf blade. Ash yelled as Leaveny reeled Electivire in, dragging him across the ground once more. Electivire, try to use Iron Tail to get out of there. Gary commanded frantically. The electric type's tails glowed before crying out in pain once more, which made him lose concentration again. Gary and Electivire weren't expecting Leaveny to run forward and slam the leaf blade into them, unknowing that Ash gave the order through his aura. Show him how the ground really feels and hit him with X-Scissor, Ash said, calmly staying focused on the Pokémon than his opponent. He could feel that darkness still there, waiting for him to slip back into it. Leaveny jumped and spun, using the momentum to lift the heavier Pokémon, and slammed Electivire into the awaiting earth. She quickly followed suit with a powerful X-Scissor that kicked up some dust but not enough to fully cover them. Seeing that the consistence of attacks withered away her String Shot, Leaveny jumped away just in case. Everyone watched, surprised, as the cut and bruised Thunderbolt Pokémon stood back up. Ash sighed as he assessed the situation. I should have expected as much. Electivire was easily one of Gary's strongest and durable Pokémon, but it also looked like it can't go much longer. He turned his attention to his heavily breathing Levany. Not that we are any better. The next few strikes will end this for one or both of them. Ash felt Levany link their aura, so he gave his Pokémon his attention. Let's finish this off with one final charge, much like in the old days, Ash dear. I'm feeling nostalgic. Ash smiled softly as he nodded. Levany, full power Leaf Blade. Levany cried as her arms glowed bright green once more. They also grew in length as she charged her power more, and the energy blades also became sharper. Electivire won't be able to dodge that so easily with her speed, so let's take this the next best way, head to head. Gary thought as he clenched his fists. Thunder Punch full power. The Thunderbolt Pokémon clenched his fists tightly as powerful sparks roared to life. The sparks hit the ground and sparked more sporadically as he gathered more power to them. Now charge/charge. Both Gary and Ash commanded as the two Pokémon took off at high speeds. They ran past each other and spun on their heels, using the momentum to increase the power of their strike. The powerful Leaf Blade slammed into the equally powerful Thunder Punch. Normally Electivire would have the edge in this struggle, but thanks to the angle Levany was in, the electric-type move slid past but just barely over her head. The Bug/Grass type swung her other arm and slashed Electivire across the chest but did not notice the Thunder Punch in the Thunderbolt Pokémon's other arm slam into her head. Levany hit the ground hard while Electivire collapsed backwards with a soft thud. Both Levany and Electivire are unable to battle, the referee as the audience cheered and the trainers returned their Pokémon. Send out your next Pokémon. This brings back memories, right Ashy boy, Gary said to Ash, who only narrowed his eyes. It seems that you and I are still even after all this time. Ash clenched his fists tightly after hearing his ex-friend speak to him. Equals. Us. You never treated me like we were one, always taunting and making fun of me. No, I will not accept him as my equal just like he never has. Ash shook his head to rid himself of the darker thoughts as the dark aura tried to return. I have to end this before I do something I may come to regret. Ash looked up again when a white flash caught his attention and saw Gary had released his Umbreon, who was staring him down. The young champion shook his head as he smirked at the duo. You really think we are even, Professor? Ash asked as Gary frowned at being addressed so formally by someone he perceives as his best friend. If I remember right, Electivire was one of your strongest Pokémon you own. Levany on the other hand, while powerful, is nowhere near my strongest team. Let me show you just what one of my best could do. This should most certainly bring back some memories for you since you seem so fond of it. Pikachu, you are up. The mouse Pokémon jumped off his shoulder and ran to the battlefield, his cheeks sparking. This is nostalgic, it feels good to be able to battle. Ash smiled warmly at his starter. It's just going to be the same as every other time, Pikachu, Umbreon taunted, not noticing the frown on Ash's face as he glared at the dark type. Do you think you can keep up with me? Pikachu sighed before he glared hard at his opponent, making Umbreon slightly nervous. You will just have to see for yourself. Both trainers nodded at the referee, who returned the nod and raised his flags. Begin. Umbreon, use quick attack. Gary commanded, knowing that Pikachu was a tough opponent, so he had to take control as early as he can. Umbreon tensed his legs before taking off with blurring speeds. Spin with Iron Tail, Ash commanded, going into his champion mode. Pikachu's tail glowed and hardened as the electric type leaned on his back and spun at high speeds. It looked like a lesser version of a Euro ball. The two Pokémon collided, but the spinning momentum gave Pikachu more than enough power to overpower Umbreon and throw the dark type back. Umbreon stayed on his and lashed out with a dark pulse once he heard Gary's next order. Dodge it, Pikachu, and use Electro Ball, Ash countered. Aim the attack low and be ready. Pikachu laid flat as the dark pulse flew over him. The electric mouse snapped its tail forward as the electric-type attack was flung just parallel to the ground. Gary's eyes widened as he quickly realized that his Umbreon was going to land on top or in the path of the Electro Ball. Quick attack as fast as you can. Umbreon stretched outward in an attempt to reach the ground. The body of the Moonlight Pokémon was lit by the electrical light for a brief second before he vanished in a black and yellow blur, barely dodging the Electro Ball. Thunderbolt, Ash commanded as he looked to the left, not at all bothered by Umbreon's speed. Pikachu instantly fired the electric-type move towards the direction looked. Umbreon appeared, confident after moving at such incredible speeds, only to be caught off guard by the direct hit of Thunderbolt. The Dark-type cried out in pain of the powerful move. Umbreon, try and push it back with Dark Pulse, Gary commanded. Umbreon pushed through the pain as she charged through the pain and released the powerful Dark Pulse. The Dark-type attack pushed the Thunderbolt back with a lot of difficulty. Umbreon cancelled the attack and jumped away in time to avoid the attack. Iron Tail quickly Umbreon, Gary commanded. The Moonlight Pokémon spun on his heels as his tail hardened in time to block an Iron Tail from Pikachu. Use Toxic. Ash looked undeterred as he saw the purple sludge gather in Umbreon's mouth. Twist your body and throw Umbreon away. Then use Electro Ball to counter. The mouse Pokémon smirked as he followed Ash's orders exact. The sudden movement surprised Umbreon, who was pushed by his opponent. The Moonlight Pokémon twisted around and fired the Poison-type attack only to be blocked by the Electro Ball. The explosive impact covered both Pokémon before dissipating quickly. The crowd let loose a deafening roar of excitement as the two battling Pokémon glared at one another. Many began to see just how outmatched Umbreon seemed to be as Pikachu was able to counter his every move. Get in close Pikachu, Ash thought through their aura bond. It's time to show Gary just how much damage we can do. Right. Pikachu replied as he charged forward at high speeds. Umbreon braced himself as he grit his teeth. Pikachu is so much faster than he used to be, and that's saying something. I don't know how many of those hits I can take it, it's starting to really affect me. Use quick attack and keep moving. Don't let Pikachu get in close. Gary commanded. Using this, I can buy some time to formulate a strategy. Facing Pikachu head-on is bad due to it having more power than my Umbreon. Plus, the fact that it also knows Volt Attack is bad for us too. He watched as his Pokémon zipped across the battlefield in a black and yellow blur. Umbreon would appear in one spot before vanishing and appearing in another. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt to the left, Ash commanded through his aura again. Pausing his run in a split second, Pikachu fired a devastating Thunderbolt to what seemed a random direction. Gary, having remembered Ash doing this earlier, decided not to risk it. Umbreon, jump back now. In a blur of seconds, the Moonlight Pokémon appeared and jumped back in time to avoid being hit by the Thunderbolt. The Thunderbolt caused an explosion that pushed Umbreon back as he cried in pain before shaking it off. Not bad, Professor Oak, Ash smirked mockingly, his aura darkening for a second before returning to normal. Let me take things up a slight notch for you. Use Thunder on the battlefield. Pikachu's eyes narrowed as his cheeks sparked violently before a powerful burst of electricity that tore the ground and singed the stadium walls, which were a good distance away, as it spread out. Umbreon, who had nowhere to run, cried out in pain as the thunder coursed through his body. The crowd was blinded by the bright light from the thunder, many having either to look away or cover their eyes. When the light finally died down, everyone was shocked as the battlefield was now mostly charred soil and rubble. What was more shocking was that Pikachu didn't even look winded after that attack. On the hand, Umbreon laid sprawled out and unconscious. He couldn't even attempt to hold out as the blast was too much for his already worn-out body to handle. Umbreon is unable to battle, victory goes to Pikachu. Please send out your final Pokémon, the referee announced over the loudly cheering crowd. He was thankful he kept his distance as the blast made his hair stand straight from the static, at a distance. made him realize that Blast was extremely powerful. As Gary returned Umbreon, Ash gazed bored at his opponent. Do you see the difference now, Gary? The Pokémon I use on my main team are on a whole other level when compared to what you have been facing thus far. If you still don't want to accept it, then send out your ace. Send out your strongest and I'll take it down as well. Pikachu stood there, his cheeks sparking. Gary took a deep breath, calming his nerves since he knows Ash is trying to get a rise out of him, not like he wasn't trying to do the same. Okay, so maybe we are not on the same level as we used to be. I should have expected Pikachu to be stronger than ever. Taking out his last Pokeball, he kissed the top of it. You're my last shot. Go Blastoise. He tossed the ball and the powerful water type started for Kanto burst free with a powerful roar. I expected as much from him, Ash thought as he smirked. I should use my strongest, no. I'll save him for later as a surprise for the higher tier trainers. Pikachu, come on back buddy. I know who I want to use here for him. Pikachu nodded reluctantly as he jumped back to his favorite spot on Ash's shoulder. Said trainer grabbed a Pokeball off his waist before tossing it. May the aura guide you, Lucario. The ball burst open as the most gorgeous Lucario that the crowd has ever seen revealed itself calmly. Its silver fur practically sparkled in the sunlight. Its red, intimidating eyes glared as Blastoise, unnerving the shellfish Pokémon. The crowd was so shocked by the Lucario, that everyone was silent. Wait, I recognize that Lucario, Gary said as realization struck him. That's the Lucario that was with that Satoshi guy that we ran into when we arrived on the island. Then his eyes widened when he began to realize why the name sounded so familiar to him earlier. It was Ash's middle name. How in the world did I not see it before? Gary mentally berated himself. He rarely ever used his middle name, but it should have been more obvious. I guess simple was enough to get by everyone. So, you figured it out, Ash said with a small smirk. It doesn't really matter to me at this point. Show us a good time, Professor. Begin. Use Rapid Spin, Blastoise. The shellfish Pokémon ran forward before withdrawing into its shell and spun at extremely high speeds, racing towards the calm Lucario. Dodge it, Ash said simply. Lucario jumped over the spinning shell, not even bothered by the stinging winds. Use Bite Blastoise. Blastoise shot out of his shell, lunging at the airborne Aura Pokémon. Throw him off with Blaze Kick, then follow it up with Aura Sphere. The silver-furred Lucario left foot lit up in flames before doing a backflip. The flaming kick hit the Blastoise's jaw, subsequently closing its mouth. Then he quickly fired the charged-up blue sphere at Blastoise's head. The explosion from the attack pushed Lucario back, who landed gracefully onto the ground while the shellfish Pokémon hit the ground with a loud thud. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Keep it away for now. Gary commanded, seeing that Ash's Lucario was too agile to fight up close. This will hopefully give me time to come up with a better plan. Your plan isn't going to help you, Gary, Ash thought. Lucario dodge and use extreme speed. Lucario spun on his heel and dodged the water-type attack with ease before vanishing. He reappeared with his foot in Blastoise's gut, who was hunched over and dry heaving in pain before being launched back by the force. Follow it up with a combo of extreme speed and Aura Sphere. Blastoise regained his bearings before Lucario appeared in front of him again, this time with an Aura Sphere fully charged. Lucario slammed the attack into Blastoise, who was sent into the arena's walls, hard. Lucario, return and stance, Ash commanded smoothly. The Aura Pokémon nodded and jumped back to be in front of his trainer and took his usual fighting stance. Those were only love taps. Blastoise should still be ready to continue battling, Ash thought as he watched his old rival's strongest Pokémon get up. There has got to be a way around that Lucario. Gary thought, frustrated as he watched his starter stand to his feet. That's when Gary's eyes widened when he noticed the band on Blastoise's right arm. That's right, I still have that. He grabbed the key chain on the left side of his belt buckle and clutched the orb on it tightly. Ash smirked as he realized what is about to happen. So, he has the ability to Mega Evolve his Blastoise. It wasn't there for only show. Question is, do they have the skill to hold it together and use the increased power from it? Let him go through with it, my friend. Let's see if he can make us have to take him more seriously. Lucario nodded at the command as Ash said the last part through their aura bond. This is our last shot, Blastoise, Gary said as his stone began to glow. Blastoise, Mega Evolve. Both Gary's and Blastoise's stones glowed brightly as the two energy streams released and waved around. Once the two streams touched each other, they stayed locked and Blastoise glowed brightly and became hidden by a bright light that made many look away. When the light died down, Blastoise's appearance had been altered quite a bit. The biggest change was that instead of two medium-sized cannons on his back, Blastoise now had two smaller cannons on his arms and one large one sticking out his back now. The shellfish Pokémon had successfully become Mega Blastoise. Activating his aura sight, Ash couldn't help but be impressed by how much stronger that Blastoise got through the evolution. They have a strong bond, but nowhere near as strong as ours. Give us your best. You're not going to evolve your Lucario? Gary asked. He was more confused when he heard Ash chuckle at his words. How about you make us have to Mega Evolve, Ash said in a mocking tone. You worry about your Pokémon and I'll worry about mine. Use Bullet Punch. Lucario's fists glowed before hardening and he disappeared before reappearing in front of the Mega Evolved Pokémon. He unleashed a barrage of punches that connected with his opponent's gut. He finished with a punch to his cheek that made Blastoise skid back. Rapid Spin Blastoise, Gary called out as his Pokémon corrected his balance. Spinning fast, Blastoise rushed forward with much greater speed than before. Stop him, Ash commanded through his aura. Lucario nodded as he caught the spinning Blastoise with both hands. The aura Pokémon skidded across the ground before using more power and stopped moving altogether. This shocked everyone in the stadium, as Lucario stopped an attack from a Mega Evolved Pokémon with his bare hands. Don't hesitate, Hydro Pump. Gary yelled the moment the starter was stopped. The Mega popped out from his shell as he fired the powerful attack from all three cannons. The attack hit directly and pushed Lucario back and was slammed into the wall on the other side of the arena. Gary smiled, happy to have gained some ground against his childhood friend. How do you like that, Ashy boy? Regretting your decision yet? Ash felt his anger, not at his Pokémon getting hurt, but at the traitor's tone and him calling him by that nickname again. This time though, Ash did not feel dark feeling rise again, he was just angry. He took a deep breath that calmed his nerves as he gazed back to the battlefield with a bored look. Lucario, stance, Ash spoke out, surprising Gary at his relaxed command. A silver blur appeared in front of Ash before it was revealed to be a calm Lucario who looked fine. The wet fur being the only signs that he was even hit by the hydro pump. He took the same stance that he was in before. You got anything else, Professor? We are not even trying on our end. Gary clenched his fists in frustration as he thought over every plan he could think of. Blastoise, hydro pump and spread it out. Be ready to strike. The shellfish Pokémon fired the attack, moving his two arms so a wave was created. The hydro pump created a slight powerful wave that also began to destroy the ground. Ash and Lucario were both calm at the approaching attack. That's it? Ash whispered. Cancel it out with Aura Sphere. Lucario charged the attack in an instant before shooting it forward. When the Aura Sphere contacted the wave of water, it exploded and caused the water to harmlessly disperse. Ash chuckled at the looks of surprise on everyone's faces. He knew that normally Mega Evolved Pokémon outclasses most other Pokémon, but it was nothing to him and Lucario. His aura partner was just that strong and was already used to battling Mega Evolved Pokémon in his base state. Extreme speed and send him upwards, Ash commanded though his aura. Like before, Lucario vanished from view. Blastoise was broke from his shock to find himself in pain from his chin and sailing upwards. Lucario appeared above the ascending Mega Evolved starter in a blur of speed. Send him back to the earth, Ash smirked. Bone Rush. A familiar staff of blue aura appeared in the silver-furred Pokémon hands as he swung the attack downward. The Bone Rush slammed into the head of the shellfish Pokémon, causing Blastoise to cry out in pain as he was sent towards the ground. The ground shook upon impact as a cloud of dust and debris was thrown about. Lucario flipped before he landed softly, in a crouch position before taking a battle stance again. When the dust finally settled, Blastoise was on his back, completely unconscious. A bright light shone once more, but now Blastoise was back in his original form. Blastoise is unable to battle, the referee announced. Moving on to the next round is Champion Ash Ketchum. The crowd cheered at yet another glimpse at Ash's true power. It was amazing to see a Mega Evolved Pokémon get dominated by a non-Mega Pokémon with little to no effort. Gary returned his starter in complete shock, not believing just how much Ash now outclassed him. He couldn't even counterattack with his last two Pokémon. Just how much stronger was Ash now? What other monsters were on his main team? He looked up to see Ash walking up, his Lucario by his side. Gary reached out and shook his hand with Ash, wincing when he felt his old rival's grip tighten. Lucario snapped his head to Ash, feeling the darkness in Ash try to rise and take control of his MSTR before it was pushed back moments later. Settling at a more manageable level. Plus he wasn't too worried due to Pikachu being right on his shoulder, ready to calm Ash down should he start to lose himself. Ash quickly let go before he wordlessly turned away and made his exit from the battlefield. Ash just wanted to get away from Gary as fast as possible, before his anger becomes too much for him to handle. I really need help from the others, Ash thought as he left. This aura is getting difficult to control. While the young champion walked away, the ex-best friend of Ash clenched his fists in frustration as he too made his way off the battlefield in the opposite direction. We will get you back, Ash. I swear it, man. We will make it up to you. Chapter 27. The Dark Prison and Joyful News. Tunnels after the battle. Great job out there you two, Ash complimented his two Pokémon. I knew it would be a cinch for you two and Levany to take him out. Pikachu rubbed his cheek to Ash's happily while Lucario nodded with a small smile to his trainer. Lucario frowned and gazed towards his partner. Are you sure that it was wise to reveal me? And Pikachu so soon? Lucario asked. Especially me, since Oak has most likely made the connection between you and your Satoshi persona. The others will no doubt know by the end of the day. Yeah, I believe it doesn't matter if they know, Ash replied as they entered the streets. They will not change my mind, I want nothing to do with them. As for you two, it's not like we revealed you guys at full power. You both held back a lot and neither battle lasted long enough to be an issue. Lucario and Pikachu nodded, seeing his point. Now let's go celebrate you guys' victory and an apology to Levany. I don't know what happened there, but I will figure it out. Once more, the Pokémon nodded. What is happening to me? Sensing the distress from his friend, Lucario placed his paw on Ash's shoulder to gain his attention. We finished our match pretty early, we might be able to make little Molly's battle. No, Molly's match happened second, Ash replied shaking his head. But we could meet up with her and watch the others. He gained a grin at the thought of spending time with his sister figure. Ash, hold up. A woman's voice called out, making him turn around to see Serena running up to him. The two trainers smiled as they embraced. You were great out there, Ash, she complimented as they separated, though Serena wanted to hold him longer. Your Pokémon seems to have gotten stronger since I last saw them. Though I'm surprised that you used Lucario so early on. Figured you would wait towards the end, good job out there by the way, Lucario. Lucario smiled as he bowed lightly with his paw on his pike. Thank you, Serena, he thanked her through his telepathy. It is nice to hear such kind words from a girl that is so close to MSTR. He turned his eyes towards Ash with a teasing grin. What's that supposed to mean, Lucario? Ash questioned the aura Pokémon with narrowed eyes. And stop calling me MSTR, dammit. I swear, you can be as bad as Flatchest sometimes. This only caused everyone to laugh, making Ash chuckle along his friends. As fun as this is, Pikachu began when he calmed down. We still got to go meet up with Molly before she gets too far. Ash nodded as he invited Serena, who agreed to go right away. The two made their way to Stadium A where her aura was still located. Both happy to be by the other's side. Unknown lab. Walking through a door that led to a descending staircase was a young woman in her mid-30s. She had shoulder-length pink hair that was tied in a ponytail, which seemed to be colder than the stairs she walked on. She wore a white and black lab coat over her hourglass figure. She wore blue heels that made an echoing click with each and every step. In her hands was a clipboard and numerous files. Next to her was a Mawile, which had a long scar on the top of its second mouth, and behind her was a Scyther and Weevil. This was Lenora Gritz, a well-reputable model and researcher. She was also an admin of a hidden organization and a hidden hater of this current world. She reached the end of the staircase as two automatic doors slid silently to the side, revealing a long white hallway. Lining the walls were cages with the bars comprising of highly powerful lasers, strong enough to keep an enraged Steelix entrapped, each filled with Pokémon. At the end of the long hallway was two giant keystones, and a curled-up superior between them. Lenora walked the hallway. Weevil, check on cell block C and make sure he knows not to try anything. Scyther, check on cell block E and make sure the subject is still alive. The two Pokémon silently and obediently left to follow Lenora's orders. Lenora stopped walking in front of a cage that held a large Tyranitar. This Tyranitar was littered with cuts, bruises, burns, and other injuries across its armored body. The bigger-than-normal Tyranitar was curled up with a metal collar around its neck. The burns glistened menacingly across its arms, tail, hands, and neck. Lenora looked at one of the folders that read, Tyranitar, Cell Block B. Lenora hummed as she read. Total of 25 attempted escapes, none successful. Burns from the escapes from the laser grid yet seems still willing to try again. Punished many times for its failed attempts, reported total of 30. The 5 extra from being defiant and ignoring orders. Was a mother before its child died, and is unable to handle conditioning. Immensely strong with its attacks, Hyper Beam, Stone Edge, Earthquake, and Screech. Says here, your ability is Sandstream. High defensive abilities and strong attack power, but not much going for you in speed. Seems you're quite the veteran battler as you have used Screech as an attack and a defense. Not much in finesse though as you only have your brute strength, but that won't be a problem much longer. Lenora turned the dial on the machine on her left wrist before pressing the button as it glowed green. The LEDs on the collar around Tyranitar's neck glowed green. Shortly after, Tyranitar let out a mm of pain. Tyranitar stirred and awoke, staring at Lenora in the eye menacingly as it stood up groggily, its body slowly filling with rage. Not as fierce as when you were put here originally, Lenora stated casually. Seems you need just a little more pushing before you finally learn your place. Mawile, be ready. The little Pokémon nodded and jumped into position, ready for battle against the near-broken Pokémon. Lenora leaned over and turned the laser grid off, and the Tyranitar wasted no time, charging a Hyper Beam, ready to erase the disgusting human in front of her. Mawile, Iron Head. Make it close its mouth and learn, Lenora commanded, as the steel/fairy took off, already surrounded by the metallic aura of the attack. Mawile slammed into the Tyranitar's chest, causing her to hunch over in pain, but mouth still open, ready to attack. The second mouth snapped upward and closed around Tyranitar's, snapping it shut. Slam it down, Lenora commanded as Mawile pushed off from the giant rock/dark type's chest. With a strong turn of the neck, Mawile lifted Tyranitar off the ground, with a surprising show of strength before slamming the giant Pokémon on his back. The impact made the whole room shake, awakening more than just a few Pokémon. The superior slithered quickly over, and the two keystones floated, revealing themselves as spiritomes. The three went to subdue the Tyranitar, as it started getting back up, though hesitantly. Lenora raised her hand, stopping the guard Pokémon in their tracks. "It's under control," she said as she crossed her arms. Mawile, surround it with double team and run around her. Show her what happens when one tries to resist our power. The steel/fairy flashed a bright light before multiplying, surrounding the enraged Tyranitar. Tyranitar, confused by the illusion, looked around in agony at the circle getting tighter and tighter around her. In a last-ditch effort, Tyranitar let out a screech, powerful enough to knock the Mawile away, if it wasn't for Lenora commanding Mawile. "Iron Head," is all she commanded to the Pokémon. Mawile surrounded herself with the metallic aura and charged at the Pokémon's chest. The screech was barely stopped by Mawile's sheer force, and the steel/fairy slammed into the Tyranitar's side, causing her to lose her breath and knocking her onto her side. Tyranitar grasped her side, gasping for breath as it cried in pain. Mawile continued the assault, repeatedly beating into the sides, back, and any exposed part of the dark/rock type's body. After several hits the Tyranitar collapsed, not even trying to defend itself in an act of SBMSN, yet the assault persisted. After several more devastating hits, the repeated noise in the background finally made its way to Mawile. Lenora had been screaming, "Halt!" The Mawile dropped the aura and moved back to Lenora, not even strained nor winded by the pressure the assault put on her. Lenora kneeled near the defeated Pokémon. "Do you understand now? What happens to those who defy us?" She almost seemingly whispered to the Pokémon. "You would not be in such a pathetic and pitiful state if you just listened. You were such a deadly force, and now you're more pathetic than the droppings that one gets on their shoes. Now obey, or you will continue to learn." The Tyranitar raised its head, mouth open, hyper beam charged and ready to fire in a last-ditch effort to kill the human in front of her, not caring if the attack killed herself as well. Before either could react, an ice beam hit the Tyranitar in the mouth, causing the hyper beam to self-destruct, flinging the dark/rock type across the room, sliding ironically enough back into its cell. Lenora, however, was not so lucky, flung across the room like a ragdoll hit by a Tauros. Before any injury could occur, the Mawile jumped to Lenora, catching her and putting her gently on the floor. Lenora regained her footing and walked over to the Tyranitar, sighing in frustration. "You continue to be stubborn, even in the face of defeat. Even your most powerful attack was countered by a simple ice beam, and yet you continue to fight. You've fallen from grace, but you can come back from this. All you need to do, is submit." The Tyranitar looked at her with a soul-piercing gaze. It was these people that her baby Lavater was dead. Her baby couldn't handle the torture they put it through. The Pokémon, ignoring the pain shooting through her body, lifted itself up, slowly but surely. She will make them pay. The mouth dropped open, and Hyper Beam was charged. Even if it meant killing herself, every person in this building would pay. With her baby gone, nothing else mattered. Nothing did. If she fires that, it could bring the whole building down on top of everyone. Lenora though, as she quickly turned the dial in the opposite direction and quickly pressed the button. The lights on the collar around Tyranitar's neck turned purple, before a burning sensation shot through its body. The pain was too much, and the Tyranitar dropped the attack, its pain tolerance clearly pushed past its limit. This was brought upon you, only by yourself. Only you could have stopped this. Lenora said as she turned back on the laser grid. You have one more day before you lose your usefulness. I'll be back tomorrow. She turned the dial a little more, and the collar turned red. The Tyranitar collapsed, unconscious. As her and Mawile walked out of the room, she turned back and stated, only those who understand their place can survive. You must be strong to move forward. This disgusting world has no place for those who defy. She turned into the next cell block and stared at the Macamp, which was held in the same state of stasis. Soon this ugly world will finally change, and my MSTR will lead this new world. Lenora deactivated the laser grid and stepped inside the cell. She twisted the dial on her wrist, tuning it to Machamp's collar. As she finished with it, the Pokémon awoke, slowly lifting itself up with its outstanding physique. It glared at the model and her Pokémon like a certain rock/dark Pokémon, but it had no fight in its eyes. The Pokémon within it, the indomitable spirit of the fighting type, was dead. Those eyes, they have no light or soul in them, Lenora thought as she smirked at the docile fighting type. Machamp looked away from her in humility and SBMSN. Now that's a much more appealing sight than that hideous defiance that Tyranitar had. The loss of light showing just how empty that life will make you feel. After close studying and recording of the Machamp, who didn't even lift a finger in resistance, even when its shackles were removed, Lenora nodded. As she turned her back, she called out. One of you two Spiritomes be a dear and take Machamp to the training centers. He's ready. As she walked to the next cell, pink hair and lab coat swaying, the dark/ghost type appeared into the cell as it called out to Machamp. The fighting type stood and wordlessly followed Spiritome, its face refusing to look anyone in the eye. So Machamp has successfully been broken down and Tyranitar still needs some work, she said as her Mawile simply nodded. But her converging will be within the week, she doesn't have much hope left. Her near-suicidal attempt just a little while ago shows just how near the breaking point she is. The MSTR will be pleased with these results. Now let's see how our special guest is doing. She walked towards the one cage that looked slightly different than the others. The inside of the cell was made from pure black metal. Each wall and corner had a steel chain protruding from it as they locked in the center. In the center of the cell, unconscious on the floor, was the Pokémon that could travel through time itself, Celebi. "Heh, can't believe the boss was able to get his hands on you," she chuckled mentally. "Guess I shouldn't be too surprised at this anymore, due to the amazing specimens he's collected prior." She walked past the cell and the second Spiritome. She opened a panel hidden into the wall and entered a code into the device that was hidden behind. The wall opened up, and she walked into a huge new room, separated by a very thick transparent wall. As Lenora walked in, the scientists within saluted her appearance. On the other side of the wall, was another part of the room that went amazingly deep, completely filled with water. As Lenora walked to one of the computers, a scientist rushed out of the way, clearing the way for her. After typing another code, a panel on the desk opened up, and a blue light filled the room. The blue orb was being scanned by the computer, and Lenora placed her hand on it. As she felt the orb, a smile slowly spread across her face. "I can't wait to show this specimen the truth of this ugly world that it had helped create. I'll show you the truth, Kyogre." With Ash. Ash stood to the sidelines as he watched Molly and Serena happily playing with the baby Pokémon in the clearing. Every Pokémon seemed to take an instant liking to the girls, no matter what they were. Beside him was Gardevoir, Glaceon, and Levany, who forgave Ash almost immediately for what had happened. "The little ones really like them," Gardevoir said happily as she watched the group playing. "Shows how good of a person those two are for that to happen." Indeed, Levany stated as she smiled brightly, being something of an older sister to the children. "I'm glad to see them so comfortable and having fun." Ash nodded with a smile before he sensed a new signature enter his clearing. He looked to the shade of a nearby tree and smiled wide. "You don't have to stay hidden, buddy. Those girls are good people and won't mind you." For a moment, nothing happened as everyone gazed at the tree. Serena and Molly were confused who Ash was talking to until they noticed the shape emerging from the shadow of the tree. Their eyes widened when it fully emerged with its lone red, glowing eye. What emerged was the legendary Pokémon of nightmares, darkness, and horror, Darkrai. "That's a Darkrai," Selena thought to herself as she looked at the dark type with slight fear. "I hear that it can cause nightmares to anyone sleeping near it. But why would it be here?" "See, partner," Ash said as he walked up to Darkrai, who kept his distance from the two girls. No one is here to hurt you. They are good people and close friends. All Darkrai did was nod, but it stayed to the shadow of the tree, preferring his position in the shade and away from the girls. Ash sighed, as he moved Darkrai from the shade of the tree, but there with him for comfort. I understand that you have a distrust of people after what happened, but these two are extremely trustworthy. I promise they won't do anything to hurt you, and I'm really sure they want to be your friend. Darkrai gazed at Ash for a moment, before he looked back at the girls with a hint of worry. If you say so, Ash, Darkrai said in a nervous tone before floating slowly forward, followed by a smiling Ash. All the Pokémon smiled happily and greeted the nervous pitch-black Pokémon, who nodded back as the others. When he reached the other two humans, his nerves seemed to die as he couldn't even find the voice to greet them. In fact, he looked at the ground as he had trouble looking at them while they were so close to him. Hello, the legendary Pokémon tried to greet them. I'm Darkrai, a Pokémon under Ash. It's nice to meet you. He said rather hesitantly, and he failed to keep eye contact, instead establishing it with the ground. Darkrai flinched when he noticed that youngest stepped forward. He had to fight every instinct to run, but was still troubled over his trust in humans. The only thing that truly helped was that Ash was around and that he trusted his trainer. He was caught off guard when he felt the young human girl hug him and squeal in what seemed to be joy. You are so cool. Molly yelled happily as she looked to her brother figure. Where did you find such a cool Pokémon like him? And you look so strong too. She took a step back and smiled happily at Darkrai, taking note of the surprised look on his face. My name is Molly Hale and I'm a Pokémon trainer like Ash. It's very nice to meet you. Darkrai had no idea what to say to the young girl, but caught more movement at the corner of his eye. He looked to the direction with curiosity in his gaze as he saw that it was Serena smiling warmly at him with her hands waving at him. Hello Darkrai, the young performer greeted the dark type. My name is Serena, a close friend of Ash's. It's very nice to meet you. Darkrai had trouble responding as he was nervous around any humans that wasn't his trainer. He turned his gaze towards his trainer who met his gaze and nodded with a small smile. The pitch-black Pokémon didn't hesitate to separate from the human girls and leave by phasing into the ground. Ah, did he have to leave so soon? Molly said, disappointed that Darkrai left without saying a word. Was it something we said? Ash gave Molly a sad look as he shook his head. No, it wasn't you guys. It's just how Darkrai is around people he doesn't know, the young champion as he looked around with his aura. The poor guy had a really rough life and because of that, he has major trust issues. The only reason he didn't leave right away when you all arrived was because I was here the whole time. You hugging him the way you did Molly, was a huge improvement on his part. What happened exactly? Serena asked in worry for the Dark-type legend. She has met her fair share of distrusting Pokémon over the years, but Darkrai was downright terrified of them. It's a story I can't tell you without his permission, Ash replied with crossed arms over his chest. It's a long, sad story to be honest. Maybe someday we will be able to tell you, but he will need to be comfortable around you guys before that could happen. The girls nodded their heads in understanding, not wanting to seem too pushy with his business. Ash's danger sense went off as he jumped back in time to avoid a flying kick that was aimed for his head. The Kalos champion continued to dodge and block kicks from his assailant before grabbing the person's leg and tossing the attacker away. Seriously Mia, just greet me like a DMN normal person, Ash reprimanded, but the smirk on his face showed he was merely messing with her and wasn't bothered by it. Mia smiled happily as she couldn't help but bouncing on the ball of her feet with her hands behind her back. She then took off at high speeds, running towards Ash in a blur. Not sensing an attack, Ash was surprised to find himself in a tight hug from his elite as she giggled happily into his chest. Her joy was so contagious, he couldn't help but chuckle as he returned the hug. Whoa now flat chest, he said as he pat her head and rubbed it affectionately. What's got you into such a good mood Mia? I haven't seen you this happy in a long while. After finally gaining some control of her giggling, she looked at Ash with a huge smile. "I did it," she cheered out through her giggling. "I beat Bruno, one of the world's fighting-type Pokémon experts. I am one step closer to my goal. I can't believe it, I'm so happy. I just can't contain it." Ash's eyes widened at her words. "Wow, that's great news, Mia." Ash cheered with a smile as he hugged the red head and spun her around. This caused another fit of happy giggles from her as her smile widened and returned the hug tighter. "This news deserving of a celebration in my opinion. Let's all go out to eat anywhere that you would like, it will be my treat." Mia's eyes sparkled in joy at his offer as she hugged her friend tighter. "Thank you so much, Ash. You're the absolute best," she yelled out as she jumped up and down in joy. "Oh yeah, don't tell Ty yet as I want to be the one to tell him myself." "Sure thing, you little nuisance," he said with a smirk as he fixed up her hair so it's out of her face. "Why don't you get yourself situated while I gather everyone else together?" Mia nodded happily as she hugged Ash one more time and kissed his cheek before running off. "See you back here in a bit then, Ashy," she waved over her shoulder. Ash shook his head at her as he turned back to the girls behind him and smiled at them. "Would you ladies like to join us for the celebration?" Ash asked as both girls thought about it and nodded with a smile. "Awesome. Let's go get my other elites and a few others since this is a big day for Mia. Now she's closer to her dream of being the world's #1 expert on fighting-type Pokémon. Hey Gardevoir." The psychic/fairy type appeared next to him in a flash of light, a graceful smile on her face. "Can I help you, Ash?" she asked with a gentle smile. "I'm going to head out for a bit and I have no clue when I will be back," he said as he crossed his arms across his chest. "Could you do me a favor and watch everyone for me until I get back?" "Of course I don't mind, Ash," she replied with a nod. "Tell Mia congratulations on my behalf." Ash nodded as he left with Sabrina and Molly in tow. Now he just had to find the others so they can get this party underway. Chapter 28. The New Arrival and Assault. As Ash made his through the forest, he addressed his aura partner who was walking beside him. "Lucario, you go find Jacob and Erica for me. I am sure they would love to join us for Mia's celebration." Lucario ran off without a word to carry out his order. Ash looked to Pikachu who jumped onto his left shoulder and looked to his friend. "Who else do you think we should invite to our little party, buddy?" The mouse Pokémon thought it over as he tilted his head to the side. "Maybe Sethina and Annabelle would like to join us." Pikachu replied. "It also works out for us because you need to talk to them about Shadow since we haven't had the chance to, or at the least set up a meeting time." Ash nodded due to Pikachu's reasoning as he began to attempt to locate the mentioned people's aura. After a few more moments, Ash got a lock on Annabelle's aura signature and it seemed she was with both Paul and another person he doesn't recognize. Ash made his way towards the signatures and eventually found himself at a place called the Miltank's Cafe. Quickly entering the building, he looked towards the signatures he followed and gave a small smile at the talking group. He had gained a small blush on his face when he laid eyes on the person with the unknown aura signature. Pikachu noticed the blush and chuckled at it as he looked back to the person. The unknown signature belonged to a gorgeous woman that had a fierce and wild air to her. She wasn't a very tall woman, about average height, a good head shorter than Ash. She had short black hair that was cut to be at chin level. She had deep red eyes that seemed to glow with power and had a sparkle of excitement. She wore a ragged white cloak with black shoulder pads, along with gray shorts that had a red belt serving as its belt. She wore a tight black top that had 2 red crescent moons on her moderate chest and knee-length gray socks with open-toed gray boots. She had 2 spherical red earrings, as well as a blue mega anklet on her left leg which Ash was shocked to notice had a salamancite. In her arms was a Whizmore that was cuddled into her chest. Serena took note of Ash's expression and puffed up her cheeks in a pout, annoyed and angry at the girl giving her crush such a reaction. Pretty or not, Ash should not be looking at her like that, she thought to herself with slightly clenched fists. Unless it's towards to me. Pikachu chuckled at his friend's reaction, not too sure how to feel about Ash's reaction only because he didn't know the girl. Ketchum, over here. Paul knocked Ash from his thoughts as he called out to his old rival from Sinnoh. This got Annabelle to look up excitedly towards Ash, though her smile became more strained when she saw Serena being so close to Ash. Hey Paul, Annabelle, Ash greeted the two siblings with a warm smile that made Annabelle blush. He turned to the new girl with a questioning look and much more control of his blush. And who's your friend here? Hello there. My name is Zinnia, the young girl introduced herself with an excited grin. You're Ash Ketchum, the champion of the Kalos region, right? You're also Paul's rival from when he traveled the Sinnoh region, correct? With each new question, the exotic women leaned closer to Ash as her excitement got the better of her. Ash had a slight blush dust his cheeks due to their close proximity, becoming nervous as he gazed into her eyes. Yes, my name is Ash. It is nice to meet you, Zinnia. He stretched his hand out for a handshake that Zinnia happily returned with a firm grip. Then you must be an extremely strong trainer along with very powerful Pokémon, she yelled with a moral smirk that Ash found oddly alluring. I can't wait to see your bond with your team personally. In fact, why don't we find an open arena and you can show me right now? Ash rose his eyebrow before he quickly took notice of the salamancite that was secured to her ankle by an ankle bracelet. So, she has a mega stone as well, and it seems to belong to a salamence. Definitely a powerful choice as long as it isn't just for show. So, Mr. Champion, Zinnia continued as she crossed her arms under her chest. Let's have a rough, tough battle using our powerful bonds between over Pokémon. Mine against yours. Ash turned his gaze towards his old rival that merely gave him a teasing grin. Is she always like this? Ash asked him mentally, a bit caught off guard since Mia was the only girl he knew that was this wild about all forms of battle. As if sensing his thoughts, Paul nodded at Ash as if to answer his question. She is a battler down to her very core, Paul said as he caught his sister glaring at how close Zinnia was to her crush. In fact, so were the other two girls that were with Ash. She is an extremely strong trainer and her Pokémon are very tough to battle. She loves battling strong trainers that she sees as strong and could give her a challenge. It's how we met when I visited Annabelle and Zinnia had just finished beating her in a battle. Ash was surprised and impressed since Annabelle and her Pokémon are no joke and are an extremely powerful team. Ash was getting excited at the idea of battling a powerful opponent since he still loved a tough battle and has yet to have a challenger make him use his more powerful team seriously. The only one he used his stronger Pokémon against was Gary, and that was extremely one-sided. Ash quickly calmed down though as he didn't have time for a battle right now. As much as I would love to battle right now, Ash said as he took a small step back to gain some distance. I sadly don't have the time to battle you right now. I actually came here for Paul and Annabelle. This caused the two siblings to look at Ash curiously while Zinnia pouted at not getting her battle. You see, one of my Elite Four members has just finished battling and beating one of her icons in a battle, Ash explained. Mia wants to be the world's #1 fighting type specialist and top martial artist. By beating Bruno in a battle, she is one step closer to that dream, so I figured a celebration is in order. Would you guys like to join us? Of course. Annabelle said happily, wanting to use this chance to spend more time with Ash. I would love to go, it sounds like it could be a ton of fun. Plus, I am interested in meeting your other elite members. Paul crossed his arms with an uninterested look on his face as he scowled at the Kalos champion. And why would I care about some girl's accomplishment, he said bluntly. I'll just be wasting my time when I could use that time to train my Pokémon for tomorrow's battle. Ah, come on Paul, Annabelle said as she looked at him in slight annoyance. Give yourself and your Pokémon a rest for the night. Plus, it would be cool to meet the other elites for his region. It will be a fun time Paul, Ash said as he looked to his annoyed rival. Plus, if I know Mia like I think I do, then you will definitely get a battle in. Especially with the place that I have in mind for the celebration. This got Paul's attention at the prospect of getting a battle with a powerful opponent. Mia is a battle fanatic, more than both of us. The idea to have a chance to have a battle between him and a region's best was too much for Paul to resist. Fine, I'll go and attend the stupid party of yours, but it better not be a waste of my time. Yeah, I promise it won't be, Paul, Ash replied with a chuckle as he looked to the snickering Zinnia. If you would like to, then you are more than welcome to join us too. Zinnia thought it over for a few seconds before she nodded with a smile. Sure, it sounds like a good time, Zinnia replied. Where do you want us to meet up? Meet by the Pokémon Center in like 20 minutes at the earliest, Ash replied as Pikachu nodded. I still got to pick up the others and change out of this old thing. As for your attire, you don't have to wear anything formal. The others nodded as he pet Pikachu's head and made his way out. See you all later. As Ash exited the building and made his way out, he stretched out his aura in another attempt to find the next person to invite. He smiled when he singled out a calm, yet powerful flow of aura that he recognized instantly. He quickened his pace using the aura he channeled into his legs, increasing his speed and becoming a bit of a blur to the people around him. Pikachu laughed as his best friend ran at a good pace. Go Ash! Pikachu cheered as he laughed while gripping Ash's shoulder tightly. Use quick attack. Ash chuckled at the yellow mouse's joke as he tightened his muscles and ran at a faster pace. I'm not going to lie, I miss using my aura for things like this, Ash thought to himself as he was almost upon his destination. It really does feel good to be able to let my aura loose so freely and just enjoy the privileges this gift allows me. The last time I did was when I was training with Zean. I'm going to need to find an opportunity to really cut loose. As the young champion began to slow down, he couldn't help the happy smile that adorned his face when he saw Cynthia within his sights. It didn't surprise Ash that the appealing champion of Sinnoh was at an ice cream stand eating a cone with 3 different flavored scoops on top of each other. He had to laugh at the relieved look on the stand owner's face. Cynthia, hey Cynthia, he called out, getting the blonde woman's attention. The moment Cynthia saw Ash, she smiled joyfully with a slight blush to her cheeks as she waved at him. Hello Ash, how are you doing this evening? I am doing well Cynthia, Ash replied looking her over and taking notice of her teal-blue top that showed how fit she really was. Her hair was in the usual style along with white khakis that fit her slender legs tightly. Arceus, she is appealing in whatever she wears. I was wondering if you were busy later today. Cynthia was caught off guard by the question and blushed a deep red while nearly dropping her ice cream cone. Is that he asking me out on a date this time? She was so lost in thought that she almost forgot to answer his question, but she was able to compose herself. I am free for the rest of the day, she replied as calmly as she could. Ash gave the Sinnoh champion a slightly concerned gaze as he noticed how red her face was getting. I hope she isn't getting sick, Ash thought to himself before he responded. Awesome, do you think that you could meet me by the Pokémon Center in a little bit? This really is a date. Cynthia mentally squealed in joy as she gave her crush a warm smile. Sure, I can meet you there no problem, she said warmly, trying to control her excitement. That's great. Ash replied happily. Mia will love the chance to battle Cynthia's Lucario or try to find tips on its fighting style knowing her. I will be there soon as I just got to take care of a few things first. And you can wear what you have on already, it's perfect actually. Bye Cynthia, I'll see you in a little bit. Oh, and the others there I will be over soon. Ash quickly ran off before Cynthia could respond to his request. Wait, others? Cynthia thought to herself as the image in her mind of her and Ash at a restaurant while on a nice date began to shatter. Running a bit faster, Ash sensed that he was nearing the strong aura signatures of his next 2 invites. He quickly ended up at a training gym that was both wide and tall, at least 2 stories. In the decent-sized field of the gym, Ash was able to see different fighting-type Pokémon and trainers working out or training. Ash entered the field and made his way to the front door, which were also tall, like one would usually find at a dojo. He nudged the door with one hand and quickly realized that they were thick and heavy. So the doors are some sort of test, Ash thought to himself as Pikachu yawned bored at this test as they had gone several of these types of tests before. You need to have strength and a strong enough core to enter. Simple enough to be honest. The young champion shrugged as he ignored some of the mocking looks the others in the yard were giving. He put more force in his arm and pushed once more while the doors opened with a minimum amount of effort. This made some of the muscle heads and Pokémon to look at him in surprise at the fact that he did it with no problem while they couldn't even budge the doors. And they had bigger muscles. As Ash entered the gym, Pikachu snickered at the shocked look of all muscle heads' faces. Yeah, my bro has more strength in his body than all of you put together, Pikachu laughed mentally. As soon as the door closed, Ash was greeted to a sight of strong martial arts trainers working on all kinds of exercises. There was even an imitation of a waterfall that trainers and Pokémon were using for meditation training. An exercise he had done many times before with his Lucario, with a few extra add-ons. Ash noticed to the side was an old man in a training GI and sitting in a seizure posture. To the sides and behind him was a Hitmonlee to his right, Hitmonchan to his left, and a Hitmontop behind him. While these three were interesting and definitely strong in their own rights, it was the last Pokémon that got Ash's attention the most. Sitting in front of the elder man was a Minsheo that had a dangerous glint in its eyes that narrowed at him. That Minsheo is definitely powerful, Ash thought as he made his way to the older man since the people he wanted to talk to were upstairs. It is definitely champion level, elite level at the least. Its aura level is off the charts and dense while concentrated. It would take Mia's Hitmontop at her best to win. Ash stood in front of the Minsheo and the old man before bowing to them in respect. Mstr Goldman, it's an honor to meet you. Goldman Sakura, a martial arts Mstr that shook the martial arts world of Pokémon. He and his Pokémon had taken the top spot in almost every fighting tournament for 7 years. He's also successfully taken down over 60 dojos all over the Kanto and Johto regions. Ah, the honor is all mine, Goldman replied with a grandfatherly smile as he gave Ash a slight bow. It's an honor to have the champion of the Kalos region enter my humble abode. May I ask the nature of your visit, young champion? I was made aware that a friend of mine has come here and I needed to speak with them, Ash responded calmly, taking note of Minsheo keeping its eyes locked on Pikachu while the yellow rat Pokémon returned the locked gaze. They were not outside, so I assumed that they would be in here. Well, you were able to open those doors on your own, Goldman said with a small smile. So, you are free to look for your friends as long as you don't disturb the other trainers. Ash bowed his head in thanks before turning around and making his way upstairs. That Minsheo was really strong, such a dense aura it possesses. I would love to battle it if I could, it will be a tough opponent. Ash was shaken from his thoughts as he entered another training level that had training equipment for the body. He saw Pokémon like Macamp use contraptions and machines to restrict body movements and air flow, making it tougher for the Pokémon to use their full strength, in turn making them stronger. Looking towards the far left wall, Ash took notice of one of the people he was looking for, which was a muscular man that was a good head taller than himself. He wore a dirty white training GI with a black belt on his waist. He wore no shoes on his big feet and 2 black wristbands on his arms. His hair was black and spiky. The man was cheering on his Hitmonlee and Macamp, who were both doing their best at lifting the weights and performing the exercises. This man was Bruno of the Kanto Elite Four and one of the world's best fighting type specialists. Ash walked up to the man with a smile, having met him from his travels in the past. I'm sure Mia would love another all-out battle with him and his Pokémon, Ash thought as he neared the man. Hey Bruno, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Bruno turned around and smiled when he saw that it was Ash that called out to him. Ah, Ash. It has been a long while. Congratulations are in order, though late as it may be, for your rise to champion. You have grown strong since our last meeting. Ash smiled and nodded towards the Fighting Elite Four member. Yes, I must say that I am very proud of the results of me and my Pokémon's training. Even now, we are only going to grow stronger with every battle. Bruno nodded in approval at Ash's pride, not seeing anything wrong since he has proven his strength. So Ash, are you here to train with your Pokémon? Actually, no. Ash replied with a head shake. I came here looking for you Bruno, and another friend that I believe is on the roof for whatever reason. There is a battlefield on the roof, so your friend must be having a battle, Bruno replied as he crossed his arms. Ash nodded as he looked towards the staircase. To make a long story short, I'm holding a celebration for Mia later today due to her battle and victory against you, Ash explained as he went into champion mode. I know it sounds aimless but she wishes to be the world's #1 fighting type specialist, and you are one of her greatest idols. Would you please come and join us for the celebration? The man thought it over before giving Ash a warm smile and nod of the head. Ash returned the smile and told him to meet him by the Pokémon Center as the others will be there as well. I will meet you there momentarily as I have one more person to meet. As Bruno nodded, Ash took off up the stairs and made it to the roof of the building as a battle just finished taking place from the amount of aura thrown around that lingered in the air still. On the ground was an unconscious Hitmonchan and in front of it was a powerful Lucario in its Mega Evolution state. Its hardened eyes slowly began to relax as its body lost the tensity in its muscles. The champion had a bright smile on his face as he could just feel the powerful bond and aura that just wafted from Lucario and connected with its trainer. A bright light shone around the Mega Pokémon as it shrunk down and took its original form. Great job Lucario, a young female voice called out happily as woman skated toward the Lucario who gave her a light fist bump. We really are the absolute best team ever, Lucario. No one can stop us. This young woman was Corona, the fighting-type gym leader of the Kalos region. She was a good friend between him and Mia, for more obvious reasons. Her and her father are the main reason that he has essentially mastered Mega Evolution. He studied under her dad and Professor Sycamore as he learned to HRNSS the power that Mega Evolution granted. It was due to this, that Ash and Corona spent a lot of time together whether it was training or just plain relaxing. After Corona congratulated her opponent who returned it, Ash walked over and called out to the gym and Lucario, getting all three to turn to him. Lucario smiled and gave a slight bow in greeting while Corona smiled brightly and collided into Ash with a tight hug. The man smirked at the action and the man made his way out. Neither noticed the man's eyes turned red as left through the door. Ash, hi, how are you? What took you so long to greet me you JRK, she asked in a more teasing tone than angry one as she hadn't seen Ash in months since he vanished to Empty Silver for further training due to its level of difficulty. She was playing but she was annoyed that he took this long to just say hi to her. She, along with a few others, were worried that Ash may have gotten hurt or maybe forgot about them. She would be lying if she said that she hadn't gained feelings for her region's champion. He was always so sweet to her and helped her out with her training to become stronger and more connected with her Pokémon. He was childish, in a cute way, that always made her laugh. But if it was needed, he could become more dominant and powerful which would send a shiver down her spine in joy. She liked the more take charge and dominate types, sue her. I am doing quite well Corona, Ash replied happily as he returned the hug. I'm glad to find out that you and most of my region gym leaders are still in the tournament. It was true as Ash tries to keep an eye out on his region in total, gym leaders and elites, and it would seem that the Kalos region has only lost 2 of its gym leaders being Viola and Ramos. This was a good thing as it showed how tough they all are and will gain more trainers to travel and challenge the league to gain the title. That also means more tourists to visit the region known to be powerful and that means more revenue for the region. Basically, the better they do then the better Kalos does as a whole. Corona nodded and crossed her arms as she smirked at him. Yeah, the trainers here are tough as they are all giving it all they got on the battlefield. Me and Lucario had to go all out in our last battle as the guy was super tough. His Vaporeon nearly won, but we showed our will to win and came out on top. Well, I am glad to hear that you all are enjoying yourselves, Ash replied, looking at Corona with warm amusement at her joy and energy. Either way, I have come to invite you out to a small celebration. Ash explained to her the reason for the whole thing as Corona smiled and nodded. I would love to go. Corona replied, moving her ponytail out of her face. This is a big deal, especially for Mia. I can't wait to congratulate her on her hard work. In fact, I think I know the perfect celebratory gift. I gotta call Gramps so he can send it over. That's fine, Ash replied. You have time and you only have to be semi-casual. So, you do you. I'll see ya in a bit as I have to go and get ready myself. Corina nodded as she hugged Ash tightly once more before skating off, her mind giddy at being to hug her crush so much. Ash was none the wiser to her blushing, happy face. Well, that should be everyone, Ash thought as he left, taking note that Bruno had already left. As Ash reached the exit, he was stopped by the dojo MSTR's Minsheo, who gave Ash a challenging glare. Ash chuckled lightly, feeling no malice from the silent glare. He only felt the longing to face a powerful opponent that Ash himself could understand. Sorry Minsheo, Ash said with an apologetic smile. I have to take care of a few important things today, so I don't have time to battle you. At this, Ash gained a more challenging smirk. But I will definitely be back for a battle against you when I have the time. Minsheo stared into Ash's eyes for a few moments before it gave Ash a nod and left without a word. Ash quickly left afterwards, making his way to his hotel room to change his clothing. Pokémon Center. Ash walked into the center feeling much better in his Aura Guardian uniform. While I don't mind my casual clothing, it just doesn't fit who I am like my battle clothes, he thought to himself as he tightened his gloves. I am more comfortable being my guardian self. As he entered, he couldn't help but smile at the people who were there for his elite celebration getting along. He saw his elites, excluding Tai and Mia, talking to Delia and Serena. Miette was next to Serena, chipping into the conversation here and there. Ash saw Cynthia, who had to calm down after her misunderstanding of this meeting being a date, talking to an awestruck Molly Hale, who was most likely asking for battling tips. Bruno, who was wearing tan slacks and a red dress-up shirt that looked like it wouldn't last long on him. Sitting on a bench nearby was Corina, who was drinking water as she leaned back. She was wearing a red shirt that had black belt going around her stomach. She wore a blue skirt that had black stockings going up her legs. What made him laugh was that she was still wearing her usual skates and helmet and the usual ponytail. Ash also took note of Paul, who was wearing his usual clothing along with Annabelle and Zinnia, both wearing the same outfits from earlier. They were all sitting at a table near the front desk, talking to each other. Ash walked further and spoke out to get their attention. Hey everyone, I am glad to see that you all were able to make it, Ash said as everyone turned to him, making some of the girl blush brightly at his guardian attire. I know it was a bit last minute for you all, so I am happy to see that you all are here. This is a great occasion for my friend, and I wanted her to know that I am really proud of her hard work and the skilled trainer that she has become since we first met. Before Ash could continue, he was nearly knocked over by a strong force that hit him on the back. He felt the strong arms of the culprit wrap around his torso and hug him tightly. Ah Ashy, you're so sweet, the culprit, who turned out to be Mia, said happily as she nuzzled Ash's back. Thank you for those wonderful words. Ash chuckled as he turned around and hugged his elite member back. Any time, but you don't have to be so excited over nothing, you crazy girl, Ash said with a smile. Ash looked up from his hug and saw Zean and Tai enter the center, Zean having a wide smile on his face. Zean was wearing his usual outfit while Tai had his hands in his pocket. Glad you both decided to dress up, Ash teased with a smile. Tai smirked back as he gestured to his outfit. What, this old thing, he replied. I had decided to look fancy for the celebratory get-together. Got to look my best after all. Ash chuckled as Zean laughed lightly at his friends' little banter with each other. While they laughed, Alex ran up to Mia and gave her a hug. Ash looked to everyone else who were looking at them, before smiling brightly towards Mia. Almost everyone is here, now we just need one more person, but first things first, he pulled out a black cloth and handed it to Mia. You must wear this blindfold tightly so it remains a surprise. The young elite looked confused before complying to the request and put on the BLNDFLD. Okay, now what? You keep quiet and keep the blndfld on, Ash said with a chuckle. A small, bright light got his attention from towards the door, and from that light came Jacob and Erica. Next to them was Mike, Mia's mother, Lola, and Ash's Gardevoir. And thank you for the pickup, Gardevoir. The psychic/fairy merely smiled warmly at her MSTR before she looked around at the gathered people. Is this everyone, MSTR? Yes, it is, Ash replied as he nodded to his Pokémon. I figured we could go to her favorite restaurant, if you don't mind giving us a little bit of help. Of course, I don't mind, but I will have to make multiple trips, Gardevoir replied. I'm not skilled enough to teleport this many people at once. Don't worry, Gardevoir, Ash replied with a smile before he spoke the rest through their link. Mutwo is outside waiting on my signal. Your teleport is just for show, to be honest. Gardevoir giggled at Ash's deception and nodded. Turning back to everyone else, Ash addressed them. Everyone, I need you to all gather together so we can head out. We are all going to teleport to our destination with Gardevoir's help. They all did as told, with Cynthia and Roxy pressing themselves into Ash's sides. Ash had to fight back a blush at the feeling of their BRSTS on his body. Neither noticed the jealous looks they received from some of the other girls, nor the knowing smirks directed at them from Ash's sister and Erica. Use teleport, Ash commanded, and Gardevoir nodded. Her eyes glowed, which was followed everyone being covered by a white aura, before they all vanished in a flash of bright light. In the sky outside, hidden behind the clouds, was Mutwo. His eyes shined blue, before fading down. The legendary clone of Mew floated there as he gave a small smile, before his expression suddenly turned serious. Chapter 29. The Deadly Rivalry. I can't tell if you're either brave or foolish to come towards me, human, Mutwo stated before turning around and coming face to face with Shadow, the man that has been giving his trainer and friends a hard time. I could be a little of both, Shadow replies as his Espion walked out from behind him. You could also say that I am more of an ambitious person when something of interest is before me. Mutwo made sure to keep his gaze on Shadow and Espion, not trusting either one of them, though he was more than sure he could defeat both of them. So, what is it that you want, human? I want some pretty big things from this world, Shadow replied with a darkened grin. But right now, I want to know what you taste like. Espion instantly rushed at Mutwo, obviously using quick attack to blitz the clone of Mew. Mutwo used Psychic to push back Espion with little to no effort before backhanding a Shadow Ball fired by the Espion, who also sped forward using quick attack and encircling the Psychic legendary. Mutwo released a pulse of Psychic power that pushed Espion back. Espion skid across the ground before stopping itself. Espion growled in anger before firing another Shadow Ball that Mutwo sent back with Psychic. Shadow stood to the side as his Espoon dodged the deflected Shadow Ball with ease. His gaze never left Mutwo, his eyes filled with hunger at both the power and life force of Mutwo. I must have it. I must have his life force. Shadow lunged forward at high speeds and his fist was covered in dark energy. Mutwo dodged out of the way and flew off as he dodged another Shadow Ball aimed at him. Mutwo shot his own Shadow Ball at Espion, who deflected it with Iron Tail, causing it to completely demolish a nearby tree and a bit of the earth underneath. Espion's eyes glowed a bright white, causing Mutwo to tense before he felt a pain in his back. Shadow was the one to punch Mutwo in the back, a huge pleased grin on his face. Mutwo struck out with his tail before Shadow vanished in a bright light, surprising the mighty legend. Mutwo was wrapped in black and red chains before he was pulled downwards. He was slammed violently into the ground and was held there by the strange chains. Mutwo began to gather his energy for another attack before he was hit by a Shadow Ball on his side, causing him to grunt in pain. The legend looked and saw Shadow with a dark grin falling toward him, the chains attached to his left wrist. Shadow pushed his right arm forward, another sharp chain shot out his palm towards Mutwo. He tried to gather his power again only to be hit by Espion firing another Shadow Ball on his side once more. Gritting his teeth, Mutwo ignored the pain from the super effective attack and released an orb of psychic energy that surrounded him. It expanded and hit the chain launched at him and deflected it. Shadow smirked before he vanished in a bright flash, completely safe from the orb. Mutwo looked to his side and saw Shadow next to Espeon, whose eyes went back to normal from the white light it had. So he has been having Espeon use teleport to move him around the field, Mutwo though as he prepared himself to be a little more serious. Nothing I can't handle now that I know what to look out for, but that Espeon's skill with teleport is impressive. Almost on par with Gardevoir. Heh, Shadow cackled before bursting out into hysterical laughter. Ha ha ha. Yes. This will be great, an amazing fight before a meal. This is a fight. I wanted this, and what a shock you foolish Pokémon would be the ones to help me feed on many different ways. Shadow's eyes glowed as his own shadow stretched out and rose from the ground. When it reached a certain height, it detached from Shadow. The creature had a purple quadrupedal body and pure white pupilless eyes. Each of its 4 paws had razor-sharp claws with black tips on each one. 2 sharp bull horns were on its head, facing forward. The beast possessed sharp teeth and a forked tongue. It had a long tail that was reminiscent to a spoink spring. What is that thing? Mutwo questioned warily as he stared at the beast as it growled at him. This, Shadow replies with a smirk. This is my shadow beast, a creature I can make from my own shadow and named after yours truly. Now go, get me his essence. The beast roared as it charged at Mutwo, it moving fast enough to keep pace with a quick attack. Mutwo fired a shadow ball, only for the shadow beast to run right through it, undeterred. Mutwo, too surprised by that, could not react in time before the shadow beast slammed into him. The psychic type grunted in pain as his arm was trapped in the jaws of the beast. Blood poured out of the wound as the beast raised Mutwo and slammed him into the ground. Mutwo focused his psychic power around him and pushed it outward. The force, while not harming it, had the desired effect to knock it away. Before he could say anything, Mutwo's danger sense went off and he flew upwards. Mutwo just barely dodged a fast shadow ball continued its destructive path. The clone's eyes widened when he saw tree after tree get destroyed by the ghost-type attack. That shadow ball wasn't nearly as powerful a few moments ago. Are they holding back against me? Mutwo thought as he retaliated with his own shadow ball that Espeon dodged. A roar made Mutwo turn and cross his arms as the shadow beast rammed into him, its horns just barely miss impaling him. Mutwo turned around and slammed the beast with his tail and towards the ground. Shadow appeared above Mutwo, surprising him and axe kicked the legend towards the ground. Mutwo stopped himself from hitting the ground and flew himself upwards towards Shadow, who smirked as a blackened energy encased in a white energy while the black one covered Shadow's. The 2 fists collided in a powerful impact as sparks struck everywhere, even setting a tree on fire. All the while Shadow chuckled in joy at the destruction and battle, as Mutwo was beginning to use more power to overwhelm his opponent. The genetic Pokémon's eyes widened when 4 red and black chains snaked from Shadow's back and rushed at him. Quickly breaking the struggle, Mutwo dodged and weaved around the strikes before backhanding the shadow beast that tried to rush him. I don't know how long I can continue this, Mutwo thought as he looked at the destruction around him. He also took notice how Espeon, Shadow, and the shadow beast were still raring to go. If this keeps up, there may not be a forest left. I'm going to have to end this. Gathering his psychic power, the area began to shake as his body glowed bright. He planned to end this before any unneeded eyes could notice him being here. Espeon opened its mouth as it charged a shadow ball while glaring at the genetic Pokémon. The shadow beast growled as its body started sparking with red electricity. Mutwo released the giant ball of blue psychic energy, that was countered by a pitch-black blast from Shadow. The 2 attacks struggled for a few moments before Shadow's attack began pushing back Mutwo's. What ID going on? Mutwo yelled out mentally as he struggled to not only maintain his attack, but to overpower Shadow's. My attack, it's not working, but how? There should be no possible way for him to push me back like this. Espeon fired his attack that instantly shattered Mutwo's and rushed at the psychic type. Mutwo moved out of the way in time to avoid the shadow ball, but was slammed into the ground by the shadow beast. Mutwo cried out in pain as he was shocked by the red electricity and hit by the beast. The two bodies slammed through a tree, causing splinters to fly about and the tree to topple over with a resounding thud. With a powerful yell, the smoke was dispersed as the shadow beast was launched through the air before it landed next to Shadow in a crumpled heap. Black smoke rose from its body as it melted in a dark puddle before merging back with Shadow himself, becoming his shadow once more. Mutwo walked forward, his right fist glowing a bright white before dimming away. "You cannot defeat me," Mutwo said as he waved his hand and shot out a wave of psychic power that pushed both Shadow and Espion back. Expecting to see some form of shock or fear, he was surprised when Shadow just smirked at him as he released his own power. Espion moved away from its trainer, not wanting to be touched by the dark power. The grass and trees began to wilt away as they slowly died. The color began to gain a red tint that Mutwo narrowed his eyes at. "You say I can't defeat you," he said as his body began to be surrounded by red. "And yet you have no clue how much I am winning right now." He shot an orb of black and red energy at Mutwo, who swatted it away with his arm coated in psychic energy. Mutwo crossed his arms to block another shadow ball fired by Espion, only for it to break his guard on impact and make him fly back as he cried out in pain. The psychic type straightened up in time to dodge another shadow ball. A few more were fired, but he dodged each one before they could hit. As the last one flew past him, he used his psychic power to scan it and was shocked by what he found. Blocking a punch from Shadow, who had appeared next to him, made him skid to the side. "So your Espion has the skill to add aura to augment and strengthen his attacks," Mutwo said matter-of-factly as he fired a blue shadow ball that was sidestepped. Creating another glowing fist, he countered an iron tail from Espion that had a dark blue tint to it. The attack pushed Mutwo down and left a crater in the ground while making the genetic Pokémon wince in pain. Ignoring it though, he spun around and slammed his other glowing fist into Espion. The attack sent the sun Pokémon flying in pain, before he spun around and landed on a tree branch. Mutwo spun around and fired another shadow ball that blocked another beam of red energy fired by Shadow. The two attacks exploded upon impact, sending out a quick cloud of smoke. It took a lot of training and punishment, Shadow began as he grinned darkly at his opponent. Until he got it right, he would be subjected to experimentation and pain. There is no greater motivator, right? Mutwo growled in hate as this human reminded him of not only his past, but why he hated humanity originally. The selfishness and cruelty that plagued the hearts of humans truly disgusted him. He was so angry he began to let loose a bit of his rising psychic energy as his blue glow returned, his gaze going to pupilless glows and the area gave a light shake. Shadow stood there, chuckling at Mutwo's intense display of power, his hands still in his pocket. Espion stood itself next to Shadow, a transparent blue and pink energy rose from his body as he glared at the experiment. Mutwo, Shadow, and Espion stood in a new clearing of the forest as the ground either shook or the foliage began to die as they released their respective powers. Ash and company. Ash sat to the sideline tables as he watched a tag battle between Mia and Alex versus Delia and Paul. Strangely enough, he couldn't help but smile at the huge grin on Mia's face as her Pangoro blocked an attack from Delia's Delcatty and sent it flying back. Delcatty landed and used an iron tail to block a flamethrower from Alex's Absol. Paul's Sneasel used Crush Claw but was countered by a focus punch from Pangoro. Ash chuckled as he was happy he chose to take everyone here to celebrate. Everyone looked to be having a good time as he ate his food. The Battle Cuisine was a battle restaurant where you could enjoy battles and great food. It's Mia's favorite restaurant as she loves to fight and enjoys the amazing food. He had to admit that it was rather good. "You know, battles are more enjoyable when you participate as well," a voice from behind him said, which made him turn around to find that the owner was Zinnia. "You still owe me a battle anyway, so how about it?" Ash couldn't help but to chuckle at her enthusiasm and gave the women a nod. "Sure, but it will be a single battle. Will that be alright with you?" The aura and feeling around Zinnia became much more vicious as she smirked at Ash and took several jumps back. To Ash, she looked like a predator that was on the prowl. To him though, it gave the appealing women an attractive feeling around her and the wild look just worked for her. Alright, let's get this battle started and truly get wild. Zinnia cheered and tossed out her choice of Pokémon. Goodra, show him our power. Goodra appeared in a burst of light and a powerful roar. Ash smirked as he realized that this Goodra was not only strong but leagues above his own Goodra in pure aura amount and power. It's a good thing I brought him along with me then, Ash thought as he grabbed his Pokeball. He will love a battle like this. Garchomp, may the aura guide you. The dual ground/dragon pseudo-legendary appeared with a loud roar that pulsed throughout the field. Its power was grand as it caught not only Zinnia's attention, but many of the customers too. Ash pressed a button on the table and a door opened up which allowed 4 orbs rose from the ground of the now battlefield and created a barrier to contain the battle. This meant the 2 dragons can have fun without endangering the watchers. Another small door opened up as a small robot appeared as the referee with 2 flags, one red and one blue, in each hand. He floated up to the people and scanned the 2 trainers. The 2 trainers chose a one-on-one single battle, the machine said. The battle ends when either side is unable to battle or quits. Begin. Zinnia didn't need to be told twice as she wasted no time in attacking. Goodra used Dragon Pulse. The Dragon Blast rushed at Garchomp who didn't seem too bothered by it. Dodge quickly and use Dragon Rush, Ash commanded seriously, feeling like he shouldn't mess around in this battle. Garchomp ducked low under the Dragon Pulse, almost parallel to the ground. Dragonic energy surrounded Garchomp and rushed toward his enemy in blurring speeds. Don't let it get to you. Zinnia smirked viciously. Goodra used Thunderbolt now. Goodra cried out as the electricity rushed the charging Garchomp, stopping it in its tracks. Only problem was Garchomp was slightly pushing his way through the attack. Ash smirked as he realized that she used an attack that would normally do nothing to Garchomp as a defense. It's not an uncommon strategy but a difficult one to pull off. Soon the attacks cancelled as Garchomp slid back before glaring at Goodra who glared back. Now slam that beast down with your muddy water, Zinnia said as she kept her eyes locked on Garchomp. The wave of murky water rushed at its target that growled and awaited its trainer's order. He didn't have to wait as Ash responded. Use your tail to jump to the roof and then aerial ace. Slamming its tail on the ground, Garchomp was high above the water. Using the roof of the building as a springboard, Garchomp was a blur as it slammed into Goodra who cried out in pain. Grit your teeth and grab him Goodra, Zinnia called out, not at all worried. Goodra's arms rushed out and wrapped around Garchomp's arms, keeping the dragon in place. Now blast him with a close-range Dragon Pulse. The Kalos dragon native charged the dragonic energy almost instantly before firing it into Garchomp. The attack caused Garchomp to cry out in pain and go flying across the room, due to Goodra letting go. Stop yourself now Garchomp. Ash called out. The dual-type Pokémon roared out before righting its posture and slamming its powerful, clawed feet into the ground. This worked to slow him down before coming to a complete halt. Now use Dig. Garchomp jumped up before quickly digging a hole and vanishing from view. Goodra looked around frantically as it tried to find its opponent by sensing it out. Goodra, relax and brace yourself, Zinnia commanded with a slight glare towards the area. It was determined to not be overcome by a pathetic hit-and-run tactic. Going to be a coward and hide now, Goodra said as it looked around. How pathetic, and you call yourself a dragon-type Pokémon. Ash knew it was just Goodra trying to get a rise out of Garchomp, but he couldn't help be a little annoyed at the job to his Pokémon. That feeling turned to amusement and a bit of worry when he felt Garchomp's aura spike in anger. Ever since his little Gibble first evolved into a Gabite, it truly embraced its dragonic nature and wanted to be strongest. When it battled against his Charizard during a training session and saw how powerful it was, it's wanted to one-up it since. Training day in and day out until exhaustion took it over and would train anyway. To call it a coward or weak is to insult all of his work, and worse, to insult its pride. And insulting a dragon-type Pokémon's pride is one of the most dangerous things one can do. The ground shook violently, shocking everyone except Ash, before Garchomp burst out of the ground. Its eyes practically glowed red in its rage as it glared at a nervous Goodra. Its claws were clenched as it growled violently. Garchomp took a deep breath before it roared angrily, creating slight shockwaves from the power which had a bit of its aura mixed in. Well, if it's a head-to-head battle your Goodra wants, then it's a head-to-head battle it will get, Ash said with a smirk. Garchomp, Aerial Ace. With an angered glare on his face, Garchomp rushed forward in a barely seen blur that was faster than early. Before Goodra knew it, it was crying out in pain as he was sent flying into the barrier walls. This shocked Zinnia as she didn't even see Garchomp's body tense. Don't let up, Garchomp, use Aerial Ace once more, Ash commanded. Once again, the dragon/ground type vanished in a blur before. Goodra instantly tensed his body's muscles before crying out in pain as Garchomp slammed into his side. Not letting her shock get to her this time, Zinnia responded with her own idea. Goodra, use Ice Beam. Ignoring its pain, Goodra fired an instantly charged ice beam that hit its mark with Garchomp's chest. The move was super effective as the Sinnoh pseudo-legendary cried out, trying to ignore the pain. Ash grit his teeth as he honestly didn't expect Goodra to be capable of responding like that after a double aerial ace, while Garchomp was being serious. Seems like her Goodra can take a beating, Ash thought before he had an idea. Garchomp, surround your body by charging up a Dragon Rush. Trusting his trainer, Garchomp ignored the excruciating pain he was in and charged up a Dragon Rush. It took a bit longer than normal for him to charge because he was being hit by a move that you're 4 times weak to will be distractingly painful for any Pokémon. He did succeed though, as the charging Dragon Rush acted as a slight barrier from the ice beam. This cut the pain he felt down to more tolerable levels. This shocked everyone, including the Pokémon, as they hadn't expected a counter like that before. Let alone one able to be used while being hurt. Even Garchomp was shocked by the plan as it looked itself over for a moment. Ash never ceases to amaze me with his ideas, he thought. Even after all this time with him. After hearing Ash call out charges, he fired forward as the Dragon Rush coated in its dragonic form. Goodra had felt nervous when the power behind the attack reached his senses. Hearing Zinnia call out muddy water and the dragon type released the wave of dirty water in a panic, hoping to at least slow down the approaching Garchomp. That hope was dashed as Garchomp plowed right through the water type and rammed into Goodra. An explosion rocked the huge restaurant as it kicked up a cloud of debris and wood chips. Goodra, if you can hear me, then show them the legendary guts of a dragon-type Pokémon. Zinnia pleaded, surprised Ash as he felt a rise of built-up aura. Go Goodra. Use your Dragon Pulse. No time to dodge it, Ash whispered. Garchomp, brace yourself. Another explosive boom disrupted the debris as it showed a heavily damaged Goodra who hit Garchomp with its own dragon-type move. Don't hold up, Goodra. Zinnia said. Continue your attack with an ice beam now. On command, the blue beam fired from Goodra's mouth and rushed at Garchomp. Dodge, Garchomp, and use Aerial Ace, Ash commanded, hoping to quickly regain control of this battle. Garchomp shook off the pain it felt and tried to dodge to the side. While he dodged most, the beam hit the tip of his tail and caused him to flinch in pain. The dragon/ground type rushed at his opponent in a blue blur. The problem was that unlike before where Goodra couldn't keep up, now he could see Garchomp. Zinnia also smirked at the decrease in speed. She knew that her Goodra could definitely keep up now. Goodra, jump and catch him. The gooey dragon jumped just as Garchomp was near it before using its arms to grab onto his opponent. Garchomp, refusing to be stopped like last time, and used more power and took Goodra with him. This shocked Zinnia too, as she thought that Garchomp was weakening. Great job, Garchomp, Ash smirked in joy. Spin and shake him and hit it with your now charged up Aerial Ace. Hearing the order, Garchomp used more power to speed itself up. He may be getting tired, but to him it was another limit it had to break. And it will break that limit. Turning from a blur to an almost literal line. Goodra fell off as the speed was too much for it to handle. Rolling on the ground, Goodra stood up as it tried to recover to brace itself. That plan went out the window when Garchomp slammed into Goodra's side, causing it to cry out in pain. Garchomp, keep it up. Ash commanded, wanting to end this battle as he could feel Garchomp tiring out. Aerial Ace Bombardment. Like before, Garchomp kept hitting Goodra over and over with high-speed aerial aces. The dragon type kept trying to brace for impact, but it was wearing down fast as the flying type move kept striking. I knew he would be strong, but this is something else. Zinnia thought. Goodra, show your guts and use Dragon Pulse on the ground underneath you. Hearing the order, Goodra charged as much power it could and as fast as it could, which was hard due to the constant pain. But it weathered through and fired the dragon-type move into the ground, which caused an explosion and dust. The explosion's shockwave pushed Garchomp away, but it easily recovered and stood proudly. When the area cleared up, Goodra stood there covered in cuts and bruises. Being in ground zero of the explosion definitely did some damage as he breathed heavily, sweat pouring from his face. While looking better, Garchomp too was breathing heavily as it too sweated heavily. The duo dragon/ground type glared as it did not know how long he could keep going, but he could not deny one fact. He was enjoying the battle against its fellow dragon type. Taking a deep breath, Garchomp stood tall before releasing an ear-shattering roar. This roar of challenge was reciprocated by Goodra, who did the same thing. Ash could feel both of their dragonic powers mixing into their roars. It seemed like the two dragon types have gained mutual respect for one another. Yes, yes, yes. Zinnia cried out in joy with a huge grin on her face. This is what I am talking about, Ash. This battle will allow us to keep being wild. My blood is pumped. Goodra, Dragon Pulse. Goods quickly formed the move in its mouth, but held it as he eyed Garchomp challengingly. Ash smirked as he realized Goodra truly wanted to test the power of his Garchomp. Its dragon nature shining through. Garchomp, matched their attack in kind, Ash replied as he got excited. Use Dragon Rush. Garchomp cried out as he gathered the power around his body, holding it as it charged while glaring back at Goodra. The area began to shake slightly, not only from his power, but Goodra's as well. Everyone, even Ash and Zinnia, held their breath as the two powerhouses charged up. This went on for a few more seconds before both trainers' eyes widened. Go/go. They both yelled out. This set them off as Garchomp took off in blinding speeds, causing a small crater where his feet once was as the Dragon Rush took his form. Goodra fired his own attack with a loud battle cry, the Dragon Pulse rushing at high speeds to its target. The two attack made contact, both fighting for Dems over the other. Pieces of the Dragon Pulse flew about the field as the Dragon Rush tried to make some headway. Go Garchomp, you can do this. Mix in your aerial ace. Ash commanded. Within the dragonic energy, Garchomp roared out as he mixed in the flying type energy to create the aerial ace. The Dragon Rush was surrounded by a white glow that signified the successful mixing of the two attacks. This combination of Dragon Rush and aerial ace proved to be what was needed as Garchomp easily sliced through Dragon Pulse with almost no effort. Don't let it get through. Zinnia cried out with tightened fists. Goodra, combine your Dragon Pulse with your Ice Beam. A light blue beam shot out from within the Dragon-type move as the move became much more powerful. This was enough power to allow Goodra to gain another stalemate with Garchomp. The power struggle between these two powerful moves could no longer be contained before an explosion went off that shook the area. Everyone cried out in surprise at the powerful explosion from the debris. Both trainers stood there. As they stared at the dust cloud, awaiting the results of the battle. Garchomp suddenly jumped out of the smoke, landing near his MSTR in an exhausted huff. Goodra followed suit as it too jumped out near its trainer. Both dragon types fell to one knee as they had trouble getting their breaths, blood slightly dripped off their bodies. "Are you okay, Garchomp?" Ash asked the mock Pokémon. "Are you okay to keep going?" "Yes, I am, Ash," Garchomp replied as it stood up once more, his legs a bit wobbly and off balance. This made Ash nod, knowing that Garchomp had too much pride to admit that he was on his last legs. Looking over, Ash saw that Goodra seemed to also be on his last legs as the heavy breathing and wobbly legs showcased. "Come on, Goodra, you got this," Zinnia cheered on as her Pokémon stood up straight. "That's my partner. Now how about we end this match?" Goodra roared in agreement before glaring at Garchomp. "Use muddy water." The murky water shot forth towards the tired Garchomp, who tensed his muscles. If he got hit by that, even the slightest, then he was done. "Charge and dodge left, Garchomp," Ash ordered as he eyes the battlefield. "But don't stop moving forward. We are going to end this with the next attack." Garchomp nodded and used what power he could to run forward at high speeds. He slid left, the muddy water, missing its target. "I don't know what you're planning, but it won't work," Zinnia thought. Goodra use Ice Beam to keep him away. Goodra formed the Ice-type move as fast as he could and fired the blue beam. Not wanting to be stopped, Garchomp jumped to the side to dodge the attack. He had to jump and weave side to side as more ice beams were sent his way. Just as Garchomp got close to Goodra, Ash gave out his next order. "Garchomp, Draco Meteor directly on Goodra." Garchomp got low and slid under Goodra and opened his mouth as an orange orb expanded and engulfed Goodra. He shot the orb upwards as it took the dragon type with it. When the attack reached its maximum height, it exploded as many small orange meteors rained across the field. Goodra fell to the ground in a smoking heap, across from its trainer. Garchomp took a deep breath as he dropped to one knee, having used all of his remaining energy in that strike. Ash smiled at his pseudo-legendary, proud at how far it has come. The celebration was interrupted when they heard Goodra grunting as it began to stand up. This made Zinnia cheer as the dragon type was already on its knees. "No way, that's not possible." Goodra yelled mentally as he watched Goodra get to his feet. "Am I still this weak in comparison to the others? My best move that I worked so hard to perfect could not take it down." He tried to get up but nearly fell forward as he was out of power. "Great Goodra, I knew you were too awesome to go down." Zinnia cheered as Ash grew worried since he knew Garchomp was out of power. "Now take him out with one more ice beam, Goodra." Goodra began charging the blue beam as it stared down Garchomp, who accepted his fate with anger and self-loathing. Just before Goodra fired the beam, he staggered back and forth before the blue orb vanished and he fell backwards. He hit the ground with a loud thud as everyone stared in shock. The referee checked on Goodra before raising a flag in Garchomp's direction. Goodra is unable to battle, the victory goes to Ash and Garchomp. This caused a loud cheer from all the patrons and even employees at the stunning battle between the two dragon types. Ash couldn't help but be a bit childish as he cheered at the hard-won battle. Garchomp, while happy at the fact he won, was far from satisfied at the victory. He looked towards his trainer and gave a strange smile that he could instantly tell was fake. Deciding to talk to him later about it, Ash returned Garchomp as he thanked him for the battle. Ash walked over to Zinnia, who just returned Goodra with a gentle smile on her face. As Ash got to her, he reached out his hand for a handshake. "The battle was amazing, Zinnia," Ash said as they shook hands. "Your Goodra was amazing and I'm looking forward to an all-out battle with your full team." "Oh yes, I will definitely be looking forward to a battle like that," she replied with a smirk. "My dragon's blood will soar in excitement when they hear of Goodra's defeat and experience. So be ready, Ash, because the results will be different next time." Ash nodded as he was truly looking forward to such a battle with her. "Well, after such an awesome battle," Ash said as he smirked at the woman. "Let's have a nice meal as that battle has made me hungry again." He said this as his stomach growled. This only served to make Zinnia laugh before grabbing his arm, causing it to be placed in between her brsts. That sounds like a great idea, as that wild battle gave me quite an appetite, she said as she smirked at his blush, finding it rather cute. Come on champion, let's eat our hearts out. Ash shook his blush away, though there was a slight tint, and grinned. I like the way you think, Zinnia. Let's go eat. The two ran over to an empty table, wanting to get themselves situated so they can get their filled. Neither trainers noticed the glare sent at Zinnia from several of the other girls. Pokémon sent her back on the island. In a flash of light, Gardevoir and Zean appeared as they landed gently on the grass due to Gardevoir's teleport. Thanks for the lift, Gardevoir, Zean said to the Embrace Pokémon. While it was fun, I was starting to feel out of place with all the different people. You mind telling Ash that you took me back? Gardevoir smiled gently at Zean and nodded. Of course I will, Zean. You have a good night and we will see you later. In a flash of light, the psychic/fairy was gone. Zean nodded, knowing that Gardevoir was already gone as he made his way to the counter. Zean's Pokeball burst open as Lucario appeared in a bright flash, a serious look on the Aura Pokémon's face. What's wrong, Lucario? Zean asked his Aura partner. What are you sensing? It's Mutwo, Lucario replied as he extended his aura. His eyes shot open when he recognized Espeon's aura signature. He's being attacked by that Espeon of shadows. Zean wasted no time as he took, reaching out his senses to locate where the battle was taking place. While he was sure Mutwo can handle himself just fine, but that shadow had too many tricks up his sleeves. Due to use of both of their auras, it did not take Zean or Lucario long to reach the forest. They ran into the forest, completely focused on getting to the battle as quick as possible. As the two got closer, they began to hear the explosions and feel the ground shake, no doubt from the battle. Trees were either toppled or decayed. Grass had been scorched or withered. The destroyed or decayed plant life always made Zean feel depressed as he felt at one with it. This in turn made the Aura Apprentice angry as he used his aura to push himself even further, with Lucario doing the same. Just as they arrived at the source of the next explosion, Mutwo flew from a cloud of smoke as a Mismagius chased after him. He saw Espeon charging a Shadow Ball that shocked him and Lucario as they sensed the aura mix in with the Ghost-type move. Lucario, stop it now with Aura Sphere, he commanded as the Aura Pokémon quickly charged it up. Seeing Espeon release the Shadow Ball, Lucario fired the Aura Sphere that intercepted Espeon's move. This caused everyone to look at Zean and Lucario, a mixture of relief, Mutwo, indifference, Espeon, and hatred, Shadow. Using the distraction, Mutwo fired a Shadow Ball at Mismagius, who cared out in pain and shock at the move. He quickly flew over to Zean and Lucario, keeping his opponents on his senses with his psychic power. Hello Zean, how great it is to see you again, Shadow said as the energy began surrounding him. What do I owe the pleasure of your presence? What are you doing, Shadow? Zean asked angrily, his aura encompassing his body. How dare you attack my MSTRS Pokémon and our friend? Shadow merely chuckles darkly as Mismagius and Espeon came next to him. You're terrifying, he said with a sneer. No, seriously, real intimidating. I'm just shaking in my boots at your anger. Do you not realize what you did, you fool? Even through his anger, Zean looked at Shadow in confusion. All you did by smoking here, he continued as chains shot from his body. Was bring me more food to gorge myself in. The chains rushed at Zean and Lucario, who braced themselves. This was unneeded as Mutwo fired a Shadow Ball that knocked the chains away. This was followed by Mutwo flying up to dodge a volley of aura-charged Shadow Ball fired by Espeon. Lucero jumped away in time to dodge a Dark Pulse fired by Mismagius that chased after the Aura Pokémon. Zean was about to help his partner but had to block a punch from Shadow that sent him skidding back. I'm your opponent, weakling, Shadow said as he gathered a ball of red and black energy. So I would pay attention if I were you. He then sent the ball hurtling towards Zean. The black-haired guardian fired an aura sphere that countered the attack, causing another explosion. Channeling more aura, the blue sphere forming in his hands turned a bright pink. "If you wish to continue, then I will stop holding back," Zean said. "I'm not as good or as powerful as Ash, but I can use this type to a max proficiency." Moon Blast. Chapter 30. The Battle to Live and Protect. Zean fired the moon blast that flew towards at blurring speeds, hitting the shocked Shadow. The attack and ensuing explosion sent Shadow sailing, slamming through a tree which caused it to topple over. "We aura users can utilize more than just aura moves and aura manipulation," Zean said as he gathered more aura into his hands that turned red. "We can use Pokémon elements too, but to a limit. Now try this on for size." Flame Sphere, another orb, red this time, rushed where Shadow's body had flown to. A spear of dark red energy pierced through the sphere, destroying the attack easily. This caused a fiery explosion that lit up the area. Using his aura throughout his legs, Zean ran forward to dodge the spear. Sensing more danger, he created an aura staff and blocked a punch from Shadow that was aimed for his head. With a spin of his staff, Zean knocked the fist away and attempted to slam the other side of the staff into Shadow's chest. This did not work though, as Shadow ducked from the strike and grabbed the staff with a dark red energy around his hand. He straightened his other hand, rushed it forward to stab it into Zean. Seeing the danger in time, Zean kicked Shadow in the gut with an aura-charged kick. This sent Shadow skidding back, but he seemed to only be annoyed by the strike. "You're going to regret that," Shadow growled as the black and red chains appeared and rushed at Zean. Not wanting to be caught, Zean backflipped and moved around each attempt to ensnare him. With a twist of his body, he activated extreme speed and vanished from view. A red and black barrier appeared around Shadow, protecting him in time to block an aura staff that Zean tried to him with. Recognizing the barrier and the energy used to create it, Zean used the staff to push away from the protective dome and simultaneously gain same distance. "It's more diluted and filled with hatred," Zean thought as he glared at the dissipating barrier. "But I have no doubt in my mind now." "So you're an aura user as well, Shadow?" "I guess you can say I am in a sense," Shadow replied as a red and black staff formed in his hands. "I can utilize the same power as you can, but with one key difference." He took a stance before being vanished in a blur. Zean barely had time to block as Shadow appeared in front of him and clashed staffs. With a quick motion that caught Zean off guard, Shadow smashed the end of his staff into Guardian's gut. This knocked the wind out of the young man and Shadow grabbed his black hair before using to smash Zean's face into his knee. Dazed and in pain, Zean could not guard himself from the punch that sent him sailing back. Shadow made his way to his opponent but stopped and jumped back as he had to dodge an aura sphere from an enraged Lucario. Lucario had just punched Mismagius away with a powerful bullet punch that did critical damage. Sensing his trainer was in danger, he fired the aura sphere to get Shadow away from him. He then created a staff with his aura and attacked Shadow and got into a small struggle match as he tried to gain the upper hand. Ms. Ames appeared from a tree and fired a dark pulse at the struggling Lucario. The attack was intercepted by a bolt of yellow lightning from the recovered Zean. Mismagius was about to attack Zean, but was blasted away by a shadow ball from Mutwo, who then dodged an iron tail from Espio and before slamming another shadow ball into the Eve evolution. Seeing how things were going, Shadow grew angry as his aura grew stronger before he overpowered Lucario and slammed a black sphere into the steel/fighting type. He cried out as multiple other dark spheres scattered across the area, hitting everyone. This included his own Pokémon who couldn't defend themselves in time. Creating a pure black chain, it wrapped around Zean and pulled him close before punching the Guardian in the face. He lifted the chain up and used it to slam Zean into the ground. He then threw the trapped Zean into a charging Lucario before blasting both with a dark pulse. Mutwo was about to attack, but was intercepted by both of the recovered Mismagius and Espion. This led to a fight that kept Mutwo on guard. "This is the end." Shadow yelled as the usual black and red chains came from his back and roosed at the downed Zean and Lucario. Too engrossed in his thoughts, Zean could only think to save his friend. So he wrapped his body around Lucario in an attempt to protect him. Blaziken, use flamethrower. A female voice rang out before a stream of fire rushed towards Shadow, who wrapped the chains around himself as a shield. Growling in anger, Shadow dismissed the chains and glared at the direction of the flames. Who dares, he roared in his mind. Standing there was May and her Blaziken, both ready to attack again. Zean, are you okay? May asked towards Zean, who looked at May in worry. We are here to help you all. Blaziken cried out as the flames on its wrists burst to life as she glared at the dangerous man before her. No, May, run. Zean cried out. Looking at Blaziken, he could tell it would stand no chance against Shadow or his Pokémon. Her Blaziken was a low elite level Pokémon at best, while these Pokémon were no doubt champion level. May was about to reply, but she was grabbed by Blankenship, who jumped away in time as an orb of black energy destroyed the spot the once stood on. You should have listened to the weakling, Shadow growled as he took out a black Pokeball that a dark presence began forming around it. Make yourself useful, Bisharp. In a black light, the steel/dark type appeared and glared at Blaziken silently. Feeling worried about how strong Bisharp seemed to be, Zean rushed at Shadow with a staff of aura in his hands. The red-tipped man reinforced his arms with dark aura and blocked the staff before telling Bisharp to destroy Blaziken. Zean had to use more aura to strengthen the staff before Shadow broke it through the use of his own power. Using an aura-enhanced kick, Zean hit Shadow's hut as he commanded Lucario to go help Blaziken and to not hold back any longer. He then ducked and jumped away as a powerful dark pulse was fired by Shadow. Blaziken barely dodged as Bisharp nearly took its head off with a metal claw. May commanded Blaziken to use flamethrower, which it did so. It was dodged by Bisharp, who had a dark energy fist heading for both Pokémon and trainer. Thankfully he was stopped by Lucario ramming into his side while using extreme speed. He followed it up with Aura Sphere, but it was countered by Bisharp's Sucker Punch. Bisharp's eyes glowed as he jumped back with a cry as he punched the ground. Lucario and Blaziken both felt danger, so they jumped up in time as stones popped out of the ground. They would have been trapped by the large rocks had they not moved. So it seems to no rock tomb, Lucario analyzed as he kept his sights on Bisharp. Plus we have to get that May girl to a place that Shadow and his Pokémon can't target her. If we can get a message to Ash, then we will be good, but the question is, how? Blaziken set her MSTR down as she angrily glared at the angry Bisharp. Blaziken, try to gain the upper hand by using your speed. Go and use Blaze Kick, May said in a low tone. Blaziken cried out as she rushed forward at fast speeds, its feet inflamed. Blaziken kept trying to kick Bisharp, who continuously dodged each strike with ease. This became tense when Lucario appeared on the other end with Bone Rush active. Bisharp was still dodging their strikes but was having more trouble now, getting hit by Bone Rush a few times. Ducking another kick and swing, Bisharp quickly used Metal Claw to slash Blaziken away. But he used Iron Defense to harden his body in time as Lucario put more force and power into Bone Rush and sent Bisharp upwards and away from Blaziken. Are you alright, Blaziken? Lucario asked as he fired an Aura Sphere at Bisharp, who used Metal Claw to knock the orb away, destroying a tree and leaving a crater. Blaziken stood tall and nodded at Lucario. Yes, I am alright, the fire/fighting starter replied. That Metal Claw hurt way more than I was expecting. Seeing Bisharp running at Lucario, she released a flamethrower that the steel/dark type charged into it. Blaziken thought he was done for by her flamethrower, but was shocked by him pushing through the torrent of flames using Metal Claw. Blaziken snapped out of her shock when May told her to use Sky Uppercut. She rushed out and swung with a glowing fist that clashed against Bisharp's Metal Claw. The problem was that Bisharp was gaining headway fast while Blaziken struggled to keep him back. Relief came in the form of Lucario, who appeared above Bisharp with a glowing, hardened fist, showing the use of his bullet punch. Bisharp swung his other hand around and blocked the punch as well. The two were caught off guard when his arms dropped, causing to lose their footing and fall forward. With a mighty swing, Bisharp slashed both Pokémon in the torso and sent them flying. Lucario recovered easily enough and landed on his feet while Blaziken fell on her back in a cry of pain. Is that the best that you can do? Bisharp taunted as he stood up. This is not even a warm-up for me. Lucario, realizing he let his emotions get to him, took a deep breath before releasing it. He paid no mind to Blaziken who appeared next to him. If you want my best Bisharp, then I shall give it to you, the Aura Pokémon replied. I must apologize as I have been fair, despite my MSTRS order. I plan to rectify that problem and show you my true power. Bisharp saw the difference in Lucario's eyes, all sense of its earlier hesitance was gone. Before, Lucario thought over its moves so much that it made him predictable. He couldn't help but wonder if that will be the same. Even Blaziken was surprised from the change in demeanor. Lucario lifted his arm and fired an aura sphere that moved in a blur, reaching Bisharp in less than 2 seconds. Bisharp only dodged due to his reflexes. He didn't expect Lucario to appear in front of him and kick him in the face. The force of the kick sent Bisharp flying in pain. Snapping out of his pain, Bisharp jabbed his fist into the ground to stop his movement. Using this as a handstand, he stood on his feet and glared at his opponents. He now realizes that he will have to try harder now that Lucario stopped playing around. An aura of darkness surrounded Bisharp as he glared harder and clenched his fists tightly. Let's start having fun, Lucario, Blaziken, he said as his fists glowed black. To the air was Mutwo who just blocked a shadow ball from Mismagius and redirected it back to the ghost type. He then materialized orbs of psychic energy that quickly surrounded the surprised Mismagius. Psystrike, he said as they slammed into Mismagius who cried out in pain from the attacks. She recovered quickly enough and fired Will-O-Wisp at Mutwo. The psychic type dodged the fireballs but was hit by Espeon who jumped and slammed a dark aura, Iron Tail into his side. Mutwo cried out in agony. Before he could recover, Espeon hit him with a dark aura, Shadow Ball. The attack made Mutwo slam into the ground hard, his body covered in bruises and blood. He stood up though and watched the psychic and ghost type duo, thinking of a plan. Something is not right here, he thought. It feels like I wasted way more power than I actually did. I'm getting weaker and they seem to be growing stronger. Feeling danger, Mutwo dodged an incoming magic leaf by Mismagius. He turned and redirected another dark aura, Iron Tail from Espeon. He grabbed Espeon by the back of the neck and tossed him towards an incoming dark pulse. Espeon quickly used teleport and avoided the attack which continued its path to Mutwo. The genetic clone used Psychic to stop the attack immediately. Using his psychic power, he sensed Espeon's new location and sent the attack to him. Espeon did not expect that and was hit by the dark pulse, making him grunt in pain. He was about to continue his attack until Shadow flew through a tree branch, landing on his feet next to the psychic type. Shadow locked eyes with Espeon, who nodded as he fired Dark Aura, Shadow Ball over and over. Shadow followed suit with his own red and black versions. The Pokémon and Zean dodged or countered as best as they could. A loud cry of pain caught Zean's attention, causing him to curse as he saw May slam her back into a tree and fall to the floor. He rushed towards her, dodging the attack as best as he could. Summoning out his tonfas, Zean appeared in front of the frightened May and began deflecting the ball. May stayed there, mesmerized by the young man before her as he defended her. She couldn't help but blush at how hard B was trying to protect her. A girl that he barely knew. When the onslaught of Shadow Ball ended, Zean stood there with a tight look. "Are you alright, May?" he asked, not taking his eyes off Shadow and Espeon. "Yeah, I am okay," May replied with a blush on her face. "I only got hit by the force of the explosions instead of the actual attack." Zean nodded and used his aura to sense the Pokémon's conditions. The only one that was having any trouble was Blaziken. Though. Something from Mutwo caught Zean's attention. It was a small yet dark energy signature that clung to him like a leech. "What is that?" Zean questioned mentally before he turned and grabbed May in a princess carry before jumping up to dodge a metal claw aimed for May's back by Bisharp. Using the position, Zean used a spin kick aimed for Bisharp's head that the Pokémon blocked with its forearms. The Guardian threw a few more kicks that hit before kicking off his face and backflipped onto a tree branch. The force of the kick sent Bisharp skidding on its back across the forest floor. A flash of light to his side caught Zean's attention when he felt a sudden pain on his side. Shadow had appeared next to Zean thanks to Espeon's teleport. Mutwo and Lucario cried out in worry when they saw Shadow use an aura-enhanced hand to slice into Zean's side. Glaceon was worried for Zean, but mostly May, who was nearly dropped from Zean's grip. The three Pokémon were about to assist but was stopped by Shadow's team getting in their way. Shadow went for a stab that Zean barely dodged, but saw Shadow changed his attack's trajectory. Seeing May in danger, he turned his back and felt the slash tear through his shirt and back. His blood sprayed from the wound as he cried out in agony. Zean! May cried in worry as hot tears streamed down her face. If he wasn't protecting her, then she was sure that he could have countered that. It was her fault that he got hurt. Ignoring the girl's cry and his pain, Zean struck out an aura kick that Shadow blocked. What the evil man wasn't expecting was the searing pain in his arms as he was sent flying through the tree, sensing splinters flying everywhere. A powerful pink glow was mixed in his aura around his foot. The tree branch he was standing on now had flowers growing from the wood and the leaves looked much healthier. Quickly using this opportunity, Zean grabbed a pokeball from his waist. I know you're tired right now from that battle earlier, but I need your help right now. He tossed it up as a Crobat appeared from the ball. Crobat, head back to the camp as fast as you can and get some help. Tell them Shadow is attacking in the furthermost forest. Near the teleportation site. Crobat quickly flew away in the best speed that its tired body could muster. Espeon was not going to have that, and after blasting Lucario away with Shadow Ball, attempted to stop Crobat in its tracks with Psychic but was stopped by Mutwo's own Shadow Ball. This distracted him enough to be hit by a Dark Pulse from Miss Magus. Bisharp knocked Blaziken to the ground and used Rock Tomb to stop the poison/flying type, but the attack was destroyed by an aura sphere from a recovered Lucario. Shadow burst from where he was blown as red and black chains rushed towards Crobat from his palms. Zean created Vine WHP using his aura and entangled it into the chains. Angered, Shadow pulled and lifted Zean before slamming the poor Guardian into the trees. This time Zean recovered quickly and slammed his feet into the ground, stopping Shadow's throws. That led to the two being in a stalemate as they pulled against one another. Zean sighed in relief as Crobat was gone from sight. Seeing that Crobat was gone, Shadow became enraged as the area died faster. Trees, grass, bushes, they all began to die as the pressure began to increase and his eyes glowed brightly. I'm going to destroy you, he shouted as red electricity traveled down the chains. Zean cancelled the technique before he could be shocked, then fired an aura sphere that raced across the field. Shadow grinned darkly before he caught the attack and fed his power into it, changing color to a dark red and black. Try my version. Dark Aura Sphere. The changed attack rushed at Zean, who knocked out himself out of his shock and used his Tunfas to deflect the attack upwards. His instincts flaring, Zean dodged several chains that tried to wrap around him. When the sharp point made to stab him, Zean would deflect with his Tunfas. Shadow fired a dark pulse with red and black rings that rushed at Zean. The Guardian took a deep breath and fired a flamethrower. The two attacks collided, but Shadow's attack was quickly pushing through, no matter how much aura Zean provided. I really don't have much of a choice, Zean said mentally before closing his eyes. He snapped open his eyes as a pink energy flowed down the flamethrower, mixing into the attack, which turned into more of a pink flame. This evened out the struggle before an explosion took place that rocked the battle area. The two aura users stood across from one another, both flaring at one another. That power in his attacks, Zean thought as he analyzed the path of dead grass and compared to his path of flowers and vegetation. I recognize it much easier with a visual, and I have no doubts now. Zean charged at Shadow, who summoned his chains as Zean pulled out his Tunfas. The two clashed as sparks of aura flew from the impact. This continued until they were face to face in another power struggle. "You are not human, are you, Shadow?" Zean asked as his pink energy grew stronger. Being this close to Shadow, he could feel his power act differently than with anyone else. Seeing the look in Zean's eyes, Shadow smirked viciously as his own power grew to counter his enemy. "So you finally figured it out, did you?" he replied. "And all it took was for you to use your true power." "But how is that possible?" Zean asked as he jumped away from a kick. "I thought I was the only one of my kind. It takes a significantly powerful guardian to do something like that. Who is your MSTR?" His smirk getting wider, Shadow rushed his chains forward while creating 4 more. "Wouldn't you like to know?" he replied. Zean ready to counter but was confused when the chains flew past him. Looking behind him, he realized his target wasn't himself. It was a distracted May. Gathering all the power he could, he rushed towards the coordinator who froze when she saw the chains rushing at her. Realizing he was not going to make it in time, Zean activated extreme speed with his special power and vanished in a pink blur that left roots and flowers where he once was. Just as May was about to accept her fate, Zean appeared in front of her and grunted in pain as each chain pierced a different part of his body. The cry of pain caused May to cry as Zean was in pain again because of her. "You really are a fool, Zean," Shadow said cruelly as he chuckled. "You could avoid all of this by just letting the meddler die." Zean merely glared at Shadow before coughing up some blood. May couldn't just stand there, so she called out to Glaceon, who, when seeing the situation, went to assist. Shadow glanced at the charging starter with no interest as another chain came from his back and rushed at her. Glaceon dodged, only for the chain to wrap around her body and hold her in place. She tried to fight it, but the grip was locked and she felt herself getting more and more tired. Lucario went to go help, but was stopped by Bisharp. Angered by the interruption, Lucario kicked towards the dark/steel type's head. Bisharp was shocked by the new speed and power and was sent sailing in pain. The follow-up of Aura Sphere made sure that he was kept in place. The fighting/steel type did not expect 2 chains to wrap around his body and hold him down like Blaziken. He tried to get out, and while he leagues better than Blaziken by getting to his knees, he too felt more exhausted than he should have. Mutwo now was in trouble as he was now fighting Espion. Mismagius, and a recovered Bisharp. He dodged, countered as best he could, but he was losing ground from how tired he was getting. He blocked a dark pulse from Mismagius and was about to fire a shadow ball in retaliation but was stopped as Bisharp slammed a sucker punch into his back. The clone of Mew cried in pain, and it didn't stop there as Espion slammed a darkened white-blue iron tail into his head before firing a dark aura, shadow ball into Mutwo. The explosion was massive as it shook the area they were in, making all of Mutwo's allies gasp in worry. This only got worse when the genetic Pokémon began to fall from the sky into 3 chains waiting below that lunged and wrapped around the Pokémon. Shadow couldn't help the dark chuckle as he burst into laughter as he tightened his grip on everyone. Sweat poured down his face as his breathing became more rugged. The risk was worth it as I now have the first of many gourmet meals. Now give me your essence. 2 more chains shot from Shadow's back and rushed at Mutwo at blinding speeds. Mutwo merely accepted his fate as his body was too exhausted to fight and he could feel the chains taking away more of his energy. Zean tried calling on his power and aura, which was difficult to do, but it gave him just enough power to shatter the chains piercing his body. This only made him drop to the floor in exhaustion, seeing how that there was nothing he could do to help his friend. I'm sorry Mutwo, Zean thought in sadness. I have failed you. Pokémon Chapter 30. Disaster struck a hero's rage. Zipper laid there in wait as the chains rushed at Mutwo, helpless to save the psychic legendary Pokémon. Just as the chains were about to pierce their target, a bright flash of light appeared as 2 aura spheres rushed and countered the point of the chains, causing them to shatter upon impact. From the light came Ash, Lucario, Gardevoir and Pikachu as they landed lightly on the ground. Ash quickly surveyed the area and situation before giving his orders. Pikachu, go and free Mutwo with Iron Tail. Lucario go take care of that espion. Gardevoir please entertain both Bisharp and Mismagius for me. He tossed a Pokeball and released Sceptile from its confines. Go free Blaziken and get those three out of the way, also make sure she doesn't interfere or get in our way. Everyone followed their given orders as Ash fired another Aura Sphere that freed Zypher's Lucario, who landed on both of his knees with heavy breaths. He looked to Mutwo, whom was struggling to stand on his own feet. Grabbing another Pokeball, he tossed it behind him as he himself rushed at Shadow. Defend Mutwo until he gets his second wind. His Zoroark appeared in a flash as it roared in acknowledgement of his orders. Shadow grit his teeth in frustration as he cancelled his chains and fired his Dark Aura, Dark Pulse that Ash easily plowed through by covering his body in his own aura. This shocked Shadow as he didn't expect Ash to be capable of doing that. He paid for his lapse of attention when Ash slammed an aura-infused punch into his gut. This caused him to gasp in intense pain before being sent flying back. As he flew, Ash appeared running beside the flying Shadow before he used an aura-infused knee into the side of head to send him upwards. This ascension was, again, halted by Ash, who used Vine WHP to wrap around him. I'm going to make sure you pay for your crimes and for laying your filthy hands on my loved ones. Ash pulled him down and slammed Shadow into the ground, which kicked up enough dirt and debris in the air to cover the impact zone. The situation is no longer in your favor, Shadow, Ash said as his aura lashed out, causing the ground to begin cracking under the pressure. No innocent lives for you to threaten and no Espion to bail you out of here. This time you will have to face me. Ash took out his aura weapon and took a fighting stance, and I won't give you a chance to escape me now. Ash gathered the aura to encompass his staff before changing its properties to fire, causing flames to cover the staff. Shadow grit his teeth as he called out his chains and readied himself to fight, knowing Ash was right. For now, he thought. I just need an opening, one slip-up and it's over for him. Too bad, Ash, you won't give the same protection that Zipper possess. I can take you, but my MSTR has plans for you. Ash swung his staff as arcs of fire rushed at Shadow, who had to dodge by jumping side to side. Swinging his chain sideways, he cancelled out the arc before it hit him. His eyes widened when he saw that Ash was no longer in the same spot he was in earlier. Feeling an intense heat beside him, he ducked as the staff almost hit his head. What he didn't expect was for Ash to turn and kick his face with his heel. This caused Shadow to stumble back, but he kept his footing. He gathered his aura and power to his fist before punching the ground in his anger. Void Days, he yelled in anger as a dome of red and black energy formed and quickly expanded. This didn't deter Ash, who merely backflipped away and avoided the dome altogether, while also using his aura to analyze the energy in the move. That is definitely Night Days, he thought as the dome vanished and Shadow stood in a smoking crater of death. Nothing around him was alive, as if the life was SCKED away from anything not destroyed by the dome itself. That feeling was not normal in the slightest. It's familiar yet so different. Shadow stood up and glared at Ash, his body giving off the red and black energy. His eyes glowed brightly as his chains appeared from his fists. He swung the chains at Ash, who fired multiple aura spheres that destroyed each chain. Shadow charged at Ash in a blur that Ash was able to see easily. So when Shadow made to punch Ash, he was quickly judo flipped over his shoulder. The stunned Shadow had no time to react before Ash slammed his aura-infused heel into his gut so hard a crater formed underneath them. Normally Ash would not be hitting someone this hard, but Shadow has shown to not be a normal person and needed much harder strikes to do actual damage. Sensing danger, Ash jumped up in time as chains burst out of the downed Shadow's body. Each chain changed trajectory and charged at Ash, who dodged by twisting and flipping over them. Using his staff, Ash destroyed each chain that tried to grab onto him or pierce him. Landing on the ground, he took a stance as he smirked at the glaring Shadow. That the beat you could do, Shadow? Ash asked in amusement at his anger. I'm going to enjoy devouring your soul, Shadow growled as more of his power was being released. I'm going to tear it out in the most painful way possible, Guardian. In the treetops was Lucario and Espion, both of which just clashed a dark aura, Iron Tail and an aura, Bullet Punch. The moment their feet touched the tree trunk, they pushed off at each other, which destroyed the branch. They clashed their attacks once more, creating a powerful airborne struggle before Lucario grabbed the Iron Tail and spun Espeon around before throwing him towards the ground. The ground shook from the impact as a crater was formed, but Espeon got up and fired multiple Shadow Ball. Lucario nosedived toward the Ghost-type attacks, undeterred as he gathered aura around his fists and arms. He deflected any of the attacks that he couldn't move away from as he approached Espeon fast. The Psychic type jumped back to avoid being in a direct path but was shocked when a fiery heel drop aimed for his temple. Quickly using Teleport, the powerful Pokémon barely avoided being slammed by an attack that demolished where he once stood. Lucario stood tall as he recreated an aura sphere in his left paw. "You're good, Espeon," he said to the Sun Pokémon. "If I had to rank you, you are definitely a champion-level Pokémon. So why work for someone like Shadow? Why world for a guy as cruel as he is?" "I don't answer to you," the Sun Pokémon replied as the dark aura surrounded him. "You have no idea what I had to go through. So shut up and fight." Shock Wave. He fired the electric orb at Lucario, who fired his aura sphere with a disappointed look. The two attacks collided in a devastating explosion that made both opposing Pokémon brace themselves. As the two Pokémon charged each other with their respective energies surrounding them, they slammed their heads against one another. Lucario was surprised when Espeon moved to the side and slammed an Dark Aura, Iron Tail into his chest. This sent him airborne in pain, way more than he anticipated. The Aura Pokémon was caught by Gardevoir, who appeared behind him and grabbed his arms. She looked to her sides as Mismagius and Bisharp rushed them from the right and the left. From the front, Espeon fired a Dark Aura-powered Shadow Ball at them. The Embrace Pokémon simply smiled before using Teleport to dodge them all just as they were about to collide with them. They reappeared behind Espeon and blasted the Psychic type with her own Shadow Ball that caused him to cry out in pain and tumbling away. Lucario stood up and nodded at the Psychic/Fairy type. "Thank you for the save, Gardevoir," he said to the motherly Pokémon. "He slipped through my guard." "It's fine, Lucario," Gardevoir replied. "But we should definitely be more careful, as who knows what other tricks they have. Should be pretty fun in the end." Both Pokémon looked forward to find their opponents had grouped up and were glaring hatefully at the duo. "Well, it seems that they are teaming up," Gardevoir said as she gathered up her psychic energy. "If they want to team up, then why don't we do the same, Lucario?" Lucario nodded before he smirked at feeling a powerful aura join them. He looked down to find Pikachu has joined them with sparkling cheeks. "I figured you guys wouldn't mind a little backup," Pikachu said as Lucario looked back to their opponents. "Let's go." As soon as he finished, Pikachu seemingly vanished before reappearing beside Mismagius, Iron Tail slamming into the Ghost type's head. Espeon made to attack Pikachu, but jumped away as an aura sphere from Lucario flew past him. The Psychic type glared at Lucario, who charged at him. Not willing to step down, he ran at the Aura Pokémon, charging a Dark Aura, Shadow Ball. Gardevoir simply walked up to Bisharp, whom only glared at the Psychic/Fairy type. While she had a bright smile on her face, the power wafting off her body showed how serious she was. Bisharp rushed at Gardevoir, his metal claws glowing brightly and menacingly. He began swinging at Gardevoir, who just began dodging each swing before jumping over Bisharp and kicking off the back of his head. As she landed, she leaned back as Bisharp swung his metal claw at her head. Using that footing, she struck a foot out and tripped Bisharp, which caused him to fall forward. Before he could hit the ground though, Gardevoir fired a moonblast into his face that sent him tumbling away. "It would be in your best interest to stay down, Bisharp," she said to the Dark/Steel type, who only glared at her. To the side as Ash and his Pokémon handled the threat, Sceptile kept watch over May and Blaziken. Blaziken watched in awe as Ash and his team of Pokémon picked apart the same enemies that was crushing them just mere moments ago. "How?" Blaziken asked herself, gaining Sceptile's attention. How could he be taking these guys down with no real effort? I could do nothing to them and now they are being treated like untrained baby Pokémon. Sceptile smirked at the fire starter, not noticing the blush on her face as she looked at him. You're not seeing anything yet, he said as he used Leaf Blade to destroy a stray Shadow Ball. Ash isn't using his full strength and neither are the other Pokémon. No point in wasting energy needlessly. He couldn't help but preen a bit when Blaziken looked his way with awe. Showing off Sceptile, that isn't like you, Zoroark said walking up to the grass type with Lucario and Zip Her on his shoulders. Zip Her. May cried out as she ran up to the young guardian who was barely sitting up now. Oh my goodness, are you okay? I'm so sorry. None of that would have happened to you if not for me. She had tears falling from her eyes at seeing the wounds on Zypher's body. Don't worry about it, May, Zip Her replied as he pet her hair to calm her down. You don't have to worry about it, I will be alright. This won't keep me and Lucario down for long. Right, buddy? Lucario nodded his head before an explosion above them caught their attention. They looked up to find Ash and Shadow clash with their glowing fists. Shadow was struggling while Ash just looked more focused. Shadow was caught by surprise when Ash hit him with an aura sphere to his gut. Using Magnet Rise he tilted the electric platform before kicking off it to chase Shadow. Ash is showing absolutely no mercy this time, Zoroark stated. He's actually aiming to take down Shadow, painfully. I almost feel bad for the human honestly. He's lucky Ash is not using some of his more powerful Pokémon like Charizard or Greninja. That would honestly be overkill as Lucario, Pikachu, and Gardevoir are more than enough to handle this, Sceptile replied watching Pikachu knock Mismagius unconscious. That's one down and I have a feeling that Bisharp over there is about to follow suit. Yeah, facing your crush over there can be a total nightmare when she is being completely serious, Zoroark said with a teasing grin. Sceptile blushed as he sent a glare at the chuckling Zoroark, missing the heartbroken expression on Blaziken's face. That was a long time ago, Zoroark. I don't like Gardevoir like that anymore. While Blaziken breathed a sigh of relief, Zoroark finally broke and began laughing at the look from Sceptile. This stopped when Bisharp landed next to Mismagius, also unconscious. Gardevoir simply shook her head in disappointment, making her way towards Pikachu's side. It would seem things are coming to an end, Zip Her said as he watched the fight turn in their favor. It won't be long before Ash and Lucario take out Shadow and Espeon. How do you know Ash, Zip Her? May asked. For him to appear here like this shows that you at least know him in some way. That's kind of a long story, May. I have known Ash for quite some time as he helped me through some tough times in my life. I honestly wouldn't be here without him. Though May wanted to ask more, she didn't want to push it as Zean was still badly hurt. Instead, they watched as Espeon and Lucario collided over and over. Iron Tail vs Bullet Punch. The exchange ended when Espeon fired a shadow ball into the ground between them, using the explosion to gain some distance. Then it used Shock Wave to shock Lucario, who grunted in pain before he broke out of it and fired Aura Sphere, that Espeon dodged. Landing, it twisted its body in time to dodge a blaze kick before pushing away as a glowing bullet punch narrowly missed him. He shot another shock wave that pushed the silver-furred Lucario back. The psychic type landed, but was breathing heavily. The constant battle from Mutwo to now going against Lucario, along with the wounds sustained from both battles now getting to him. Not to mention having to mix its dark aura to its attacks have drained him even further. Even if he won, he would still have to deal with Pikachu, Gardevoir, Sceptile, Zoroark, and Blaziken. The last three were of no issue to him even as exhausted as he was, but Pikachu and Gardevoir were a huge threat to him. He knew that he could not keep raising battle up for much longer. For slightly singed, Lucario got up as he shook off the leftover sparks. He looked to Espeon as he gathered more aura throughout his body. Even if you're my enemy, I must commend your strength, Espeon. You are truly a powerful opponent to go through such a battle and still give me so much trouble. I am honored to have such a battle with you, but saddened that I will have to end this battle so soon. I'll destroy you. Shock wave. Espeon yelled in anger as he fired another orb of electricity towards Lucario, who dodged it, fully prepared this time. Using his extreme speed, Lucario was able to end within reach of his opponent in seconds and slam a powerful blaze kick into Espeon. A shockwave was felt from the impact as the psychic type flew back in agonizing pain. Before he could recover this time though, Lucario was above him and once more slammed him into the ground by the use of his aura sphere. The explosion shook the area as a small dust cloud of debris overtook the two Pokémon. The smoke dispersed when Lucario jumped out and landed by the unconscious Mismagius and Bisharp. That makes 3 down, Lucario stated as he set the unconscious Espeon by its allies. All that is left now is Shadow himself. An explosion caught all their attention as Ash had punched Shadow with an aura-enhanced thunder punch that sent the Dark Man back. He landed on his feet, before dropping to his knees in exhaustion. Ash slowly walked up to the man, his aura encasing his body like a protective shield. "Just give up, Shadow," he said, looking down at the man. "You have lost here. There is no point in humiliating yourself any further by continuing this futile effort." Shadow growled before lunging at Ash, his entire arm coated him red and black crackling energy. He aimed to stab Ash through the chest, but it was stopped when Ash swung his staff that actually cut Shadow's arm clean off. May screamed in horror as the others looked towards with Ash with indifference other than a silently terrified Blaziken. Lucario was the only one of the group focused on watching Shadow intently, having an idea why Ash did something so brutal. Shadow grunted in pain as he held the spot where his arm used to be, as he looked at the now useless limb laying on the ground. He began to growl in boiling rage, the growls sounding almost primal. "I told you to give up, Shadow," Ash said as he stepped on the fallen limb. "You wasted your chance to just surrender and now you lost your arm because of it. Now just stop wasting both of our time and give up before you lost the other limb." "I will destroy you," Shadow mumbled lowly as his rage only grew before he could no longer contain it. "I no longer care what his intentions or orders are anymore. I will datera you." A new arm made of red and black energy formed from the stump before flesh formed over it and clothing over that. A dark orb formed in his hand before firing it at Ash's head, the young guardian merely tilting his head to dodge the attack. "So I was right about you, Shadow," Ash said. "You're an energy construct made from the leftover power of Yveltal." Everyone except Ash's Lucario, Gardevoir, and Zipper looked shocked by their trainer's words. "So he really is like me," Zipper whispered, getting May to look at him in surprise. "There really is someone like me, but that would explain the animosity towards me." "Now the $1,000,000 question is," Ash continued. "Who helped give you shape and form? Wouldn't you like to know?" Shadow taunted as he stood up again. Controlling the energy in his body, he was about to attack before a blast of psychic energy caught everyone off guard and sent the two fighters flying back. Before the other Pokémon could act, another psychic aura surrounded them and levitated them in the air before tossing them away. They all slammed into trees, but Zipper was able to save May from impact by wrapping around her and taking the brunt of the damage. Sceptile did the same thing but for Blaziken, who was also too hurt to properly brace herself. Everyone recovered and looked around only to find that Shadow and his Pokémon had all vanished. Ash looked around using his aura as best he could, stretching its reach to the best of his abilities. Espeon was unconscious, so there is no way it helped them escape. Who helped them? Looking towards his Pokémon, he saw them getting up while his Lucario sensed around the area. Even Gardevoir and Mewtwo were using their psychic power to sense out the area. Taking a deep sigh, Ash turned to the heavily wounded Zipper who was being helped up by a battered May. Ash had to bite back an angry growl at seeing the Hoenn native, having more concerns than her at the moment. "Sizer, come on out." The bug/steel type burst out from the Pokeball and stood next to Zoroark. "Sizer, I want you and Zoroark to fan out and look for Shadow and his Pokémon as best you can. Report back to the others if you found something or if an hour has passed." If you see anything or anyone suspicious, then report back immediately. Do not engage unless forced to do so, and even then I want you to send a flamethrower and flash cannon respectively straight up as a signal." When both Pokémon nodded in understanding, Ash raised his hand. "May the aura guide both of you. Move out." Both Pokémon took off in opposite directions, both hoping to find something to help stop that madman. Looking to zip her once more, Ash walked over to them, which made May tense at seeing him. This Ash was much more ruthless than she ever knew, and she had no clue what to do. "Are you alright, Zipper?" Ash asked his student in a tense tone. "Are you able to walk?" "Unfortunately not on my own," Zipper replied as he winced in pain. "Shadow and those chains did a real number on my body. I will no doubt need some sleep to regain any strength." Ash nodded as he could see Zipher's wounds bleed more and noticed Shadow was going for points to cause critical condition for a normal person. "I can help take him to a hospital," Ash, May offered, only to visibly flinch away as Ash's glare became more intense when he looked at her. "He wouldn't have been in this position if not for you getting in his way," Ash yelled as his eyes gained a black tint to them before it vanished. "We got to get him to the others so he and Lucario can heal up." "Ash," Zipper said, gaining his MSTR's attention. "She needs medical help too, and her Blaziken definitely needs medical attention." "Fine, Gardevoir can drop them off to a Pokémon Center," Ash replied with a scoff. "That way they can get help and are out of my hair." "MSTR, you know as well as I do what the lingering effects of our power can do," Zipper replied. "And if he is a creation made from that Pokémon like he said, then she will need me nearby to heal properly. It's not a matter if he was telling the truth, since I have it confirmed with no doubt in my mind," Ash thought with clenched fists. With all of that death energy, there is no doubt that May and Blaziken absorbed some of it into their bodies. It will eat them from the inside out, since the power was more corrosive in its use. Damn it, he is right. "Fine, Zipper, you win. You're right, as I can sense the death energy flowing through their bodies as we speak. We will take them back to camp, but she better not expect a 5-star stay. Gardevoir, do you mind taking us to camp? I also will need your help in grabbing the others." Gardevoir smiled and nodded before she used Psychic on them all and used Teleport. All of them vanished in a flash of light, leaving a destroyed section of the forest. Hidden cave. In a flash of light, Shadow and his Pokémon appeared as each of them dropped to the floor. Shadow was the only one who still conscious of his group, despite still being heavily injured and exhausted. In front of them was Red, who had his arms crossed and glared angrily at Shadow. Beside him sat his Pikachu, who grinned at Shadow with dark amusement. "You're lucky that you're still alive, Shadow," Red said as he looked down to his subordinate. "You got too complacent and took a huge risk that no doubt had completely exposed you to them. Why would you so foolishly go after the Guardian's Mutuo in the first place?" "I figured we could use its power eventually," Shadow replied, a bit nervous at his MSTR's stern gaze. "And thanks to that I was able to return with a gift for you, MSTR." He raised his right hand as red and black electricity shot out and encircled a purple orb of energy that formed from his palm. "The energy I took from Mutuo could very well come in handy, as it was quite powerful, more than I expected. Him not knowing I was stealing copious amounts of his power throughout our battle was what led me to my overall victory and completion of my goal. I just didn't expect that Wannabe and the Guardian to appear and get in my way." Red gazed at Shadow for a moment before he nodded and raised his hand. Black wisps of aura reached out and encircled Mutuo's stolen energy as he examined. Lifting it up, he looked behind Shadow. "Take this and add it into your body. This should help with increasing your power, as the stolen energy is both compatible and quite dense." The purple energy streamed behind Shadow as a pale gray hand absorbed the power. When the energy was done being absorbed, a bright dark blue light shined before it vanished. "Energy absorption is complete, MSTR, a feminine voice said. "Good, that will help you plenty and make your power boosts more solid," Red replied before looking back and addressing his subordinate. "You are to rest for the rest of the day, Shadow, and once complete, I will be sending you out on another mission that I have for you. It would seem that Kyogre is close for capture soon. Now go. Shadow stood tall and bold. Yes, my MSTR, I await your next orders. What of my team, if I may ask? What of spying on Ash and that damned Zipper? Your team will be taken to the labs for healing while you recover, Red replied. Once I summon you, then they will be returned to you along with an addition as its conditioning is complete. You will also have an add-on to your team for this mission. Shadow bowed once more before leaving, walking past his team without so much as a glance at them. You take them to the labs and you may return to your resting position. I would rather you not risk yourself being discovered yet until we are in place to wage our little worldwide war, Mutuo. From the confines of the cave's shadows, walked out a Mutuo whose eyes were a dark blue. As you command of me, MSTR. I shall return to you shortly. The revealed psychic type said in a female tone that echoed throughout the cave. The unconscious pile of Pokémon were surrounded by a dark blue aura of psychic energy before they all disappeared. My army is nearly ready and in position, Red said as he looked to the Pikachu next to him. Soon, not even the deities of this world will be able to stop me, and Arceus shall pay for what he has done to me. Back with Ash. The group appeared in the clearing in a flash of light, gaining everyone's attention. When they saw Ash, they all got happy at seeing him, but that quickly changed to wariness as they saw the dark look in his eyes. They all calmed down though when they saw Mutuo, Lucario, and Pikachu were there with him. Even Gardevoir was there, meaning if Ash does lose himself again then they will be able to stop him. Espeon, I need you over here to help Gardevoir. Blaziken and Lucario need the most attention. I would do it, but I need to heal Zypher's wounds as you all know. So while you're at it, can you handle healing the brunette over here? After which, send her and her Blaziken to me and Lucario. We will need to handle an unwanted energy entering their bodies. As he finished, an Espeon walked up and nodded to her trainer. Gardevoir just smiled as she used Psychic to lift up May, Blaziken, and Lucario. May was shocked when she was lifted up and taken towards the lake with Espeon following behind them. Once they were out of sight, Ash turned to Zipper, whom was leaned up against a tree. He had a low pink glow surrounding him as he took slow and steady breaths. What you did out there was foolish and risky, Zipper, Ash told his student as he gathered aura to his hands. Taking those hits for her like that was stupid. You knew what he was planning, that the attack was to lure you in. You should have made a different plan. Zipper chuckled weakly as he looked towards Ash. Yeah, I know I was a bit reckless, but I didn't have much of a choice. The attack was moving too fast and had gotten too close to her before I acted. I had to pull on my core power just to reach her. I was lucky that I was able to block the chains from hitting her. And now look at you, having to pull in energy from nature to heal yourself and keep yourself conscious. You're lucky that those chains missed anything vital. He then began guiding his aura in Zipper, who sighed in contentment. His body had a dual blue and pink glow to it. If you looked closely enough, you could see the holes in his body begin to close up and his cuts along with his bruises vanish. As the energy construct of Xerneas, I would have expected you to do a lot better due to you being his polar opposite. Zipper just chuckled weakly as he knew his teacher was right. Zipper was actually the gathered leftover power of the legendary Pokémon of life, Xerneas. Ash had noticed that a forest was growing out of control due to an overabundance of Xerneas power, and Ash used his aura to gather it all. The issues was, Ash was having issues contained it at the time. Thankfully Arceus had a solution and instructed Ash in how to make use of that energy. Lucario had used his power to form a clay body while Ash guided the life energy into it. Soon the clay hardened as his aura enhanced the energy. Features formed and soon Zipper was born. Xerneas' energy and Ash's aura gave Zipper life. Ever since then, Zipper had become Ash's apprentice in the ways of an aura guardian and the protector of legendary Pokémon. The question I have, is how was Shadow born? Zipper asked in confusion. You got instructed by Arceus through a telepathic communication to create me. So, who created Shadow? Ash had no idea how to answer that good question. Before anything could be said, Ash felt May come from behind him. Taking a calming breath to control his already rising irritation, he turned around. Standing there was May and Blaziken along with his Pikachu, Gardevoir, and growling Glaceon. Glaceon, stop growling this instant, Gardevoir told the fresh snow Pokémon. They have to go near Ash to rid them of the death energy in their bodies. Why can't Lucario do it alone? Glaceon questioned in annoyance as she glared at May and Blaziken. I don't trust them around Ash. Because Lucario still needs help when it comes to guiding that type of energy out of a body, Sceptile said as he walked up to Glaceon with Zoroark next to him. Not to mention Ash and Lucario will need to abolish the energy lest it destroy the nature of the area. You know that well, Glaceon. Doesn't mean that I have to like or approve of it. They will just hurt him all over again. You don't have to like it, Zoroark cut in as he walked up. Besides, if they so much as try to hurt him, they will cut them down in a second. It would be foolish, especially since we outnumber her and her Pokémon. May and Blaziken, I need you both to come sit over here, Ash pointed to a spot by the tree next to Zipper. That fight with Shadow has left a very dangerous energy within your body. If we leave it as it is, then you will inevitably die. My natural aura will ward it off and help remove it. Now sit still, shut up, and let us do our work. May and Blaziken sat down as they were told while Ash and his silver-furred Lucario stood in front of them. A light blue orb formed around her and starters' chests as their bodies glowed. Feeling at ease from the power, May looked towards the healing Zipper. Everything that he had done to protect her kept playing in her mind like a recording on loop. How he all but gave his life in order to defend hers. As she thought, a light blush formed on her cheeks. Blaziken wasn't doing much better as she looked at Sceptile, who was having a conversation with Zoroark and Gardevoir. She couldn't help the blush on her cheeks, thankful that her red fire hit it well, especially when Sceptile looked towards her direction. He still looks so cool even after all these years, she thought. Blaziken was knocked from her thoughts when the glow around her body vanished. She saw that her MSTRS looked much calmer as the glow died down. There you both are now all healed up, Ash said as both he and Lucario held a black and red substance in a sphere of aura. Both trainer and Pokémon grabbed their respective sphere with both hands as the orbs glowed and began attacking the substance within. In a few minutes, the substance glowed gold before it began to vanish. May was mesmerized as she watched one of her closest friends destroy the evil energy that was inside her and her partner. Incredible, isn't it? Zipper said, gaining May's attention. The black-haired man stood up and looked towards his teacher. Ash's ability to manipulate energy in such a way is so amazing to watch. For Ash to manipulate, change the property, and then eradicate it one after the other is simple awe-inspiring. Are you doing alright, Zipper? May asked the construct of Xerneas. Those wounds were pretty bad. Yeah, I am doing much better, he replied. I just needed to rest and gather energy to heal up. Plus, Ash helped me heal up much faster than I normally would. Hey MSTR, are you going to bring the others here? Ash took a deep breath as he calmed his aura. Yeah, it's pretty late now, so I'll be going back to grab the others alongside Gardevoir. Looking to resting Mutwo, he gave a warm gaze. Do you mind, if you're willing to of course helping us out with that? His responses was a nod from the Pokémon. I may be tired, but I still have more than enough power for such a simple task. Ash nodded as Gardevoir floated over to him, having heard her name be called. We are going to bring the others back, which will give us time to alert them of what happened. Ash turned to May and glared, causing the coordinator to flinch at the anger in his eyes. I expect you to be gone by the time I return, Ash said in anger. I wouldn't worry too much about Shadow coming after you as you were not his target in the first place. You just decided to foolishly add yourself into a battle that you had no business in. Your foolish actions nearly got Zipper killed, so keep that in your mind. May looked down in sadness and shame as tears threatened to fall from her blue eyes. She could not deny his words one bit, not matter how much she wanted to. Actually MSTR, it's the opposite, Zipper chimed in, gaining their attention. If it weren't for her and her Blaziken, would have died much sooner. Shadow had me and Lucario pinned down and was about to stab me with his chains. If it wasn't for May and Blaziken, AI wouldn't be here right now. May's tears fell slightly but in joy at not being totally useless. She looked at Zipper, surprised that he would defend her after he got hurt so bad. Is that so? Ash asked as he gazed back to May with a blank expression. Fine, then I shall thank you for saving my apprentice. I guess I'll reward you another time, but I stand by my want of her being gone upon my return. Just her being here is taking all of my self-control. Zipper nodded, knowing that Ash was doing his best not to strike out towards May. He could see the aura in Ash's body running rampant, trying to go black instead of its normal blue. Right now, this was the best that Ash could do. It would be best to get May out of there as Ash requested. Me and Lucario will make sure that she leaves, Zipper said as his steel/fighting type agreed. Ash nodded as he to his Pokémon and returned 4 of his own Pokémon while Pikachu jumped onto his shoulder. Gardevoir, Mutwo, you two know what to do. The two nodded before Ash and Gardevoir vanished in a flash of light. Mutwo floated towards a tree as he laid his back against it and rested. Tired from the battle and the day that he has had. Zipper looked to May and nodded. Well, you two are healed up, so I'll SCRT you out of the forest. Don't want to risk another fight from Shadow, in case he didn't completely leave. May thanked him as she decided to keep Blaziken out, afraid of being unprepared should they be attacked. I'll SCRT you all as well, Sceptile piped in, joining Zypher's side. I want to make sure you have backup if you're attacked again. Your Pokémon may be mostly healed, but it does hurt to have help. That's why I'll be joining you all as well, another voice said, causing them to turn and noticed a Pokémon May and Blaziken were unfamiliar with. Greninja, are you sure? Sceptile asked the now named Pokémon. You, me, and Lucario may seem a bit overkill. Don't you think? With how crafty our enemy seems to be and having to keep the girl and her Pokémon safe, I don't think it is. Plus I could use the stretch. Planning on asking Ash if I could be used for the tag battle tomorrow. Well, let's go then, Zipper said as he turned around. I could use a good rest after today's events. Plus the sun will be down soon and her friends are probably worried about her. After agreeing, the group walked through the woods in complete silence. As they walked, May kept glancing at Zipper, who was keeping his aura sense stretched out as he looked for any danger. When the fading light hit him, May blushed as she couldn't help but to admire how the sunset light enhanced his aura glow. It only served to make him more handsome. As May was lost in thought, Blaziken worked up the courage to address her old friend. Hey Sceptile, she began, gaining the grass-type starter's attention. How have you been? It's been a few years since we had a moment to just talk. Sceptile just glanced at her, missing the blushing of her cheeks. I have been well, mostly training to get stronger and help show everyone wrong, doubting my MSTR. Like your MSTR did. Blaziken flinched at the controlled anger in his tone, having a good idea at the pain Ash had felt because of what his old friends did. Please understand, Sceptile, they never wanted to hurt Ash. They weren't saying that with any malicious intent. You don't get it, Sceptile replied. It's not about you all just turning your back to him, but it was pure insulting. Insulting all of our hard work, all his hard work. To him, we are family, and they insulted his family. He had done the best he can with what he had, having to stop training to help his so-called friends with their dreams along with saving other Pokémon and legendaries because of the constant villain teams. His goal is our goal, and we all felt completely insulted and pained by those words and disbelief. That's one of the main reasons why Ash is so hateful. Why we are so angry. Blaziken looked down, saddened by the fact the Pokémon she admired the most may hate her. Seeing this, Sceptile sighed. Contrary to belief, not all of the other Pokémon hate you guys, me being one of them. This made Blaziken look up to him in hope. We just don't trust you all. This made her look back down. Maybe someday we will again, but that remains to be seen. Then that settles it, Blaziken whispered before looking at the forest trees. I and the others will work hard to gain your trust back. I and the others won't stop until we do. Sceptile just chuckled, finding the spark in her eyes cute. Well, good luck then, Blaziken. You guys will need it. Hey Zipper, May called out, getting the apprentice's attention. Do you think that shadow guy will attack again? He was so powerful that it seemed like he didn't even need his Pokémon. I'm afraid that despite the beating Ash gave him that he will attack me and hurt us while we least expect it or worse. Zipper was lost on what to do or say. His guardian side wants to help and comfort the scared girl before him, but he was worried about how Ash would feel due to her being one of the people who hurt him so bad. I have job to do, Zipper thought with resolution. I wouldn't worry about anything happening to you, May. I swear to you as an Aura Guardian, or at least one in training, that I will stop him and protect you. May blushed and was speechless at his words. He spoke with such conviction that it made her feel safe. Her heart skipped several beats and her legs felt weaker by the moment. We are here, Zipper continued as they exited the forest. We will part here as I need to get back to the Pokémon. I may be healed up, I need to get some test. Have a good night, May. Zipper turned around and was followed by Lucario, Greninja, and Sceptile. Lost in thought, May snapped out of it and called out to Zipper. When the Guardian turned around to address her, he was caught off guard by a kiss to the cheek from May. The other Pokémon were surprised by the kiss, though Lucario gained a teasing grin. Thank you for saving me, Zipper, May said with a blush. I guess I will see you later. Good night. With that, May ran off with her blushing cheeks, followed by her Blaziken. Zipper was lost in thought as he turned back to the forest, his hand laying on his kissed cheek. I hope that this was just out of grateful feelings, Sceptile and Greninja thought. Things may get complicated if that's not the case. As they made their way back to the clearing, everyone just wanting to sleep. Chapter 32. The next morning. Ash woke up and looked to his resting Pokémon, seeing the sun had barely risen into the sky which casted an appealing orange glow. The cool, crisp air just felt so relaxing to the young champion that he felt his entire body settle. It all helped to relax him after yesterday night's event. Ash explained to his elites what had occurred and it worried them. It would seem Shadow was getting more and more ambitious with his attacks. But they were not surprised to see Ash take Shadow down a peg and make him flee. Seeing that it was 8 in the morning, Ash began his daily routine of preparing everyone's meals. Would you like some help, Ash? Ash heard from above himself. He looked up to find that it was his Greninja who had asked him that while sitting on a tree branch. Right beside him was his Glaceon, both of the Pokémon being some of his early risers. Actually, yeah, can you wake everyone up for me? The first half of the double battles will begin today. I already know that I'll be using you as part of my team, but not entirely sure about the other two. I do plan on making a bug impact this round though. Glaceon and Greninja nodded as both ran off to complete their given task. As they did so, Ash sped up in setting up the Pokémon foods while he munched on an Ampharos energy bar. Electrify your day indeed, Ash thought with amusement as his Pokémon that awoke began eating. This should fill me up for a bit. It took Ash a total of 20 minutes to feed all of his Pokémon. Mutwo floated over to Ash, having finished his meal already. I am going to stay here in the clearing for the day. While I am feeling much better, I am going to take the time to conserve my power. Ash nodded, accepting the reasoning. Latias and the other legends will stay here for added protection. So you all stay safe. Have you figured out what Pokémon will be joining your battle today? Zipper asked as he ate his own Ampharos energy bar. Yeah, I did actually, and this will make it a fun battle indeed, Ash thought as he grabbed 6 of his Pokeballs. He walked up to his chosen Pokémon and returned them to their respective ball. Checking his Pokecatch, Ash gained a wide smirk. Let's go, Pikachu. It's time to rock the battlefield. Pikachu jumped onto his shoulder, ready to win. See you later, Zipper. Make sure that you take the time to rest. Zipper gave his teacher a thumbs up as he made his way towards the lake, intending to soak his feet. Battlefield. Ash sat in the audience as he watched Max Maple cheer on the field, his Sceptile and Houndoom, who was barely standing to begin with, having won against a tough opponent. The Kanto native simply made his way out to cave, making his way to the battlefield as he was ready to battle, his battle being next in this arena. As he made his way through the tunnel, he stopped as he saw his ex-friends were at the exit, congratulating Max on his advancement. Ash took a moment to collect his thoughts and rising rage, taking a deep breath to calm himself down as he made his way past them. They all paused when they saw Ash making his way to them, who had yet to even acknowledge them. They even made room, as to not be in his way as it was sure to PSS him off, which Ash was grateful for. Ash, wait. Max called out, getting Ash to pause but not turn to look at him. I know it doesn't matter to you, nor honestly care for it. But, I just wanted to say good luck out there and we will all be rooting for you. Ash still didn't turn around, afraid of the chance that he may lash out if he did so. May had unknowingly made that dark inside him bubble with red-hot fury, and now that feeling lurked closer to the surface than before. But he couldn't deny the small smile that attempted to make way onto his face before he opted to just continue walking forward, leaving behind the shocked group of people. Shocked by the fact that Ash had not lashed out at them. Ash stepped onto the field, across from his opponent who was none other than Lady Diantha, the precious champion of Kalos. It's been a long time, Diantha, Ash greeted. Enjoy. I haven't seen you for about a year and we haven't had a battle since our last bout for the champion title. Yes, dear Ash, Diantha smiled. I have been focused on my movie career along with performances, so I had no chances for visiting. Didn't help that you traveled often. So this will be a fun battle between us indeed. Are you ready to see just how much stronger I have become? Ash nodded, watching her carefully. It will now be a double Pokémon battle between Champion Ash and former Champion Diantha, the judge said. As a quick reminder, the challengers will only be allowed the use of 3 Pokémon and the battle ends when all Pokémon on one end is no longer able to battle. Now the battlefield will change. The judge walked over to a button and flipped the SWCH. On a screen, showing the trainers a symbol for the different T fields that kept changing until it stopped on the symbol for a rock field. The precious ice field that Max battled on sunk into the ground as a field of rocks and pillars rose from it. Trainers, send out your Pokémon. Aurorus and Gourgeist, come out and show your grace. Diantha cried out as her 2 chosen Pokémon arrived onto the field in separate white flashes of light. Haven't seen those 2 battle in a while, Ash remarked with excitement. May your aura guide us, Swellow and Greninja. The respective Hoenn and Kalos Pokémon cried out to the battlefield. Battle begin. The crowd cheered loudly, excited to see a battle between 2 champion-level trainers. First move is ours, Ash dear. Diantha said. Aurorus use Light Screen and Gourgeist, Seed Bomb on a wide range. Gourgeist floated up as it shot the grass-type attacks from its mouth, the attack spreading out as it was aimed at its 2 enemies. Greninja, stop Aurorus with your Shadow Sneak and Swellow charge after Gourgeist. Plow through that attack with Steel Wing. Greninja quickly sunk into the ground, completely avoiding the Seed Bomb before it could hit him. It took only a few seconds, before Greninja quickly reappeared next to a surprised Aurorus as Greninja slammed a glowing fist into the rock/ice-type side. The same came from Gourgeist, who had been hit by Swellow's Steel Wing after it evaded and flew through the attack. Gourgeist and Aurorus were not champion-level Pokémon for nothing though, as Gourgeist regained its bearings fast and fired another onslaught of seed bombs that struck into Swellow's back. Aurorus turned its long neck and bit into Greninja's arm, keeping the ninja Pokémon into place. It took Diantha a second to command her Pokémon to use Thunder on its captive. Greninja had only a moment to prepare itself before it cried out in pain as he EAS electrocuted by the powerful electric-type move. Greninja, come on, get out of there by hitting Aurorus with Water Pulse. Greninja grit his teeth and slammed the orb of water he formed in his hand into Diantha's Pokémon's face. The sudden rush of pain the ice/rock type felt caused it to be distracted enough to cancel the thunder attack and cry out in pain. Follow it up with Water Shuriken, Greninja. Shadow Sneak Gourgeist on Greninja. Gourgeist turned black and vanished in its shadow much like Greninja did earlier. In a few seconds, Gourgeist appeared next to Greninja. As Gourgeist swung to strike the Water/Dark type, he bent back and dodged the strike. He then used Water Shuriken to block the next strike from the Pumpkin Pokémon. Swellow used Wing Attack to help out Greninja. The Hoenn Pokémon rushed at high speeds towards the pair of Pokémon. Aurorus stopped that Swellow in its tracks by using Blizzard. The Tundra Pokémon breathed out the powerful Ice-type attacks. The ground below began freeing the earthy field as it rushed at Swellow. Dodge It and Greninja use Aerial Ace on both Gourgeist and Aurorus. Greninja was encased in the Flying-type energy and rushed towards the pair of Pokémon. Use Phantom Force. Gourgeist and Aurorus use a spread-out thunder to strike everyone on the field. Gourgeist cried out as she vanished before everyone's eyes, like she wasn't there to begin with. The Ice/Rock type followed it up by releasing the powerful Electric-type attack that struck around the field. The lightning strike struck down rock pillars with ease, destroying the area with no effort and rushed at Greninja and Swellow. Both of whom that dodged EAH strike as best as they could. Greninja using backflips and twists while Swellow weaved around each both strike. The Swallow Pokémon had trouble and was finally hit by a bolt strike, crying out in agony as the electricity coursed through his body. Greninja was about to go help his partner but was also struck by a reappearing Gourgeist and was then struck by thunder. Ash grunted angrily as he watched his Pokémon carefully. She used Phantom Force to get her Gourgeist out of danger of that attack. She hasn't slacked in her training at all. The attack died down as Swellow fell to the ground and Greninja dropped to a knee, trying to ignore his pain. Ash took a deep breath before his entire demeanor changed. His eyes sharpened and he had an air of authority around him. Greninja used Aerial Ace to grab Swellow and regroup. The Ninja Pokémon took off at high speeds before he and the Normal/Flying type ended up in front of Ash. Diantha smirked as her Gourgeist and Aurorus stood in front of her. So you're going to be taking me more seriously now, Ash, good. I can't wait to show you what we really got. Especially, she grabbed the Mega Stone around her neck. Swellow, Greninja, it's time we take control of this battle. Let your aura guide us to victory. Now stand tall, you two. Both Pokémon stood tall and yelled into the sky. That's the way, you guys. Swellow, go and use Steel Wing while you follow closely Greninja. The Normal/Flying type flew at Gourgeist and Aurorus with hardened, metallic wings. Greninja was under Swellow, keeping up with his partner with great speed. Gourgeist use Seed Bomb on Greninja and add some extra power behind your attack. Aurorus, use Blizzard to add speed to the Seed Bombs and strike at Swellow. Gourgeist fired the seeds towards Greninja, which was only made more powerful by the Blizzard attack. Swellow, go upward and Greninja, make sure that you hold on to him tightly. Swellow flew upwards as Greninja held onto the Normal/Flying type's foot. The two Pokémon dodged the attack just in time. Swellow then rushed at the two opponents again, but this time with a faster pace. Greninja, Water Pulse. The Ninja Pokémon formed and slammed the Water-type attack in front of Diantha's Pokémon before they were slammed by a wave of water. Counter the attack with Light Screen Aurorus. The Fossil Pokémon used the given attack to hold off the wave of water, protecting itself from major damage and its partner by standing in front of it. That split second to weaken the damage was all that Ash needed. Greninja, Aerial Ace on Gourgeist. Swellow, Reversal on Aurorus. The Swallow Pokémon rushed at Aurorus, its body glowing a yellow color. It slammed into the Rock/Ice type, causing it to cry out in pain from the strike. Aurorus slid across the rocky terrain, trying to keep its footing, but that failed when Swellow slammed a Steel Wing into him. Greninja, don't let up and hit Gurgiest with Water Pulse and Water Shuriken followed by Aerial Ace. The starter created a Water Pulse before flattening the orb into a swirling Shuriken before flinging the attack at Gurgiest. Aerial Ace was then used to slam into Gurgiest, causing it to cry out in pain, before slamming the pumpkin Pokemon's back and push it into the Water Shuriken causing her to cry out in pain again. Gurgiest used Shadow Sneak and strike back. The Ghost/Grass type vanished into his own shadow as he landed onto the ground. Aurorus, Thunder on Swellow. Take them down. The Ice/Rock type fired the Electric type attack at the Normal/Flying type. Swellow dodged the attack with Speedy Grace, racing towards Aurorus. Greninja, Water Pulse at Aurorus to knock it down. The orb of water rushed at its target, intending on taking it down. Gurgiest appeared behind Greninja intent on striking again. This time, Greninja and Ash were ready. Use your own Shadow Sneak Greninja to dodge and strike back. The Water/Dark type melded into his shadow just in time to avoid a powerful strike. He rose and sent an uppercut to the pumpkin Pokemon, causing it to cry OT but not enough to stop it. Seed Bomb Gurgiest. She righted herself and fired the Grass-type attack at Greninja that exploded on contact. Again, Seed Bomb. Counter, Water Shuriken. Greninja fired the Water-type attack that exploded upon contact. By the other side of the field, Aurorus continued to keep trying to hit Swellow with Thunder but the Hoenn Pokemon was getting more used to his opponent's attack pattern. Dive Bomb Steel Wing, Swellow. You got it, Ash. Swellow cried out as he rushed at Aurorus with the Steel-type attack. Fire your Blizzard and keep that bird at bay, Aurorus. Don't let it get in close. Give your attack a spin, Swellow. Make use of that Blizzard to give your Steel Wing a boost. Swellow spun around as the Steel Wing began gathering the Ice-type attack within as a blue and silver energy began encircling him. What? No, Aurorus, get away from there and use Thunder. Diantha was shocked at Swellow being able to take the Ice-type attack and keep going. Don't let it. The Swallow Pokemon turned around as Aurorus tried to dodge and slammed into the Ice/Rock type, causing him to cry out in pain. Reversal. He glowed again as he slammed his wings into Aurorus, causing the ground to shake at the attack. From the smoke, a powerful blizzard shot out and hit Swellow, who cried out as well from the super effective attack. Seeing the pain his partner was in, Greninja dodged a strike from Gurgiest's Shadow Sneak as he ran towards the falling Swellow. He caught his partner in his arms before he hit the ground and slowly laid his out. Swellow was completely knocked out from that blizzard, the constant super effective attacks being too much for it to handle. But, he was surprisingly not alone on that regard. When the debris had settled, it revealed Aurorus, who was also unconscious due to having used the last of his strength to fire the Ice-type attack on Swellow. Both Aurorus and Swellow are unable to battle. Trainers, please send out your next Pokemon, the referee announced, causing an excited cheer to erupt. What a climatic battle between these titans of Pokemon, the announcer hyped up. These two and their Pokemon are really showing why they are champion level. Swellow return, Ash recalled his Pokemon. You did great out there, Swellow. Her Aurorus is a champion level Pokemon while you're only elite level at the moment, yet you were able to at least tie with him. Thank you. Ash watched as Diantha thanked her Pokemon. Well, Ash, I hope you're ready as I know you knew what was coming next, the ex-Kalos champion said as she grabbed her Pokeball. And she's ready to show her graceful power. Gardevoir, grave the field. Her most powerful Pokemon appeared, slightly bowing with grace. Hope you're ready then, Ash replies as he made his next choice. You didn't battle this one yet. May your aura guide you, Crawdaunt. The rogue Pokemon appeared as he smiled and swung his claws around. Oh yeah, it's my turn to show what I got. Crawdaunt may not be champion level either, but he is still tough and quite stubborn. I know he can do it, Ash thought. So it's you and me together this time, Crawdaunt, Greninja said to his Flow Water/Dark type. Keep your wits about you as these two are tough. Especially Gardevoir over there, as she is Diantha's ace partner. She is like me and Sceptile, fast and agile while utilizing quick attacks. And much like Ash, they don't need to use actual words to communicate. Crawdaunt nodded, showing he understood. He needed to be prepared, as S still has yet to damage Ash's own Gardevoir, let alone beat her. Gourgeist, Seed Bomb. The pumpkin Pokémon fired the Grass-type attack, aiming to bombard the two Pokémon. Crawdaunt, catch those bombs with Whirlpool and send them right back. The rogue Pokémon crested a big swirl of water and shot it forward at the Grass-type attack. The seed bombs were caught in the whirling tides, spinning in circles inside the attack. Stop it with Moon Blast Gardevoir. Blow it away. The Psychic/Fairy type fired the pink orb at the Whirlpool before it was stopped by a powerful water pulse, courtesy of Greninja. Gardevoir, use Psychic on Gourgeist and get both of your out of the way. Psychic energy encased both of Diantha's Pokémon as both moved in a blur, completely avoiding the powered-up Whirlpool. The explosion was massive, causing a huge wave that rushed around the battlefield. The seed bombs exploded throughout the field, as both Pokémon avoided the attacks. Aerial Ace. Greninja appeared from the wave of water, his body encased by the energy of the flying-type energy. Gardevoir was surprised by the appearance of the water/dark type and paid for it as Greninja slammed into her. With a twist, he then kicked Gourgeist towards Crawdaunt. Use Night Slash on Gourgeist now. The rogue Pokémon swung his right claw that had a dark glow to it. Use Phantom Force Gourgeist. Gourgeist glowed before he vanished in time as Crawdaunt swung his attack that missed completely. Crawdaunt kept his guard up as he looked around in worry, not looking forward to being struck by the Grass-type attack. Crawdaunt, relax, keep your focus. Greninja, use your Water Pulse on Gardevoir. I have to keep Gardevoir away from Crawdaunt. The power difference is already wide. And if she Mega Evolves her, then the gap will become even wider. Greninja charged up his water sphere and was about to fire the attack before Gardevoir appeared as a blur behind him. Thunderbolt. The Psychic/Fairy charged up her attack and fired the bolt of electricity that shocked Greninja, causing his body to shake at the power. Come on Greninja, use that Thunderbolt to your advantage with your Water Pulse. I know you can do this. The Water/Dark type Pokémon grit his teeth as the Water Pulse absorbed the electricity, containing the attack in its sphere. This surprised everyone as the water contained the Thunderbolt and stopped shocking Greninja. Gardevoir was terrified by the immense control of the attack. I knew you could do it Greninja. Now send the attack right back to its sender. Counter with a full-powered Moon Blast, Gardevoir. Everyone could hear the worry in Diantha's voice. The Embrace Pokémon released her attack that did its best to hold back the combined attack, but it turned into a water wave that was mixed with electricity. The wave hit the surprised Gardevoir, not only sweeping away the Gardevoir but shocking her in the process. Now follow it up with Shadow Sneak Greninja, Ash commanded. The Water/Dark type vanished into his shadow and rushed at the Gardevoir. In a moment, Greninja appeared and was about to strike before Gardevoir twisted around. Each strike. Any and all strikes were avoided as she refused to let the pain get to him. She then fired a barrage of Shadow Ball that Greninja avoided as well by back-flipping away. Counter back with your own barrage of water pulses. Crawdaunt, you counter with Night Slash towards your left. Both Pokémon followed orders as explosions spread out through the field. For Crawdaunt, his dark glowing claw stopped a powerful glowing purple punch from Gourgeist. Gourgeist, use Seed Bomb now. The Ghost/Grass type smirked as he released the Grass type attack at close range, but Crawdaunt lifted his other claw just in time to lessen the damage. The attack did send Crawdaunt sliding back as he grit his teeth in pain. Use Whirlpool now Crawdaunt. The big Water/Dark type released the Swirling Tide attack at Gourgeist. Not going to work against us Ash, you should know this by now. Shadow Sneak. Gourgeist vanished again into his shadow as he dodged the Whirlpool again and rushed at Crawdaunt. Ash sensed out the danger and called out to his Pokémon while keeping an eye out as his Greninja fought against Gardevoir. Crawdaunt dodged left. Then use Crabhammer and Night Slash. Crawdaunt followed orders as he jumped to the left just in time as Gourgeous tried to swing at him before the Crabhammer slammed into the Ghost/Grass type before he also slammed the Night Slash attack into Gourgeous' gut. Gourgeous, no. Are you alright? Diantha called out to her Pokémon who was struggling to get up with deep, heavy breaths. Ash took this time to look over his Crawdaunt, who was breathing heavily and suffered some major damages. This resilience is the main reason he chose Crawdaunt for this battle. His level may only be elite level, but his defense capabilities is definitely champion level at the least. Use Night Slash now, once more Crawdaunt. Counter that Gourgeist by using your brutal swing. Gourgeist's entire body glowed dark before he caught the Night Slash and swung its body around. A dark ring surrounded the two Pokémon before it sent the Water/Dark type into the nearby barrier. Now Seed Bomb. Gourgeist fired its attack at the downed Crawdaunt, who did not have the energy to avoid or block the explosive Grass-type attack. The attacks exploded, causing Crawdaunt more pain. Ash squeezed his fists in anger as Crawdaunt did his best to stand up straight from the pain he felt. Crawdaunt, are you alright? Ash asked through his aura connecting with Crawdaunt. Yeah boss, I am alright, Crawdaunt replied with his aura link. Just in a bit of pain, but I can take it. Ash and Crawdaunt both nodded as the Water/Dark type stood up. Ash turned to Greninja who dodged just in time of Gardevoir's Thunderbolt and Shadow Balls. When a Shadow Ball got too close, he would counter with his Water Pulse. When Gardevoir changed the attack into a Moonblast, he would strike back with Water Shuriken. When the two champion-level Pokémon jumped back, both showed just how tired they were getting. Greninja took a deep breath as he took a battle stance. Gardevoir and Diantha locked eyes and nodded at each other. The ex-champion grabbed the gem on her necklace as it glowed brightly in his hand. Gardevoir, grow past all forms of beauty and grace while transcending your power. Gardevoir, Mega Evolve. The energy from the gem around Diantha's necklace whipped around before it connected to the energy released from the energy around Gardevoir's own necklace. Gardevoir glowed brightly as she changed form and became a Mega Gardevoir. Mega Gardevoir, I was waiting on you, Ash said in a low voice. Are you ready, Greninja? Stronger and stronger together. Let's do it. Greninja and Ash connecting their hearts before Greninja was encased by a tornado of water that released a force that cracked the ground and caused powerful winds that pushed the Pokémon and even the audience back. The water began to condense into an orb of water on Greninja's back that then took the shape of a shuriken. The Greninja's looks then changed to match a similar ohm to Ash's. He has now become Ash Greninja due to the bond phenomenon. And there it is. The Mega Evolution of Gardevoir and the bond phenomenon of Greninja. Now it is time to show them Greninja, Ash said. No more holding back. It's to show everyone what we can do Greninja by passing normal limitations of champion-level Pokémon. Aerial Ace. Greninja took off, completely vanishing from view of the audience. This shocked everyone as the speed he moved was intense. Dodge at your leisure, Gardevoir. Use your psychic powers to predict and see where he will strike. Right, MSTRS. Gardevoir began dodging the attacks by moving side to side. Crawdaunt, dodge and use Crabhammer. From behind the surprises Gardevoir, his claws glowing a light blue and swung down. The Embrace Pokémon dodged in time and used Crawdaunt as a shield to block the aerial ace of Greninja, causing the Kalos starter to hesitate and dodge as Gourgeist appeared to try and hit him. Use Thunderbolt. The Mega Pokémon released her electrical attack, causing the rogue Pokémon to cry out in pain. Ash used his Aura Sense and sighed seeing that Crawdaunt has had enough. Gardevoir stopped her voltage and released her prisoner who was unconscious. Crawdaunt is unable to battle. Ash returned the unconscious Pokémon and praised him for his hard work as Greninja appeared in front of him. I guess it's just you and me now, Greninja. 2-on-1, fair enough odds. Plus Crawdaunt great at keeping Gourgeist away. You ready? Ready. Greninja replied with determination. We have a better advantage now, Diantha encouraged her Pokémon. Gardevoir, fire your Moonblast. Gourgeist, keep him pinned down with your Seed Bomb. Gardevoir charged up 2 of her Moonblasts and fired them at Greninja, who was about to dodge before he looked up and saw a rain of Seed Bombs rushing at him. So, we can't dodge by going airborne and that is fine, Ash thought to himself. Charge at Gardevoir and avoid the strikes. Use Water Shuriken if you must to counter. Greninja cried out before he took off in blurring speeds towards Gardevoir attacks. He zigzagged when one of the Seed Bombs got too close. He fired 2 Water Pulses to counter the Moonblasts, cancelling each other out. When he got close enough, Ash gave his next order. Greninja, use Aerial Ace and Water Pulse. The Water/Dark type vanished from sight again, slamming into Gardevoir with a Water Pulse into her chest. The force of the strike created a powerful splash and wave that only did more damage thanks to the speed boost from Aerial Ace. Flip backwards now Greninja. Gourgeist is about to strike. Greninja followed orders and did a backflip in time to dodge a reappearing Gourgeist who swung with a glowing fist. Now Aerial Ace. The Water/Dark type landed and rushed at the pumpkin Pokémon. Right before contact was made, he jumped to the side to avoid a Moonblast fired from Gardevoir. While he's distracted, fire Seed Bomb and Gardevoir give it a boost with Thunderbolt. Gourgeist fired the Grass-type attack that absorbed the power of the Thunderbolt and became electrically charged while moving at greater speeds at Greninja. The electrically charged Seed Bomb was about to hit Greninja before it was avoided thanks to using Aerial Ace as a speed boost. Before he stopped as another wave of electrified Seed Bombs rushed at Greninja. Ash smirked. Haven't done this little move in a while, he thought. Greninja, knock all of them away with Counter Shield. The Ninja Pokémon created a Water Pulse before he crushed it and began spinning on his back. This allowed Greninja to control the wave and creating WHPS of water that formed a barrier around the Water/Dark type. The electrified bullet seeds didn't even come close before they were each destroyed by the Counter Shield. Darn, my electric Seed Bomb couldn't do a thing, Diantha thought as she gazed at the water WHPS. Gardevoir, use the leftover water with Psychic and charge Thunderbolt with it. The water gained an aura around as it lifted up before Gardevoir fired her Thunderbolt into it, charging it up like Ash did earlier with Water Pulse. She sent it at Greninja who dodged it with relative ease. Seed Bomb. Gourgeist fired the Grass-type attack at Greninja who jumped out of the way. Sensing danger, Greninja leaned back as he dodged the charged-up water. Knowing that won't stop, Ash decided to nip the attack pattern in the bud. Slam a high-powered Water Pulse into the ground to counter Gardevoir. Then use Shadow Sneak. The Water/Dark type created the powerful wave of water that stopped Gardevoir's onslaught. Then he vanished into his shadow again before he reappeared next to a shocked Gourgeist. Brutal Swing Gourgeist. Stop him and hit him hard Greninja. The Ninja Pokémon grabbed into the Grass/Ghost type and kept him from moving. Then he slammed a glowing fist into Gourgeist, causing the pumpkin Pokémon to grunt in agonizing pain. Greninja let go of his opponent who dropped to the floor. When there was MO movement, the referee looked over and saw that Gourgeist was unconscious. Gourgeist is unable to battle. The referee announced, causing the crowd to go crazy. Amazing, simply amazing. Greninja, who is battling a 2-on-1 battle against 2 champion-level Pokémon was able to take out such a powerful Gourgeist. But now Greninja must be exhausted and still has to battle Mega Gardevoir. Can it stand up to the challenge? More than up for it. Go Greninja, Aerial Ace. The Kalos starter took off in a blur, almost impossible to see. Like before Gardevoir. Sense him out and dodge. Gardevoir nodded as she used her psychic powers to put her senses. Ash smirked at that. Greninja, fire out your Water Shuriken now. With a cry, Greninja released a powerful onslaught of the water-type attack. Now Shadow Sneak. In an instant, Greninja was gone within his shadow. Gardevoir began elegantly dodging the water shurikens in an impressive display of speed and elegance. But she was caught off guard by an uppercut from Greninja, who rise from her shadow, his body encased in the energy of Aerial Ace. Close-range Water Pulse. Greninja fired the water-type attack that slammed into the already pained Gardevoir. She recovered quick enough and fired both a Shadow Ball and Moonblast at Greninja. He didn't have time to dodge and was hurt badly by both attacks, his Dark-type element getting in his way. He knew he had to end this soon, his exhaustion getting to him. He locked eyes with his trainer, both nodding in understanding. The Water/Dark type took a deep breath as he focused on his inner power and bringing it to the surface. His eyes glowed as the shuriken on his back grew sharper and grew slightly in size. The muscles in his body tightened, ready to take down Gardevoir for his partner. "So he is taking this battle more seriously," Diantha whispered. "Use Thunderbolt." Gardevoir released another powerful bolt of electricity at Greninja. "Let's use that Thunderbolt." Water Shuriken. Greninja took off, completely vanishing from view. Gardevoir tried to react, but couldn't as the ninja Pokémon appeared and slammed the electrically charged water shuriken into her abdomen. "Let's end this Greninja, Aerial Ace." Greninja took off, completely vanishing from view. Gardevoir tried to react, but couldn't as the ninja Pokémon appeared and slammed the electrically charged water shuriken into her abdomen. Not only did the shuriken throw her back, but the electricity within the attack did major damage to her too. Gardevoir rolled across the floor, as electricity sparked around her body. The Psychic/Fairy type struggled to get up, her body covered in burns, cuts, and bruises. She stood tall, showing she isn't as brittle as she once was. "Great job, Gardevoir. Use Moonblast." Gardevoir formed and fired the Moonblast in a near instant. Greninja leaned to the left in time to dodge, though his exhaustion did not make it easy. He was unprepared for the Shadow Ball that rammed into his chest. He skid across the ground, but refused to fall to the floor. The moment he heard Ash dodge, he jumped back in time as he avoided Gardevoir's Thunderbolt. "I can't get hit by any more of those," Greninja thought to himself. "Not sure if I can do much more due to all of that damage." Greninja, go and fire your Water Pulse and follow it up with Shadow Sneak. The ninja Pokémon quickly formed the water-type attack and slammed it into the ground, creating the familiar wave of water. Counter with Shadow Ball. The Embrace Pokémon created her Ghost-type attack to stop the water wave. This didn't go as planned as Greninja appeared and struck the Shadow Ball. This disrupted the attack and caused an explosion that hurt both Pokémon. Greninja grit his teeth through the pain and threw Gardevoir into the water wave, and right before it hit Greninja, he used Shadow Sneak again to avoid it. Greninja's legs began shaking as he dropped down to a knee as he had trouble breathing. His own injuries making it hard for him to utilize his body correctly. Fighting since the beginning and being damaged by repeated super effective attacks were taking its toll on his body. Ash could feel it himself as he too had trouble gaining control of his breathing. But neither of them refused to go down though. Greninja knew if he went down now, he wouldn't ever hear the end of it from Charizard and the others. Gardevoir on the other hand, tried to get up but she just couldn't as she slipped and passed out. Gardevoir is unable to battle. Victory goes to Greninja and Champion Ash. The referee announced. That's it. Champion Ash had taken the match. His Greninja took on both champion-level Pokémon and has come out on top. The crowd cheered, amazed at it all and how powerful Greninja was. In the stand. "I can't believe it, Ash is so amazing." Max exclaimed in awe. He won against another champion. That Greninja was incredible. "Yeah, I watched the Kalos League Championship online and it was an amazingly intense battle too," Professor Oak said. "That transformation is apparently called the Bond phenomenon. I would love a chance to study such a form change." Gary could only agree, as he too would love a chance to study such a Pokémon form change. Not like I would be able to though, as my own cocky attitude during our last battle that my relationship with Ash has only gotten worse. I just thought that maybe if I acted like how we were before then I could rekindle some of our friendship. But now I just made him angrier. Gary felt depressed by his actions, feeling foolish at his actions towards Ash. Cilantro noticed how depressed Gary was getting over what happened. He paw-fived the young professor on the back. "It will be all right, Gary," he comforted. "You realized your mistake, and when we can finally get Ash to hear us out, you can apologize properly." Oak smiled at the kids comforting his grandson before he looked up and caught the sight of familiar auburn-colored hair just a few rows below them. Focusing, the older scientist was able to realize who it was. It was Delia Ketchum. "I have been wondering where you have been," he thought as he got the others' attention. He pointed towards the mother, who was focused on the battlefield cheering as Ash shook hands with Diantha. "Guys, look, it's Ms. Ketchum," Misty pointed out, getting everyone's attention. "I wonder if she has spoken to Ash yet. We should go see her." Everyone agreed as they made their way to the exit of the stadium. It took them a bit, but they spotted Delia walking out, and as they were about to approach her, they paused as someone called out to her. Walking up to her was Zipper, his Lucario and Pikachu by his side. The girls were shocked that Zipper knew Delia, May having a bright red blushed at seeing Zipper smile. "Delia. Hey Delia." Professor Oak called out, getting her and Zypher's attention. Both stiffened when they saw that it was the traders. "I am glad to see that you are doing all right. We have been wondering where you have been due to us having not spoken to you in a while." "Sorry Samuel," Delia replied politely. "I just have been doing my own thing with trying to talk to Ash and battling in this tournament. By the way, congratulations on making it to the double battle rounds," Brock complimented. "Hey Zipper, I didn't know that you and Ms. Ketchum knew each other," Misty greeted. Zipper gave a smile as he nodded. "Yeah, we met not that long ago. Hit it off pretty well too, though it's not saying much since we didn't really hang too long. But it's been fun nonetheless." He turned the smile towards Delia, who returned it. Seeing the two getting along so well, made May's heart clench in jealousy. "So what are you doing here Zipper?" she said, hoping to distract Zipper from Delia. "I came to meet up with a friend of mine," Zipper said as he looked at Lucario and back to May. "I promised to pick her up as I'm opso to take her somewhere." Before May could comment on the "she" statement, a blur ran into Zypher's back, almost making him fall over. Everyone looked behind the black-haired young man to find the tackler was Molly Hale. She wore the same outfit that they saw her in the last time. "Hey Molly, I was looking for you," Zipper said as he returned a hug before they broke apart. "Yeah, I just finished healing my Pokémon from the last battle," she replied with a bright grin. "We won it, but it was a close match." Max had an instant blush the moment he saw Molly, her smile and sparkling eyes captivating him. Her voice was like combi honey to his ears. He also couldn't stop the jealousy he felt when he saw how close her and Zipper were. "Glad to hear that you are kicking so much butt out there," Zipper said with a proud smile. "You really have been doing so well out there." Molly smiled happily at the praise from one of her older brother figures. She took notice of everyone though and gave a slight bow. "Hello everyone, I didn't see you there. Hope that you all are doing well." "Hello Molly," Professor Oak greeted with a bright smile. "I am glad to see you. I hope Professor Hale is doing well." "Oh yeah, Papa is doing great Professor," Molly replied. "His research on the unknown and the other legends have gone great. Though he has trouble getting anything on the legendary dogs." Both Oaks nodded as Suicune, Enter, and Raikou are one of the most elusive of the legendary Pokémon. Not much is known about them, mostly rumors are what's taken as fact for now. And out of the three, NTI is considered the most elusive. "Hey Zipper, are you ready to get going?" Molly asked the Guardian. "I am hungry and would like to pick up something to eat on the way to meet the others." "Sure thing Molly," Zipper replied with a warm smile. "Would you like to join us Delia?" The more the merrier after all. The mother nodded. Iris remembered something about Molly as she watched Delia and Molly interact. Wait a minute, Molly. This shout made the young Hale jump up shock. You left with that Elite Four for Kalos, Alex, a while back. The Elite Four member for Ash's region. Do you know where Ash is? We really want to talk with him. Her words made Zipper nervous as Molly had to think it over, her head tilted and her arms crossed. I saw Big Brother the other day, but I have no clue where he is staying. We usually just meet up somewhere. Everyone looked down, sad that another lead to find Ash was a bust. Though Gary and Brock looked at her skeptically, not fully believing her answer. Gary looked at Zipper and noticed the expression of relief on his face. Hey, Zipper, was it? Gary addressed to the boy who gave the younger Oak professor his attention. I noticed that since you know Molly and Ms. Ketchum, do you know and where he is? Zipper did not hesitate as he had a feeling that someone would figure out his connection to Ash. He sent a discreet look towards May, who gave him a worried look. If you mean the Kalos region champion, then I have met him a few times while hanging around Molly and her dad. But I have not really hung around for too long. Gary nodded at Zipper's answer, though not entirely convinced. He just felt something was up with his reasoning. Something is definitely up with this guy. I don't know what it is, but I feel like he knows more than he is letting on. Before Zipper could say anything, his Lucario walked next to him. Both trainer and Pokémon stared into the other's eyes, as if having a silent conversation. This confused the others as they wondered what was going on. May looked them in worry, wondering if that shadow guy was nearby or something. All right, Lucario, Zipper finally said as he opened a Pokeball from his belt. Pikachu, you're with me, as Lucario has to go for a moment as she should be arriving on the boat today. I honestly forgot and don't want her getting lost as she is terrible with directions. Pikachu nodded as the yellow Pokemon jumped on his left shoulder just as his Lucario ran off towards the docks. The fighting/steel type became a blue and black blur as he moved at an intense high-speed pace. Lucario moved between people and buildings as the others watched. Wait, who is coming, Zipper? Molly asked, curious about who Zipper is supposed to be meeting with. May was also curious about who it was, not exactly happy that it was a girl. It's a good friend of mine who was traveling in a new region far from here, Zipper replied. She had something she wanted to talk to us about, something important, but it would be better face to face. Not to mention Ash is calling everyone back out of worry. Something big is about to happen and he wants everyone together and ready for whatever it is. This only made May narrow her eyes, still not comfortable with the idea of a girl being involved. Even Delia looked in confusion, not sure who it is, as she was pretty sure whoever this girl was a friend of her son's. Well, are you coming, Molly, Delia? Zipper asked the two girls, who nodded in turn, and they began making their way away from the group. May and Max kept their gazes locked onto the trio as they walked away from view. May couldn't get the fact that Zipper was meeting up with a girl out of her mind. Looking around, she saw her brother looking at the group of three that left and easily deduced he was most likely looking at that Molly girl. Hey Max, May said, getting her attention. I need to go buy some stuff and I need a bag carrier. So come with me real quick. Max was about to complain about that, but noticed the fact she was using her eyes to discreetly look at Zipper's direction. Knowing what she was trying to say, he did a fake heavy sigh before nodding at her. May looked to the others in the group with a smile. Hey guys, me and Max are going to stop by a few shops real quick before having to meet up with my parents at a different stadium. The others nodded, though Dawn was disappointed as she would have loved to go on a shopping spree. Well, we will stick to the stadium to watch a few more battles before going out to eat, Iris replied. Some of us barely won our battles, so it's best to get some information while Sylvan and I still have our own battles today. Good luck you guys, May said as she ran with Max in the same direction Zipper's group left. May and Max made a turn around the corner as they did their best to make it to the group. As they ran, Max looked towards their sister. May, I know that you're interested in that Zipper guy, really wasn't hard for me to figure it out. But what happened last night to make you this way? He has been worried for his elder sister since she came back with Blaziken last night, both of them looking pretty beat up. She said they were training and angered a few wild Pokémon, which caused them to attack. Being her younger brother, Max knew May fairly well and can easily tell when she was lying or hiding something. From her eyes darting around, to her light and unconvincing laugh that were obvious nervous ones. Not to mention that her hands kept moving wildly, which she only did when nervous or lying. He knew it had to have had something to do with Zipper, as she had been acting strangely around him today. But what happened? Max thought as he and May looked around. I just hope I could get the real answer soon. And a chance to spend time with Molly doesn't hurt either. He blushed at the thought of the girl and her smile. It took the duo a couple minutes, but they soon found themselves by the pier, the sunlight causing the ocean to sparkle beautifully. There were a crowd of people as a large travel boat was letting off its crowd of people. Max looked throughout the crowd before he spotted Zipper. Next to him was an anxious Delia and a happy Molly as they looked at the unloading crowd. Max tapped his sister's shoulder, getting her attention. I thought Zypher's Lucario was picking up whoever it was from the boat. Why are they here instead? May shrugged due to not having an answer. As the last of the people got off the boat, they took note that Zipper perked up. He gained a wide smile on his face as he waved at a girl who returned the smile, waving back at him as his Lucario walked beside her. She was a appealing girl, about average in height. She had long pink hair that was tied into a ponytail, going down to her waist. She wore a black, no-sleeve V-neck CRP top. A short black skirt with black shorts underneath it that was held together nicely by two belts labeled Coughing and the Toxics with a coughing figure keychain attached to it. She had black stockings and black heels. Thanks to the top and leggings, May and Max could see that she had a well-toned body. On her biceps were red arm guards. Around her neck was a white scarf and a necklace with a mega stone attached to it. She had red eyes, pink blush and red lipstick to complete the look. All in all, May had to say she was an appealing girl, and May did not like that one bit. Especially when Zipper and her ran towards each other and hugged one another in an excited greeting. May growled lowly, the feeling of jealousy bubbling within her. With Zipper. As Zipper hugged the pink-haired girl, he pulled back as she shot a warm smile at the guardian in training. It's so good to see you, Zipper said to her. I'm glad to see that you are safe after being called all the way out there. Especially now that you got called back on such short notice too. Hey, I am glad to be here, she replied as she set her bag down by her foot. Though I am glad I was able to make it here so quickly considering I was so far from the plateau. We know, Zipper said with an apologetic smile. Ash feels terrible that he had to call you and the others back. But hey, that means that we could see each other. It has been a little over 2 years. Before she could reply, she let out a loud beep as Molly Beryl hugged her, her arms tightening. It's so great to see you, Wolf, the brunette said happily. The now named Wolf returned the hug happily. It's so good to see you as well, Squirt. Glad to hear that you have been kicking so much but that you actually got invited to this tournament. I was able to see your last few battles on the TV, your Pokémon were incredible out there. The praise made Molly beam happily at the older women. Hello there, Wolf continued her greeting when she took notice of Delia. My name is Wolf Altair. Delia smiled at the polite girl. My name is Delia Ketchum, the mother greeted in response but became nervous when Wolf frowned angrily at the name. This made Delia nervous as she realized Ash may have told her what happened. It's fine, Wolf, Zipper said as he grabbed her hand. This not only got her attention but unknowingly made May more jealous. As has accepted her as part of the group. I don't know what transpired between them, but Ash has allowed her to stay. So he has forgiven her for what happened, she asked with a quirk of her eyebrow. He hasn't forgiven her per se, Zipper replied as he let go of her hand now that she has slightly calmed down. He is giving her the chance to prove herself to him, but he has definitely not forgiven her yet. Although she has been doing great so far to the point they have had civil talks. There are other factors at play, but we will talk about those later. Wolf stared at Zipper for a few more moments before turning her gaze towards Delia. She locked her eyes with Delia's saddened once before sighing and nodding her head. Fine, if you say so, Wolf said as she crossed her arms. Now can we go get something to eat now? I hate eating on those boats as all that bouncing the waves make me so nauseous that I haven't eaten anything in a little over a day. Zipper and Molly chuckled at her, causing her to pout lightly in annoyance at them. Yeah, it would be best we got going anyway, Zipper said as he smiled at the pink-haired girl. Everyone else seems to have dispersed by now, so we should probably get going. Lucario then walked up to Zipper, gaining his trainer's attention. MSTR, I think we have some explaining to do, he said to this trainer telepathically. This confused Zipper as he used his aura sense and was surprised as he sensed both Max and May. Looking in their direction, he saw them looking their direction in confusion. He sighed as he waved them over, knowing if they followed them once then they will do it again. And that's dangerous with someone like Wolf now being with them. She is not the type of person to PSS off, it doesn't go well for people. As the embarrassed siblings walked over to them, Zipper wondered how this was going to go. Especially when Wolf finds out those are two of the group of people that betrayed one of her closest friends. Chapter 33. Ash sat on the bench while he waited inside the Pokémon Center, his Pokémon getting taken care of by Nurse Joy. Pikachu was curled up in his lap, resting while he rubbed his loyal partner's back. Soon he heard the familiar ping of the Pokémon alert, letting him know that some Pokémon have been finished healing, which caused him to look up. Nurse Joy walked out with a set of Pokeballs on 2 different trays. Behind her, holding a second tray with another set of Pokeballs, was Blissey, who had Ash's Greninja next to her with a lazy look on his face. Mr. Ketchum and Ms. Alessa, your Pokémon are all healed up, Nurse Joy called out, getting their attention. Ash got up as Pikachu woke up and climbed onto his left shoulder. Greninja walked over and handed Ash his now healed Pokémon. He turned in time to see the appealing Nimbasa City gym leader collect her own set of Pokeballs. After thanking the pink-haired nurse, Alessa turned to Ash and gave him a wide smile. It's good to see you, Ash, she said happily. It's nice to see you still dazzling. Ash chuckled as she seems to love greeting him this way. It's good to see you too, Alessa. How did your battle go? Me and my team took them down, Alessa replied with her hands on her thin hip. We hut them with the ol' razzle-dazzle and it simply blinded them to the point that they couldn't fully keep up. How about yourself? We may not have used the razzle-dazzle that you have, Ash teased with a smirk at her. My team still did an amazing job out there with getting us to the next round. The one who clenched my victory was Greninja here. You should have seen it. He was amazing out on that field, but I expected nothing less from him. The dark/water type crossed his arms and puffed out his chest, proud at how strong he has become after all this time. He may not be Ash's strongest Pokémon yet, he is still on the upper totem of strength and closing in to the top. The electric type specialist nodded, before getting an idea that gave her a light blush. Well, if you have some spare time, I plan on going to a restaurant for a bite to eat. Would you like to accompany me? Ash was shocked by the offer as Alessa was a gorgeous supermodel and was actually happy for the offer. Sure, I could go for a bite to eat myself. Would you be okay if we made a quick stop first? That is fine with me, Ash, Alessa replied happily. That should give me enough time to change into some better clothing. Ash looked confused as he looked at her outfit, which was her attire when he first battled her. She had her red, white, and blue headphones with long cords on the sides on top of her short blonde hair. She wore a yellow sleeveless top over a black top that exposed her stomach in 2 separate sections. She wore thick opaque black tights and bright yellow stiletto high heels. Her almond-shaped, blue eyes were truly captivating. In short, the Kanto native could easily tell why she was one of the most desired women in the world. She was absolutely gorgeous in every way and her bright personality only added to that. Why would you need to change? Ash asked, gaining her confusion of the question. I mean, you already look amazing as you are right now. To be fair, you're always appealing though. Dazzling as you would always say. Alessa gained a dark blush at Ash's honest compliment, suddenly finding the floor quite interesting. I mean if you're so sure Ash, Alessa replied nervously, not entirely knowing what to reply with. Being a model, hearing such compliments like that were all too common. But most of those comments never really meant as much to her as it did coming from Ash. The only compliments that were pure and genuine like that usually came from family or close friends. Hearing this come from Ash with so much sincerity, really caught her off guard. When she looked back up at Ash, he gave her a warm smile that made her blush harder. Hey, what I have to do should not take me too long to do, Ash said in thought. Why not just come with me? It's just a simple SWCH of the guards if you catch my drift. He pointed to his Greninja who held up a thumbs up in acknowledgement. Alessa nodded agreeing to go with him, as that meant they could spend more time together. The two trainers left the Pokémon Center and they made their way through town side by side, talking. They talked about how they has been up to over the years, like how Alessa's supermodel career has been booming lately with the last crowd filling an entire stadium. Ash was surprised but impressed by that development. She also brought up about her travels to other regions that were far off from her usual show locations. They even learned that they were both in the Alola region around the same time, but on separate islands before she left due to a gym challenger reaching her gym soon. That little tidbit of information actually annoyed her as she could have spent so much time on the appealing beaches of Alola with Ash. Could have made him a blushing mess with her new bikini she had bought while there, or at the very least gotten a few dates with him at some of the many local restaurants there. Oh well, she has him now and she will take what she can get to be with the man that has truly captivated her. She also got to learn he has been to most of the known leagues throughout the different regions and a few minor ones such as the Ore region. He gained quite a reputation as he traveled under his alias as Satoshi, with only his close friends knowing his real name. He has gained all sorts of new Pokémon and she was really interested in the kind of Pokémon he has caught before and after his trip to Unova. As they entered the woods, Alessa smiled at the light shining through the shades of the trees. It actually made for an appealing picture, especially when it shined on Ash which made him look simply dazzling. Ash saw Greninja pick up the pace, signifying they were closer to the clearing. Greninja, he said through their aura bond. Would you mind going on ahead and alert the legendaries to stay hidden? We should not be long so they don't have to hide for long. The Kalos starter nodded before he took to the trees in blurring speeds before he vanished amongst the foliage. Only ones that were able to track his speedy movements were Ash and Pikachu, while Alessa looked dumbfounded at its sudden burst of speed. She even began looking around, unable to comprehend that Greninja moved so fast it looked like it vanished. Don't worry Alessa, Ash said to calm down his surprised friend. I just sent Greninja on ahead to let my other Pokémon know that I will be arriving with a friend. A lot of my Pokémon have been hurt one way or another by a human, so they tend to distrust new people. I didn't want to surprise with a sudden new fave and spook them. The electric-type gym leader nodded, understanding where Ash was calm from as there were some really terrible people out there who treat their Pokémon like they were just means to an end. The now trio continued their walk, Ash doing his best to avoid any parts of the forest damaged by the fight with Shadow. Feeling that Greninja gave the okay through their bond, Ash led Alessa to the clearing in a slightly faster pace. At entrance of it, Ash paused and gave the blonde a bright smile that held tons of pride that she honestly found attractive. Are you ready to meet my family? He asked her as she smiled nervously but also excited to do so. They walked into the field as all of Ash's Pokémon stopped what they were doing and looked in Ash's direction. Many of his Pokémon happily greeted him but others remained distant as they spotted Alessa, giving her a wary glance. Alessa's eyes widened at all of the different types of Pokémon all throughout the area, Pokémon of all shapes and sizes. She looked around the field as some Pokémon hid from her view as best they could. She did take notice as near the lake sat some Pokémon that she felt tingle her spine, as if warning her at how powerful they were. Taking out 4 Pokeballs, Ash released the Pokémon from their confines as they stretched out. Alessa noted that a Lucario with appealing silver fur unlike normal shiny Lucarios walked up to them. She remembered Ash using this Lucario in his battle against Gary Oak and how powerful it was. I hope everything was alright while I was gone, Ash addressed the Aura Pokémon, getting a smile and nod in return. Seeing Alessa, Lucario gave both her and Ash a curious glance. Oh yeah, I forgot you were not with me during my travels in the Unova region. Everyone listen up. This woman beside me is named Alessa and she runs the electric-type gym back in the Unova region. She is a real good friend of mine and a really strong gym leader. Alessa, these wonderful Pokémon are members of my family. The Pokémon greeted Alessa in their various ways, some happy to see a new friend and to see Ash happy with a new friend. Though some of them moved away from Glaceon as she gave the gym leader a hard glare, knowing how she could be. Ash, I had no idea that you had so many kinds of Pokémon, Alessa breathed out in awe. They all look so well taken care of too. Yeah, they are all amazing, he replied with pride at their accomplishment, though his expression turned serious, which got his family's attention. We have made it into the next rounds thanks to the combined efforts of Crawdaunt, Greninja, and Swellow. We battled Diantha, who was the previous champion of Kalos, as most of you are aware of, who was definitely a lot stronger than our last battle together. In the end, we all fought our hardest and everyone did an amazing job to advance us forward. His Pokémon cheered loudly, which caused Crawdaunt and Swellow to look down in embarrassment. Some of them were curious if they had jumped from elite level to champion level. Greninja simply leaned on a tree by the lake with Sceptile and Charizard, who fist-bumped the ninja Pokémon for a job well done. Now I am going to go out to eat with Alessa here, Ash continued ignoring some of the teasing smirk some of his Pokémon gave him. I was wondering who wanted to join me on my trip. Before anyone could say anything, Glaceon appeared in front, which caused all the Pokémon to chuckle as they expected that. The next one to walk up was his Scizor, who shrugged. The shadows underneath Scizor stretched outward before his Gengar slowly rose from it with a chuckle. Feeling danger, Ash braced himself as his Meganium crashed into him excitedly, nuzzling into his cheek. Ash chuckled happily as he rubbed her head filled with affection, which caused to nuzzle more in joy. Okay, so we have Glaceon, Scizor, Gengar, Meganium, and looks like Feraligatr, he said as he saw the Water Johto starter walk next to Scizor happily. He took out a Pokeball and returned each of the chosen Pokémon, except for Glaceon, who dodged the red beam in time. Ash was confused by the Ice-type's refusal to go in her ball. I want to go, but I wish to actually walk with you, she said, though only Ash understood her. I could use the time to take a break and enjoy more of the scenery with my own eyes. And I can make sure that human girl doesn't do anything to hurt you. With that final thought, the fresh snow Pokémon stood by Ash while sending discreet glares towards Alessa, who was too busy smiling at Ash to notice. Lucario and Gardevoir sent Pikachu a subtle look of their own, which the electric mouse Pokémon nodded to, confirming that he will keep an eye on Glaceon to make sure that she didn't do anything reckless or too far with her overprotective attitude. Last thing they all needed was a frozen gym leader, because she accidentally held Ash's hand too tightly. I don't mind it, Ash, Alessa said with a smile, finding it cute how Glaceon wanted to be by Ash. He's always so close with his Pokémon, it's so sweet to watch. Well, we should get going, Ash said to her, getting a nod in reply. Need to make sure we get a table wherever we decide to eat. Lucario, can you and Gardevoir keep an eye on everyone like usual? Lucario and Gardevoir nodded before turning back to their family hole. Ash and Alessa walked the opposite direction, Glaceon stubbornly walking between them. The two trainers talked the entire time, all the way up till they made it to a restaurant that they mutually agreed to try. In less than a minute, they were seated and ordered their drinks. As they enjoyed each other's company, they blocked out the world. They only saw each other as they joked with each other and even the menu, not noticing the looks they were getting. Glaceon and Pikachu watched this go on with differing opinions, Pikachu enjoying the smile okay Ash's face at getting closer with Alessa, but Glaceon was worried she would use Ash and hurt him. Alessa was delighted, no, she was more than that. She was over the moon right now. She loved every moment she has had with Ash thus far, as they have not stopped speaking with one another. Ash had accomplished so much since the Unova League, it truly amazed her. He even showed her that he had the ability to use aura, which she found to be appealing, as he subtly demonstrated for her by gathering aura to his eyes. So enough on my stuff, Ash said as he cut off his aura flow and his dyes returned to their usual auburn color. Tell me about your career a bit more. What have you crested, as you know, or tell that I am not much for fashion. Ash chuckled as he said that. Alessa happily explained about the upcoming clothing line she is working on, woke based on Pokémon found throughout the world. She talked about how she had discovered all kinds of inspiration, especially in Alola and/or region that she thought would look nice, but she was hesitant to release them. Why Alessa? Ash questioned. Alessa has always been confident, especially in her appearance. So why hesitate now? Well, it's kind of hard to explain, Alessa began. I have had my style for so long, as it was what helped me be discovered, along with a few outfits others have designed for me over the time. My agent is finicky with my appearance that way. Alessa, if I may say my view on this, Ash began replying, pausing to make sure he had the appealing blonde's attention before continuing. You are well beloved by your fans, as I remember the audience we had during our gym battle. No matter how much you change your looks, you will always be the appealing women that they all have come to adore and look up to. As Ash spoke, Alessa's cheeks went from its light complexion to a bright pink as she blushed at the honesty, before trying to hide it by looking away from the handsome man. She had never been so thankful for the arrival of the food. Enjoy your meal, you two, their waiter said as he placed their food on the table. I'll be back with your refills. He quickly left to fulfill his duties. As soon as the waiter left, the Kalos champion and Unova gym leader began eating their meal in a moment of comfortable silence before continuing their talk. Both were enjoying themselves so much that neither of them noticed the glare coming Glaceon towards Alessa, ignoring the food in front of her. As she watched the two talk, only glancing at Pikachu, who was enjoying his lunch, before she sensed a familiar presence enter the building. She turned to see Paul and Annabelle walk into the restaurant with the couple, Jacob and Erica. Behind them was that strange human named Mike, who had the most carefree grin that she wondered if anything was going through his head. Next to Jacob was that off-color Vaporeon, who looked happy to just be walking around. The ice type saw them talking as they were greeted by the restaurant's hostess, who guided them to their seats, a booth that was only about 3 tables away past their own. As they got near, Annabelle took notice of Ash and smiled widely at him, which made Glaceon stiffen up slightly. Hey Ash. Annabelle greeted getting said trainers, along with the others, attention. How are you doing? Oh hey there Annabelle, Ash greeted his violet-haired friend happily. Hey everyone, it's great to see you all. I guess you guys are to enjoy a meal. No Ash, Paul replied with a sarcastic eyeball. We are here to enjoy the scenery and inspect the floorboards. Why else would someone go into a restaurant? The others chuckle as Ash pouts at his Sinnoh rival. Annabelle takes better note of Ash and blushes at his cute pouty face, finding it adorable. She also noted the glare sent her way by his Glaceon, but decided to ignore it in favor of the person Ash was eating with. She paused and suddenly felt inferior when she was that Ash was not only eating with a girl, but it was Alessa the supermodel. Why is he here with her? She mentally yelled. It looks like they are on a date or something. Alessa returned the look towards Annabelle, seeing the blush and the way she looked at Ash. What is the relationship between this girl and Ash? Erica, seeing the challenging look the two girls gave each other, sighed as she could tell this may lead to some serious fireworks. Two girls who really like Ash under the same roof, not even 3 tables away from each other. While said oblivious boy seems to be on a date with one of the girls. Yeah, this will go over well. 30 minutes earlier with Zipper. As Zipper walked, he had May to his right and Wolf to his left. He was listening to Wolf tell him about the different caves hidden in the Galar region. Everyone, besides Zipper, were enthralled by the many stories, as they had never even heard of the region before. Apparently the region had kept itself independent from the main league association, hence why it was never invited to join due to who it technically was. It even had its own league and champion who was as powerful as Cynthia herself was. That threw them for a loop as Cynthia was widely considered the strongest trainer and champion in history with only one being above her that is no longer around. She even battled Tobias and his many legendary Pokémon and easily won while only losing 3 of her own. That battle was years ago and she has only gotten stronger since then. Currently the hardest leagues from the polls have been Sinnoh and Kalos, with Kalos being the hardest, but the champion being another story. Cynthia was said to be the #1 champion, bar none. It's just hard to wrap their heads around anyone being close to her power. Wolf was confused by their reaction as she tilted her head. I don't know why you're all so shocked. Leon is not the only champion out there that is at the level of Cynthia, as Ash is also considered to be in the same ballpark as both of them too. This completely caught Delia by surprise, along with everyone else. Ash was considered to be amongst the strongest champions in all of history. They knew Ash was definitely powerful and after seeing his battle against Gary, could tell that he has yet to show his full power. She is not wrong, Zipper said as he looked inside a busy restaurant as he continued on. Ash has already had an unofficial battle with Leon years ago and won. Though at the time, neither was using their Pokémon's full power. Leon has trained hard since then and is looking forward to a full official match against Ash, Wolf said. In fact, I was to ask Mr. Goodshow if it's possible for him to join or at least have an official exhibition match against the other champions. They plan on joining the PLA at long last now that some issues have been settled over there and some agreements have been made. That's great to hear. Zipper replied as he looked at Molly. You will like Leon as he is really powerful. His Pokémon are on another level when compared to most trainers. Not to mention the gym leaders are all very powerful. His Pokémon are on another level when compared to most other trainers. Not to mention the gym leaders are all very powerful, despite their more noticeable quirks. Matt looked to Zipper questioningly. What of his Elite Four? What are they all like? That's the thing, the black-haired guardian replied as he sighed at seeing another full restraint. Gaylor doesn't have an Elite Four. They simply put the trainers that were personally invited into the league challenge against one another and the last one standing will be the one to go on to directly challenge the champion for the title. It's quite fun to watch actually as the energy for them feels more like a sport than a normal challenge. Max and Molly became excited to join the Gaylor League or at the very least visit it. It sounded like an awesome adventure. Though Max blushed as the thought of traveling the new region with Molly. Looks like there aren't any open restaurants that have spots, Wolf groaned as she saw another full restaurant with a long wait. We may have to head to a place to cook up something instead. I don't mind too much, Delia chimed in. I would be more than happy to cook us something to eat. We could head to the camp or my hotel room or even the Pokémon Center. Max looked around but eventually saw a restaurant that looked like it had some open spots. There is an open restaurant over there. Everyone smiled at the chance to finally sit down and have a place to eat with Wolf and Delia shrugging as they didn't mind cooking if it came to it. Well, what are we waiting for? Wolf said. I'm hungry, so let's get going. I don't even care about its ratings. They all made their way to the restaurant, no one knowing it was the same one that Ash had been eating in. As they entered the place, they saw that most of the seats were full. Thankfully there were enough booths to fit all of them. As they looked around, Zipper froze as he saw Ash sitting at a table with what seemed to be the Nimbasa City gym leader. He turned to the group to try and convince the group to leave, knowing Ash would not be happy to see May and Max being there with them. This did not go as planned unfortunately for the Aura apprentice. Hey look, it's Ash and Alessa. Max said loudly, getting Ash's and Alessa's attention. Why? Zipper angrily yelled in his mind. Why call out to the guy who is still furious with you? I don't get the thought process of humans sometimes. He took notice that as Ash saw him and Wolf, he looked delighted, but that changed quickly when he saw the Maple siblings. Ash scowled at the sight of the traitorous siblings, his amber eyes darkening until they turned to a pitch black. His aura followed this as it too was darkening by the minute as a low growl escaped from his lips. Alessa looked at Ash in shock and worry, ignoring the young man that called out to them. She saw that even Ash's Pikachu and Glaceon were looking between agitated at the arrivals and worried for their slowly angering trainer. "Ash, what's wrong? Are you alright?" she asked her crush, who didn't seem to acknowledge her concern in the slightest. Annabelle stood up, along with both Jacob and Matthew, as they all recognized the signs of Ash about to lash out like he did not too long ago. While the boy's expression held caution, Annabelle was filled with worry as she was the first one at moment to feel the darkness and hatred in Ash's heart begin to spread. This was also followed by Zipper, who took a step ahead of the group to react if he needed to. "The hell you backstabbing BSTRDS1 now?" Ash grounded through his clenched teeth as he balled up his hands, shaking fists. "I was having a good day until you all are around, like usual." The more Ash spoke, the more his tone darkened. Ash himself felt his body was increasingly getting hard to control, his anger rising to the point that he actually started feeling hot. He closed his eyes in an attempt to focus his mind and gain control of his emotions. "Don't hide away from me," a voice echoed in the Guardian's thoughts, dark and powerful voice that caused Ash's eyes to snap open. The Kalos champion found he was no longer in the restaurant and that he suddenly alone. The place he now found himself in was strange to say the least, as the sky was gone, from what he could see anyway. The space was filled with thick, black mist to the point that he had trouble just seeing ahead of himself. There was just barely enough lamination to allow him to make out the shape of his own body and the flow of the mist. What Ash could see was that the space beyond the black mist never stayed one color for long, a couple seconds at most. It took him a moment to realize he wasn't standing on solid ground, but floating in place. "Where the hell am I right not?" Ash questioned as he looked around. "Glaceon, Pikachu. Zipper. Anyone. Why must you continue to deny me? To deny us?" The dark voice Ash heard earlier vibrated throughout the area, making Ash spin around as he tried to pinpoint where it was coming from. "So much of our potential, our power, wasted as you continue to keep us held back and hidden away. And for what? Those that caused us such pain and grief." Ash suddenly felt a shift above his position as the black mist swirled and encrusted itself before an image began to show, revealing the restaurant. Ash took note that the patrons had backed away in fear. He noticed that his Pokémon were trying to snap him out of whatever trance he was in. Ash tried to call out to them, but it became obvious they could not hear him. Even Alessa was ignored as Ash could tell that his body was locked onto Max. "Remember, they have hurt us badly," the voice spoke again. "They and all those that support them, must feel our pain. We gave that woman Delia a chance and now look at her. She is back with those traitors. And what of Zipper and Wolf too? I bet they are planning to betray us too. Strike them before they can strike out against us." Ash saw that his body was yelling at Zypher's group, but could not make out shat was being said. He saw everyone but Zipper and Wolf look down in shame and sadness, which hurt Ash to see that on Molly's face. Max looked up and saw that Molly was sad, which made him look back and yell something at Ash that the floating guardian could only assume was in Molly's defense. Ash may not have liked Max, but he had to at least send him a word of thanks for defending his sister figure. Look at them come together for each other, but what about us? Where was all this loyalty when we needed them? Don't hold back and let's make them pay. Ash didn't like the way that sounded as he felt a pull on his aura. He looked back to the image above and his eyes widened in fear as he raised his hand, formed a black aura sphere. It looked unstable, but he could that there was enough condensed aura to essentially erase its target. In fact, it was strong enough to destroy the entire DMN restaurant. Stop! Ash yelled out as he saw Zipper and Wolf take a defensive stance, though Zipper had the best chance to deal with it thanks to his own abilities. I don't want this. Stop it. Ash tried to call back his aura but realized he barely pulled anything as the aura sphere just got stronger. And why should we? was the response Ash got. They hurt us and deserve to hurt in return. We fell into a pit of self-loathing and depression because of them. No more of them mocking us. This one blast will end all of this and free us. As the voice spoke, Ash could feel and now see the darkness spread faster in the area. The light show began to be covered and blocked out by the black mist. The pitch black continued to get thicker and much denser. What is going on? Ash yelled as he felt pain rake across his body from within. He looked down to find that literal darkness was spreading up his legs. Just give in, the voice said in a more gentle tone, but it was far from comforting. Don't let foolish hesitation stop us from getting the revenge we deserve. Let our power flow freely and we will remove all that causes us pain. We will be unstoppable. Ash started trembling as fear overtook, watching the dark shadows now engulf him up to his waist. His fingers were also beginning to be covered in darkness as well before they began encroaching to his chest. The Aura Guardian then felt a presence behind him and turned his head to find that the black mist had begun to merge together, forming into a black blob of mist. What really got Ash was the slanted red dots that appeared, which he assumed were eyes. Eyes filled with mirth and hatred that made Ash freeze in place. The eyes looked back to the image portraying the restaurant, which prompted Ash to do the same and missed the eyes glow with pure SDSM. Ash recognized the signs of him about to fire the aura sphere and wanted to do anything to stop it. Do it. Force them to leave us be for all eternity. Fire the attack. No. Ash yelled as tears from his eyes as he saw that the attack was about to released. Please stop now. Please. Suddenly a flash of warmth filled Ash as a light shined brightly from the portal. The blob grunted in pain as the lightning touched him, causing him to retreat back. As the light glowed brighter, the black mist in the room began to change into a blue color. It began to feel familiar to Ash, making him realize that all of this mist was actually aura. He watched as the shadows that were covering him broke off his body before evaporating into thin air. The room began to regain its color as the space they were in turned into a myriad of warm and inviting colors. The light then suddenly grew brighter and more powerful as this time the blob cried out in pain. As it vanished, it gave Ash one final glare. We will return. We will have our revenge one way or the other. In a moment, the creature was gone as the space not only felt warm but Ash felt his body move at his command again. He was in control again. Remember what's going on outside. Ash retook control of his aura and saw that the aura sphere had changed from black to blue. He released a sigh of relief as he was blinded by a flash of light and felt a shift again. When Ash opened his eyes again, he saw he was back in the restaurant. He saw everyone looking at him in either concern or fear. He felt arms wrapped around him and found that he was being hugged by two people. The two people being Alessa and Annabelle. Both girls held him tightly, both begging him to calm down. Seeing them so desperate caused heart to break as the aura sphere slowly vanished. Tears began to fall from the Guardian's eyes, both from the situation and the terror he was feeling moments ago. Who or what was that? What did he just experience? Annabelle and Alessa both realized that Ash had not only calmed down, but was now crying himself. They held the boy more tenderly, hoping to convey as much comfort to the object of their affection as possible. Annabelle had read his heart and saw that the dark feeling had receded back again as it had previously done. No one else dared move, all in too much shock at the events that have just transpired. The ones who already knew about aura were in shock at the power gathered by Ash and the color that the aura took. Jacob and Zipper made eye contact and nodded, confirming they had the same thought. Whatever happened to Ash is definitely getting worse, as before the aura was just a darker color but it was now pitch black and much angrier. Zipper turned his look to Wolf, who was comforting a crying Molly. The pink-haired women looked at Zipper with confusion. What just happened? She asked him. That was not Ash, not at all. He would never call Molly a traitor or a leech in any way. He adores that girl above even himself. I don't know, he replied sadly at seeing the young girl's crying state. I have a lot to fill you in on, but the answer to what that was is not one of them. All I know for sure is that it messes with his mind something bad. We should probably get going, Wolf said as sure Molly had calmed down. I am not sure about you guys, but I lost my appetite. Plus, we need to talk. She sent a discreet look to not only the group she's with, but also the other one that obviously knew Ash. All of us. Zipper nodded, agreeing with her. Not that she would listen anyway, as she was hard-headed like that. They would be doing this her way one way or the other. Connecting his aura to Jacob, who is shocked at how easy the apprentice forced a link onto him, told him that they will all be heading to Ash's clearing. Jacob nodded and told his group what the change of plans were, who were both happy and slightly annoyed that they had yet to order. Zipper walked up to Ash, happy to see that he began to calm down despite the tears in his till falling. MSTR, I understand that nothing of what just transpired was your fault, his words surprising Ash. Wolf and I believe it would be best we all head to the clearing to discuss everything. And we meant everyone that this incident involves. Ash's eyes widened as that meant May and Max would be involved in this talk. It was bad enough May knew, but now Max too. He was about to protest, but one look from Zipper told him that he would not budge on this, MSTR or not. Ash sighed as he nodded at Zipper, the argument dying in his throat. He could argue but felt that he shouldn't, with how that feeling is most likely still there, and he didn't want to push his emotions. Zipper sighed in relief, glad that Ash is going to listen despite his misgivings and feelings on this. He turned his head to find Wolf explaining things to the waiter and paying for the meals and tipping for wasting his time. He looked back to Ash to find him being comforted by Pikachu and Glaceon. Not liking seeing his MSTR so down and knew talking to a certain someone else who needed comfort would help, so he knelt next to the raven-haired boy. MSTR, while Wolf takes care of things with the waiter, I will explain things to Jacob and his group. Right now, why don't you go talk to Molly? She needs to know that her big brother did not mean his words and actions and that you love her dearly. Ash perked up and saw that Molly indeed was looking to the floor in sadness, Delia hugging her tightly and whispering in her ear. Max too was trying to think of something to say to help, but couldn't as May kept Ash in her sad gaze. The Guardian stood up, giving the girls and Pokémon a grateful yet sad smile. Thank you all, but I need to see Molly and fix this mess. I have a lot of making up to do as I was a terrible sibling. Glaceon, I know you're going to follow anyways, so do you and Pikachu mind helping me? The two Pokémon nodded, Glaceon walking to Ash's left and Pikachu on his right shoulder. The trio walked up to Molly, who flinched at seeing him, the flinch breaking Ash's heart. Max was, again, about to say something, but the ice-cold glare from Glaceon shut him up. He could see the promise of pain in the ice-type's eyes if he made a single step towards Ash or spoke a word at the moment. May also wanted to say something, but more in worry that Ash would say something worse to hurt Delia and Molly more. But she chose not to when she saw the pain in the raven-haired boy's eyes when Molly flinched at him. The absolute self-loathing and heartbreak almost made her want to cry for Ash. She had those same eyes when she and the others betrayed Ash and he vanished because of them. Molly, Ash called out softly, his voice just barely kept from choking up due to his sadness. Molly, I am so sorry. I don't know what happened. I never meant to call you any of those hurtful things. I am so sorry, please. I don't know what is going on with me, but I swear I never meant it. I am so sorry. At the end, Ash could not keep it in and he burst into tears. So many in the crowd watching in sadness and shock. He lunges forward, not caring that Delia was holding her, and hugged both of them tightly. He felt terrible for the things he said, since it was enough to make Molly, even if he personally had no clue about what he said. I just don't want to hurry you, Molly whispered into his shoulder. I love you, don't want to ever hurt you. Ash could practically taste the sadness in the poor distraught girl's voice. I love you too, Molly, Ash whispered back. It was true, Molly was his precious little sister, much like Alex and Bonnie were. You may not share my blood, but that doesn't matter to me. You are my sister in all but blood and my precious family forever. Molly cried happily and wrapped her arms around Ash, happy that the guy she looked up to still loves her. She doesn't care about what he said, just that she was still his little sister. Wolf walked up to the group, the other group behind, smiling at the scene. She looked to the side and locked eyes with Zipper before smirking and winking at him. Zipper chuckled as he shook his head. "MSTR, not that I want to break this up," Zipper said, getting Ash's attention. "But we should move all this to camp so we can explain what's going on." "You're right," Ash replied as he got up, but found that Molly held his hand and would not let go. He smiled warmly at her and used his other hand to pat her head. "Let's get going, though it will be a long walk, so let me get us a ride." With that he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Feeling Ash's aura reaching out far, Zipper realized he was most likely reaching out to Lucario. So he's going to have either Mutuo or Gardevoir teleport us over there. Though he is putting a strain onto himself since it's a pretty far distance. Max and May along with Annabelle and Alessa were the only ones looking at him confusing on what he was doing. Paul just crossed his arms, not really caring, while Mike and Jacob just waited patiently. When it almost reached a minute, Ash's eyes opened wide as his eyes had gained a blue tint to them. "Okay everyone, either grab onto me or someone who is already touching me. We are taking an express trip to our meeting place." Everyone followed directions, though Molly tightened her grip on Ash's hand. Annabelle held on to Ash's other hand, not wanting to waste a chance to do so. Alessa narrowed her eyes at her due to not only being jealous of her chance to hold her crush's hand but the suspicion of Annabelle liking Ash being confirmed. Especially from the blush on her face. Refusing to lose put though, Alessa wrapped her arms around Ash's chest and pressed her body into his back. This action her the reward of a bright red blush on Ash's cheeks and a surprised look from Delia and Annabelle. Forest clearing. They all reappeared in a bright burst of light and everyone found themselves in a clearing full of different Pokémon. Max and May were the only ones surprised by the amount of Pokémon around them, causing them to slightly tense up. Ash's Gardevoir walked up to them, a smile on her face, Lucario and Sceptile on either side of her. "Good to see you back, Ash," Gardevoir greeted with a light bow. "And with a lot of company too. Been getting a lot of new visitors lately, it's nice." Lucario bowed lightly to his trainer and his friends, greeting them. "Glad to see that you are back, MSTR. Though I do wish it was on better circumstances." Still holding hands with Molly and Annabelle while Alessa held him, Ash gave his aura partner a sad smile. "Yeah, so do I, but it's still good to be back with you all. Do you mind getting everyone? We have a lot to talk about." Lucario nodded as he flared his aura throughout the area, getting everyone's attention, even the non-aura sensitive people. Some of the POC undivided Eamon recognized May and Max, causing them to send the duo a harsh glare, wondering why they were there. Other Pokémon saw Ash being held by the two human girls outside of Molly and gained a teasing smirk, excited to see how that would progress. "Hey, what's going on?" A familiar girl's voice rang from a slight crowd of Pokémon laying by the shrubs, which got the other humans' attention. "What's with the sudden silence and chill?" The trainers and Pokémon looked towards the voice, surprised at the sight of three girls. They were Serena, Miette, and Corina. "What are those three doing here?" Ash questioned, surprised but not angry. "Not that am I upset by it or anything, just confused." To make a long story short, Lucario chuckled. Greninja and Sceptile attracted them over here by accident during a sparring session. I recognized their signatures and allowed them to stay as they recognized me as one of your Pokémon from our battle against Gary. Ash shrugged as he smiled at three additions, causing them to smile and blush, which gained narrowed eyes from Alessa and Annabelle. "Can we start this DMN meeting already?" Paul yelled in irritation. "I am getting bored here." "Calm down, Grapehead," Wolf replied with a roll of her eyes. This caused Paul to glare intensely at the rock music lover, which made her smirk and glare back. "I am so scared, Shinji. Turn that glare down a notch before I remove those eyes of yours." This made Paul growl at her as he grabbed one of his Pokeballs. "Do you want to go?" Because I will crush you her and now, girl. Wolf's smirk widened as she too grabbed a pokeball, this one from her belt, and was ready to put Paul down. Ash sighed before he looked to his Lucario and Gardevoir, who both nodded at his silent request. Gardevoir used Psychic to restrict the movements of both Paul and Wolf while Lucario appeared between the two arguing trainers, leaking his aura as the winds began to blow more violently. You two can have your battle later if we have the time, as we could all use a good battle as a distraction, Ash said with a head shake, having gotten free from the girl's grip as he walked next to his aura partner. We do need to get this talk over with first though. The two trainers gave each other one final glare before looking away and giving Ash the okay. Once he was sure that they were done, he had Gardevoir release them from her power grip. Paul sent a discreet glare towards Wolf, who gave Paul a vicious grin as she noticed the look before turning away and walking up to Zipper, who shook his head at her. Delia, Wolf, do you guys mind cooking us something to eat? Ash asked the girls. None of us get to really eat due to all of this. Ingredients are in my bags over by the tree. I would, but I have to get the Pokémon food ready. The girls nodded and were joined by Miette, Serena, Erica, and Mike. Ash had help from Jacob and Molly, Max offered but was swiftly turned down by Ash. By the way, Ash said out loud to everyone as he grabbed his ingredients. You guys can let out your Pokémon to hang or train with my Pokémon if you want to. Everyone nodded and decided to take Ash up on his offer and release their Pokémon too. This did cause most of Ash's Pokémon to tense up, not because of the appearance of a bunch of new Pokémon, but the appearance of Pokémon owned by the ones that hurt Ash. Seeing this and knowing what was going through most of his Pokémon's minds, Ash connected his aura to them and told his Pokémon that everything was alright. They were all here for a reason and have his permission to join them. While they didn't like it, they all understood and respected his decision. As the trainers got to work, the Pokémon went to mingle with the new Pokémon or relax. Right now, out of the group, were Delphox, belonging to Serena, and Blaziken were looking around hopeful. Soon enough their gazes locked on the Pokémon they were looking for, Greninja and Sceptile respectively. The two starters of Ash were conversing with other of Ash's Pokémon, leaning against a tree. The two fire starters quickly made their way to them, blushes on their cheeks. Sceptile/Greninja. Delphox and Blaziken greeted, getting the group's attention. Greninja happily greeted his fire-type counterpart. Sceptile gave a lazy wave while the others gave a hard stare. Do you guys know what's going on? Delphox asked. No offense to you Blaziken, but I was pretty sure Ash would not let any traitor near him or us. His mother was one thing, this is another. Greninja shrugged. Not entirely sure myself to be honest, he replied as he looked at, in his opinion, appealing Delphox. I have an idea, but I could be wrong. Delphox nodded in understanding. So you two going to introduce the ladies? The Milotic coiled up in the shade of the tree asked. This is Blaziken from our travels in the Hoenn region, Sceptile said after Greninja introduced Delphox. These are Milotic, Zoroark, Espeon, and Golisopod. They all greeted Blaziken and Delphox, though they were ready to act should they need to. Except for Golisopod, who smirked at them and walked up. Hello appealing, he greeted Blaziken as he held her hand, confusing her. I must say you are an absolutely gorgeous sight for my battle-hardened eyes. Would you like to join me for a small talk with just us? Everyone rolled their eyes, since Golisopod was a bit of a flirt. Sceptile was actually irritated, and that became evident by the small pulse of killer intent that they felt, mostly focused on the bug/water type who was sweating heavily. He even let go of Blaziken's hand in his fear. Blaziken blushed at the fact that Sceptile was so powerful, and she liked strong Pokémon, but also having the Pokémon she has liked for so long a ting protective of her. Okay, Golisopod replied as he raised his arms and backed away with pure terror on his face. I will back off, my bad. This continued on for a few more minutes before Ash called out to everyone that the food was ready. Many Pokémon plates floated throughout the air and towards all of the Pokémon thanks to the help of Psychic. Ash thanked his psychic-type Pokémon for the help. Soon everyone was served, though Ash kept his distance from the silent May and Max. As they sat and ate, Ash looked around nervous about how to start explaining things. "I guess now would be the best time to explain things to you all," Ash said as he drank some water to cool his nerves. Everyone gave Ash their full attention, while they ate of course. "It goes like this." Ash went into a full explanation of the betrayal and his pain, to his training. He avoided mentioning visiting the legendaries but did mention his unlocking and training of his aura. He mentioned his arrival, up to the threat of Shadow, with Jacob confirming Shadow's existence and threat level. "I can understand your anger," Paul surprisingly spoke up. "I can respect you wanting nothing to do with your old friends. But don't you think attacking them like you did earlier was going too far?" Ash sighed as he went on to explain his mindset, what had been happening to him during those attacks, even mentioning his dreams but not going into detail. He even explained the last incident in full detail. This shocked everyone, even Zipper, that Ash seemed to have been made a prisoner in his own mind. It was strange enough that his aura was essentially black, but now he seems to have something within him that's making his emotions darker. "So far it seems to only come out when I'm around those that betrayed me," Ash continued, making May, Max, and Delia look down. "I can control myself to an extent but this darkness is always there, even now it is." "Do you think it's your aura absorbing your emotions?" Jacob asked. He knew aura can be sentient sometimes, acting on its own to warn or even guide its guardian user. There have been plenty of times where aura seemed to mutate and become something entirely different due to another influence. Ash nodded as he put his finished bowl to the side. "Yes," he replied. "I believe it most likely happened in a similar way to that. I'm still not entirely sure myself to be honest. I tried to search it out, but can't seem to pinpoint it." Ash sighed as he took another sip of his drink, not seeing the saddened looks by the girls crushing on him or his mother and Molly. "Goodness, even after all this time and your accomplishments, you are still so pathetic," Paul said his usual phrase with his arms crossed and a hard state at Ash. Paul wasn't being malicious in his words and Ash knew that, it's just how Paul is. Before Ash could say anything in response to the jab, Wolf laughed, which got everyone's attention. "The guy who got his butt kicked and hasn't become a champion is calling the champion of one of the strongest leagues pathetic, that's funny," Wolf mocked, which got a glare from Paul. "If you tried to go against Ash with him going all out, he would mop the floor with you without using his strongest team. You wouldn't even be a match for Alex, the first Elite Four member of Kalos, nor could you go against the revised gym leaders probably. You are the pathetic one here, Grapehead." "I don't want to hear that from a girl who wasn't even invited to participate in this tournament in the first place," Paul rebutted with a dark glare. "Talk about truly pathetic. I don't have a reason to be recognized by the league as I enjoy doing my own thing. But why don't you put your money where your mouth is, Grapehead? A battle between you and me right here, right now." "Fine." Paul accepted as he stood up roughly, which caused the table to shake. "I'll take you on and crush you." The two going back and forth arguing made Ash start to chuckle before he just burst out laughing, getting everyone's attention. "Seriously, how did we go from me explaining my issues to you two wanting to battle each other?" he said as he tried to get his laughing under control. This caused the other to think over his point and began to laugh as well, helping relieving the tension in the area. The only ones not really laughing were Paul and Wolf, who were still glaring and grinning respectively. "We aren't going to be able to resolve this words it seems," Ash said as he got control of himself. "Honestly, I need more time to explain a few things more clearly, so a break for a battle sounds good. Let's have this after dinner entertainment." "Let's get going to battle then," Wolf replied. "Prepare to get knocked down hard, Grapehead." She got up and went a little bit away, so not to cause too much damage to the resting area. Paul growled as he followed after her, calling out to his Pokémon to follow, which was mirrored by Wolf. Ash let his Pokémon know the situation, getting nods and cries in response. Once they got to a small clearing, a sight caught everyone besides Ash's main group off guard, though Ash slapped a hand into his forehead as he should have thought better about going into this specific area, but he didn't think too much of it. I really should have used my aura sense to check the area. I am so stupid. The Kalos champion thought to himself. The sight that had so many in the group shocked was that of Latias, a Meloetta, and Diancie playing with one another. Towards the tree line, laying the shade, was Darkrai. 4 legendary Pokémon just here, all from different regions. Ash sighed before he called out to the current legendaries, happy that the others in his possession weren't here at the moment. They all looked to Ash, happy to hear him back, but they paused when they saw all of the other people. Meloetta and Latias turned invisible while Darkrai phased into the floor and Diancie tried to hide behind a tree. Everyone, there is no point in trying to hide now. They all saw you already, so might as well join us. Latias, do you mind creating a barrier so we may contain the damage caused by an upcoming battle? Paul and Wolf are going to go at it. The psychic/dragon type nodded as her eyes glowed and a clear barrier formed around all of them. Now that the stage is set, you and Paul can get yourselves settled. Paul, you head over to the far left side and Wolf, you take the far right. I will refer the match. Does a 2-on-2 sound good to you both? Both trainers nodded and went to the respective sides of the battlefield. This will be a 2-on-2 battle between Paul and Wolf, Ash announced as the little audience got excited for the battle. Substitutions will be allowed by both trainers. The battle will end when either I see fit or the Pokémon is unable to battle anymore. The victor is decided if either both Pokémon on either side is unable to battle or surrenders. Is that understood? Both trainers nodded as Ash smirked. Trainers, please send out your first Pokémon. Paul looked to his current Pokémon options and thought over his first choice, the same as Wolf before making his final decision. Agron, get in there and stand by. The steel/rock type cried out as a small shockwave rocked the area, showing everyone its power as it walked in front its trainer. Wolf smirked as she finished looking over own Pokémon and made her choice, time to rock the battlefield. Go beware. Other than Ash, Paul, and Zipper looked on in confusion as a blur jumped above the small crowd and landed in front of Wolf. May, Molly, and Delia couldn't stop the squeal at how cute the beware was. Its beady eyes was just too much for them to hold in. Jacob, Erica, and Mike could tell that the Pokémon was a lot stronger than it seemed. Max, though, was completely lost. I have never seen such a Pokémon before, Max whispered as he took out his old model Pokédex. He was left shocked when the Pokédex stated that it had no data on the Pokémon. Hearing this, Ash sent a slight glance towards the bespectacled boy which made him jump. Beware is a Pokémon native to the Alola region, he said in a monotone voice. It's called the Strong Arm Pokémon and is a normal/fighting type. Max thanked him, to which Ash just nodded in response and turned his attention back to the coming battle. Ash raised his arms before swiping them downward. Match start. Chapter 34. You can have the first attack, Wolf offered confidently. Unless you're scared, Grapehead. Paul growled as he began and gave out his first order. Agron, use Double Edge. Agron roared before he was covered in a white energy and rushed at his opponent who looked undeterred by the force coming its way. Receive it, Beware. Wolf countered as her Pokémon nodded. Agron rammed into Beware, causing the Pokémon to skid back while holding its ground. Seeing the light begin to diminish, Wolf took her chance. Drain Punch. Agron, get away. Paul yelled out, but it was too late as Beware slammed a fist covered in swirling energy into it. This caused Agron to cry out in pain and get sent skidding back as it tried to stay balanced on its feet. Paul grit his teeth in annoyance as he saw any damage that was done to Beware get healed up. Use Flash Cannon, Paul commanded. An orb of white light was instantly formed in Agron's mouth before he fired a beam at his opponent. Counter with strength, Beware. Wolf replied. The normal/fighting type's body glowed white, similar to Agron a moment ago, and punched at the flash cannon. Upon contact, the steel type attack was dispersed, but the force of the attack was strong enough to push Beware back while doing a bit of damage. Use Stealth Rock, Paul commanded, taking advantage of the space created by the collision of the two attacks. In response to his order, Agron punched the ground, causing small rocks to jut from the ground as other small rocks began floating in the air before disappearing. Now Flash Cannon once more. Seeing another beam of light heading towards her Pokémon, Wolf decided to try a different idea. Dodge it, Beware. Then get in close. Beware jumped to the side to dodge the Flash Cannon and became a literal blur, which was surprising due to its size, as he charged at Agron. Not one to be deterred, Paul instantly thought of a counter. Use Flash Cannon at ground around you. The Steel/Rock type fired the attack at the ground in front of him as ordered quickly. This caused an explosion and debris to fly everywhere. He repeated this to his back and his left in time to hear a cry of pain from Beware at the left explosion. There you are. Double edge to the left, Agron. The Pokémon was instantly covered in white energy and charged through the smoke. In a moment, both Pokémon emerged from the smoke, Agron pushing Beware back before stopping. Beware kept flying back though, and at the order of Flash Cannon from Paul, fired another white beam at the strong arm Pokémon. Wolf seemed unconcerned though, as she told Beware to recover and use Thunder Punch on the ground, much like Paul had done a moment ago. Beware slammed its fist in the ground to stop its movement, leaving a trench in the ground. Once that was done, its other fist cackled with electricity before punching the ground with the fist, picking up rocks that were just enough to stop the Flash Cannon. Now charge at that big lug, Wolf said as she pointed at Agron. Then hit him with Drain Punch. Beware cried out with power and rushed at the Steel/Rock with its fists glowing. This time though, before Agron could react, Beware rammed the swirling fist into its opponent, who only had enough time to raise its arms up to block it. This did not go well, as the attack not only broke through the block, but threw the iron armor Pokémon back as it cried out in agony. Not only did it do major damage, but also healed Beware's wounds again. Agron was on its knees, taking deep breaths before it glared at its opponent and stood back up. Paul could tell Agron was having trouble fighting back due to Beware's insane speed. He contemplated recalling Agron, but decided against it for now. Get up, Agron. Paul called out to his Pokémon, who didn't mean it cruelly. Use Flash Cannon once more and aim behind with more power. Keep track of that, Beware. Agron nodded before he fired the Flash Cannon at higher speeds than before, obviously more powerful than before. The normal/fighting type dodged the attack, but the force of the explosion still sent him forward. The giant bear raised its arms in another attempt to block another incoming Flash Cannon that sent Beware back in pain. Don't take that lying down, Wolf encouraged. Push through that attack with your double edge. Beware's body was covered in white energy before it rushed forward, tearing through the Flash Cannon. Agron, meet that Beware head on. Paul countered. Double edge. The final evolution of Aaron cried out as he too was covered in white energy and charged at the charging Beware. The two Pokémon rammed into one another, causing a powerful shockwave that picked up debris and made everyone but Ash and Zipper to cover their faces. Soon the stalemate ended when an explosion took place between them when the power gave in. Agron, grab onto Beware now. Agron roared once more and latched onto his target, squeezing tightly as Beware cried out. This was successful due to Agron having the rock head ability, so he didn't flinch from the recoil pain like Beware did. Now fire your Hyper Beam. Break out of that, Beware. Wolf countered. Use Drain Punch and Thunder Punch. Beware nodded as it flexed its muscles with all its strength, breaking free and jabbed the two punching moves at Agron, who was just releasing the Hyper Beam. Like a moment ago, the two attacks clashed and caused a big explosion that engulfed both Pokémon. Both trainers watched the smoke closely as it slowly dissipated. Once it was clear, both Agron and Beware were unconscious on the ground. Both Agron and Beware are unable to battle, Ash announced. Trainers, return your Pokémon and send out your next ones. Both trainers recalled their respective Pokémon and gave them silent praise. The others were silently shocked at how intense that first battle was between these two. Most of them were honestly surprised at the fact that White was keeping up with a fierce and skilled battler like Paul. Molly was actually cheering for Wolf, singing her praises at how awesome her Beware battled. Max chuckled at how cute Molly looked at the moment. "Since you went first last time, you'll take the stage this time around." Wolf smirked as she looked to her other Pokémon again. "Corviknight, time to rock the battlefield." Everyone else looked confused as a big raven covered in thick armor rose up and landed in front of her. Just like with Beware, everyone but Ash and Zipper was confused and awed by this Pokémon. This time though, even Paul was shocked by it. "What is that Pokémon?" they all thought as Wolf pet her Pokémon's beak. Sensing their confusion, Ash gave them a look of amusement. Corviknight is a Pokémon based in the Galar region. It's a Steel/Flying type and is known as the Raven Pokémon. "A Steel/Flying type, huh?" Paul said lowly. "Salazzle, come and stand by for battle." A slick black, purple, and pink-colored lizard slithered its way in front of her trainer. She confidently sat on her hind legs as she smirked at her opponent. "I need to be careful," Wolf thought as she looked at her opponent. "I don't know much about Salazzle other than it's a fire/poison type." She grinned at Paul again, annoying him more. "Let's get things going with Steel Wing." The armored bird screeched before taking off at Salazzle, its wings glowing bright as it hardened. The lizard kept its grin as Corviknight rushed at her, not bothered at all. "Move out of the way," Paul commanded when his opponent's Pokémon was close enough. Then hit it W-Max at Dragon Tail followed by Flame Charge. Salazzle ducked under Corviknight, avoiding the hardened wings. Its tail glowed a light blue before slamming it into the chin of her target, making him cry in pain. This turned into a cry of agony when Salazzle rammed her body into him while her body was encased in flame. "Show him your guts, Corviknight," Wolf cried out. "Use Brave Bird and make sure that it hurts." Corviknight, ignoring its pain, was surrounded in fire as well before it became a blue energy. It slammed into the unprepared Salazzle who cried out in pain as it flew through the air and hit the psychic barrier. Salazzle jumped back to its feet as it growled menacingly at the Steel/Flying type. Not at all happy with the attack on her body. Ash was actually surprised, as he felt a spike in aura and focused his aura sense to find her aura had become more intense as it got a bit stronger than before. This meant that the Salazzle was an aura partner Pokémon. Because of this, Ash realized that despite Corviknight being extremely powerful, it would have to pull out its inner power to win. The question for Ash was, how did a non-aura user like Paul get an aura partner Pokémon? A Pokémon able to manipulate pure aura to power attacks and their bodies are rare, especially in the wild. "Corviknight, fly up to gain some distance," Wolf commanded, her instincts telling her that Salazzle was dangerous. And after dealing with threats of all kinds, she has learned to trust her instincts. "Once you feel safe, use Hone Claws." "Smart as always," Zipper said, getting May and Molly's attention. She's using Hone Claws to increase Corviknight's already impressive attacking power. With Salazzle unable to fly, she has the advantage. Plus if she decides to use Brave Bird then it will only be that much more powerful due to the increase in power and the added descension speed. Molly's eyes had sparkles as she looked from Zipper back to Wolf who smirked at Paul. "Wolf is so awesome," Molly awed. "Kick his butt, Wolf." "Yeah, you're right," Zipper smiled warmly, causing May to feel jealous. "Wolf is awesome." This time the female maple couldn't stop the light glare she sent at Wolf. Paul was not going to let this girl get one over on him, so he looked to the field. "Salazzle," he called out, getting his Pokémon's attention. "Use Dragon Tail on the battlefield and send them at Corviknight to bring him down and then use the trees to chase after it and use Flame Charge." Salazzle nodded as her tail glowed blue once more, gaining a scale-like look, before she slammed it down as huge chunks of rock jumped into the air, leaving a huge crater in the ground. The Poison/Fire type then flung each rock at Corviknight, its dragon tail still active. Corviknight began dodging each rock, even using Steel Wing to destroy a few of them. Corviknight looked around, knowing that Salazzle was going to come at him using the tree. Flame Charge. Salazzle then burst from the foliage as she was covered in fire. Corviknight swung around, his Steel Wing still active as the two attacks collided. The force of the strike was enough to push the Steel/Flying type but was still able to push Salazzle back to the ground. Use Brave Bird, Wolf commanded. Corviknight cried out as he was covered in fire and dive-bombed toward Salazzle. Then it spread his tucked-in wings as the fire became blue energy like before. Get out of the way, Salazzle. Paul yelled as the fire/poison type stretched her body towards the ground. She touched the ground in time as she vanished in a blur, avoiding the Brave Bird just in time as Corviknight crashed into the ground and destroying it further. He sat up on his talons within the crater, small crackles of blue electricity spread across his body, showing the recoil damage he took from using Brave Bird. Now Flame Charge again, Salazzle chased after Corviknight with a much higher speed than before and slammed into the Steel/Flying type, causing him to cry in agony again. Despite the pain though, Corviknight refused to budge and glared at Salazzle, surprising her. This also caught Paul off guard as well as he didn't expect it to be that. Now grab on Corviknight, Wolf smirked, so does Corviknight, who grabbed onto Salazzle with his sharp tails. Fly up and take her with you. Let's show them how it's done. On her command, Corviknight flew up straight towards the sky while Salazzle tried to break free. Salazzle, use Flame Charge again, Paul commanded as the fire/poison type was engulfed in flames once more. This caused a lot of pain to Corviknight, who did his best to ignore it and not let his captive go. Throw her up, Wolf commanded. Then hit her with your Steel Wing followed by your Giga Impact. Corviknight spun Salazzle around, disorienting her before throwing her in the air. He charged at the toxic lizard Pokems who heard Paul order her to use Toxic from her trainer. This order confused Wolf as Steel-type Pokemon cannot be poisoned. So what was the point? Charge right through Corviknight. Corviknight nodded as he rushed at the purple glob that was fired by Salazzle. The Toxic hit Corviknight in the face and they all expected that the Raven Pokemon would be perfectly fine. This did not go as previously expected. Corviknight flinched as he became poisoned by the Toxic attack, much to the surprise of everyone but Ash and Zipper. The 2B had encountered Salazzles before, so they knew what their abilities were. But how? Jacob asked in confusion. Corviknight is part Steel type, isn't it? How did it get poisoned? It's because of Salazzle's ability, Ash replied with his arms crossed. Her ability is known as Corrosion, which is unique only to that species. This gives her the ability to poison Steel and even other poison-type Pokemon. They all looked at Ash, then at the deck-ending Salazzle, who activated her Dragon Tail upon her MSTR's order. Wolf, having heard the explanation from Ash, knocked her shock to the side and commanded her Corviknight to continue its use of Giga Impact. Now that her Pokemon is poisoned, she was on borrowed time. A swirl of energy surrounded Corviknight as he rushed at Salazzle, who added more power to her Dragon Tail to try and match the naturally high power of Giga Impact. The two Pokemon met in a powerful clash that everyone in the area could feel the force. Unfortunately for Salazzle, it could only hold for a few seconds before she was overpowered and was sent away by Giga Impact. She slammed so hard into the ground, so hard that a crater was formed and she was surrounded by rubble. The rubble shook before it exploded as Salazzle jumped out of it covered in bruises and scratches. Salazzle is really hurt, Paul thought as he looked over at his breathing Pokemon. At least we slowed down Corviknight with that poison and he has taken a lot of damage from the multiple flame charges. Salazzle, use Dragon Tail before Corviknight recovers. Salazzle took off in blinding speeds, making the poison/fire type almost impossible to track for Corviknight. The Dragon Tail slammed into the Corviknight, causing a lot of pain to him. This did not make him quit, even with the extra pain caused by the poison status. Use Steel Wing. Wolf ordered. Corviknight swung its hardened metal wing at Salazzle, who was able to avoid it thanks to the heightened speed from the use of Flame Charge. But this time, Wolf expected that. Keep going. And create a cloud to use hone claws. Corviknight slammed both of its wings into the ground around him, causing a thick cloud of debris from the destroyed earth. Stop it, Salazzle, Paul commanded. Use flame charge mixed with your dragon tail. As before, Salazzle became engulfed in flames before she charged at Confronting. Her tail also glowed before it turned blue with a red hue added to it. In a few seconds she was upon Corviknight, who was hidden among the dust cloud. Brave bird. Wolf ordered as in a split second, Corviknight hit Salazzle with his flying type attack. Salazzle slid across the battlefield before stopping herself and glaring at Corviknight, who returned the glare. Both Pokémon stood there, breathing heavily as their bodies shook from exhaustion and pain. Though Corviknight flinched in pain once more from the poison effects. Ash watched both Pokémon closely, using his aura sense to make sure that no serious damage was being done to the battling Pokémon. Just as both Pokémon got back up to battle, Ash saw that he needed to see. Ash called out to his Glaceon, who jumped between the two battling Pokémon, who stopped in their tracks as they were in the midst of charging one another. This battle will end in a draw, Ash said as he walked up. If this continues on any further, both Pokémon could get seriously hurt. So I am calling this a draw. That's right, so both of you stand down, Glaceon growled out to both Pokémon, who felt her power and the temperature lower around her, so they backed down. Paul and Wolf took a moment before they nodded as they both called their Pokémon back. Ash looked to Glaceon and smiled as he called her over. After petting her gently on the head, getting a soft coo from her, Ash looked to the others. Let's call it for today, he replied. It's been a long and eventful day, along with most of us having battles tomorrow. Most of you all have my contact number, so I will let you all know when and where to meet up to continue our talk. Ash instantly turned his gaze to May, turning it into a harsh glare. He was inwardly surprised as he did not feel that dark power resurface at the sight of the two traitors. I still don't want either you near more or the others, Ash said, causing them to feel depressed. I honestly don't want to hear your excuses for stabbing the one that you called your best friend in the back, but I still owe you for saving Zypher's life. Plus now I owe you double for my actions towards you when I lost control of myself and my power. When things have settled, I will have Zipper and Wolf to pick you two up, as you are just as involved in this as anyone else. You are not to mention any of this to any of the other traitors. If you do. Ash trailed off as his aura intensified along with Glaceon and Pikachu, the air around them intensifying. I swear that I will make sure that you regret it. The Maple siblings took a step back in terror and nodded, not wanting to anger Ash or his Glaceon and Pikachu. Would you two mind making sure they get here without the others following? And if these two tell them anything, handle it. Zipper and Wolf both nodded in agreement. Now that everything has been settled, Ash said as he looked around. Let's all head to the group and you all can head back to your places. I should have an interesting battle tomorrow. Everyone agreed to this as they all made their way to the Pokémon field clearing. After bidding everyone goodbye, everyone made their way back to town, but May and Max was stopped by Delia. They felt calmer, knowing that Delia wasted to talk to them. Max, May, Delia began giving the two a concerned and sorry look. Molly, who was next to her, held Delia's hand in comfort, which got a thankful smile from the older Ketchum women. As you both can see, I was able to send some of my bond with Ash and even got to be able to be around him without the constant aggression. Please, I beg both of you to not tell any of the others that I am here with my son. But how come Mrs. Ketchum? Max began asking. The others have been worried about you. I'm sure everyone would be happy to know that you have been able to find and talk with Ash. I can't have that happen. Delia replied in a panic. I made a promise to Ash that I wouldn't get any of the others involved. I don't want to lose this chance that I gained to reconnect with my only baby boy. And the fact that I gained another member to our family in Alex, I can't lose this opportunity. But Mrs. Ketchum, Max began to reply but was stopped by his sister, who put a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry Mrs. Ketchum, May said, giving the mother a warm smile. We understand and we will not tell the others anything. You can count on us. Delia smiled warmly and hugged both of them in thanks, very grateful that they were willing to do her that favor. Thank you both so much. They returned the hug and made their way to catch up with the others of the group. Once they were gone, the only ones left in the clearing were Ash, Wolf, Zipper, Molly, Delia, Serena, and Miette. Ash walked towards his Lucario and Gardevoir, getting both of their attention as he had a serious look on his face. Can you both do a perimeter check for me? He asked. Make sure that we don't have any other disturbances for the night. Also, have Latias trail those two to make sure that they don't say anything to the others. Lucario and Gardevoir nodded as the psychic/fairy type put her right hand on her friend's shoulder before she used teleport, both vanishing in a flash of light. As they vanished, Ash walked over to the lake to greet the Pokémon resting there. He took off his shoes and socks before dipping his feet into the cool water, sighing in contentment. His Lapras and Milotic swam up to him, lying their heads on either side of his lap, causing him to joyfully pet them. So I'm assuming you girls plan on staying the night here? Ash asked as he looked towards Miette and Serena. The two girls smiled and nodded at Ash. If that is all right with you, Ash, Serena replied, getting a warm nod in response. It would be great to have you girls around, Ash said to them as he pat the ground next to him. Why don't you girls come join me? The water feels amazing, especially on your joints. They happily joined him, glad to join either sides of him. This was another great chance for them to spend time with the man that stole their hearts. Having an idea, Ash looked to the girls who were joined by Delia and Molly. Zipper and Wolf were on the other side of the clearing, having a nice conversation. He stood on the edge of the lake shore before grinning at the confused girls. You girls want to see something cool? He asked them, getting a confused nod in response. He smiled before he took a deep breath, Lapras and Milotic moving away from him as they had an idea that he was planning to do. Wind blew around Ash, causing the lake to create small waves on its once calm surface. That soon turned into a slow swirl as the winds encircled the younger Ketchum. Ash's body started to emit a dim blue light that gave a soft glow in the near-dark night. Ash put his hands together as the blue light traveled throughout his body to his hand. The aura gave a powerful light through the cracks of his hands that really got the girls' curiosity. When he spread his palms, a blue orb of aura was floating between them. Its light illuminated Ash's smiling face and features, causing both Kalos girls to gain a light pink, dusting their cheeks at his handsome visage. Here we go, Ash whispered before he added a small orb of aura to the glowing orb in between his palms. He dropped the ball into the lake, surprising his small audience. Now, expand and shine. Sending out a pulse of aura, the orb reacted in the water and spread out until the whole entire lake gave an appealing light blue shine. The aura expansion caused the lake to not only sparkle beautifully, but become crystal clear to the point you can all the way to the bottom of it. The girls were awed by the beauty of the lake, as it looked like it was never touched by humans. They could see every stone at the bottom, a variety of different Pokémon swimming around. They even saw Ash's Lapras and Milotic, who had dove underwater to swim and bask in their trainer's aura. Ash then focused and hardened certain strands of aura, causing them to spin, making them take Pokémon shapes within the water. Everyone was mesmerized by the beauty of the water show that Ash put on, unable to look away as an aura shaped like a Gyarados disperse and take the shape of tiny Wishawashis. They then grew until they became Magikarp and Feebase. Ash smirked playfully as he changed the shape and gathered more aura until they took the appearance of the four girls. First appearance was a smiling Molly. Next to form was Delia with a warm and caring smile that began dancing with the aura Molly. After that was a shy Serena, complete with a blush on its face. Lastly was Miette, who was giving a confident grin and winking. Feeling he has shown off enough to the girls and with how late it was getting, Ash decided to end his performance. Letting his aura sink into the lake floor, Ash let the aura feed the plants and algae. It glowed bright for a few more moments as everything else grew stronger as the aura light dimmed down. Once the light died away, Ash smiled at the girl as his water-type Pokémon relaxed around him. "So what do you guys think?" Ash asked. "Cool, huh?" They all stared at Ash, speechless at his show. As Ash walked onto the shore, Molly knocked out of her shock as she squealed and tackle-hugged her brother figure. "That was so awesome," she yelled, getting Ash to chuckle. This was enough to knock the other girls from their shock as Sabrina and Miette joined in the hug fest of Ash. "Ash, that was so appealing," Sabrina exclaimed in excitement. "How were you able to do all of that?" "Seriously, Ash," the blue-haired beauty spoke up next with a flirty smirk. "That little show of yours was so romantic. I could watch it for hours." "My Ashie is so amazing," Delia thought as she gazed warmly at her son's smiling face before looking back to the now gentle waters. "I remember when Ash's father did something similar when we met during his original travels, just without the aura powers. He really does have his father's effortless, romantic side." "Tell us, Ash," Sabrina and Miette said simultaneously. "We know you have aura, but how were you able to do all of that?" "It's mostly me connecting my aura with the essence of nature," Ash replied with a grin. "An aura guardian can do a lot when their aura is in perfect harmony with the world around them. For instance." Ash took a step back and placed his palm on the grass. Channeling more of his aura into the ground, a appealing blue glow spread in a circle in the area. In a few seconds, flowers began blooming one by one. The soft glow of the moon illuminates each of the flower petals. The girls were once again mesmerized by the appealing scenery playing out before them. Ash picked 3 of the flowers, each purple in color. He then placed the freshly grown flowers in Serena's, Miette's, and Molly's hair. Appealing flowers, for appealing girls, Ash complimented getting blushes from Serena and Miette. Molly merely gave her brother figure a wide, toothy smile. Delia had to bite back a squeal at how adorable the scene was to her. Not to mention at the sight of 2 more appealing girls being so into her son. "It's getting late," Ash said as he looked to his resting Lapras and Milotic while Pikachu yawned next to him. "How about we all call it a night for now? Need to rest up for my battle tomorrow." Everyone agreed as they all made their way to bed, not before Serena and Miette gave Ash a kiss on each of his cheeks. Again, Delia had to bite back a squeal at how she absolutely adored the cute scene before her. She made her way to her own resting tent to get ready for her own double battle tomorrow, but she was stopped by Ash calling out to her. The Kalos champion walked up to the brunette mother, ignoring the curious gaze she sent him. When he was just barely a foot away from, he reached out, wincing at the small flinch from her and placed something in her hair. It was a yellow flower he had grown with his aura. "I figured this flower would look good on you," Ash said as he looked away from the shocked and joyful woman. "I know you normally prefer white flowers, but you will have to make do. Good night, Delia." Then he left before she could reply. Delia just stood there for another few moments, her mind still comprehending what had just occurred. She lightly traced the petals of the flower in her hair before her brain finally caught up with her and registered what happened. This time, the brunette mother could not contain her squeal. She let out a loud shout of joy as she ran to her tent. That night, Delia had the best sleep she has had in years as she would tenderly touch the bright yellow petals.